Well, Summer Game Fest is almost here, so we're going to do a waiting room before the show starts. It's a great way to meet new folks, pass the time, while we wait for the event. So if you're watching this later and you're like, what in the world is a waiting room? We basically get together and do a countdown in the corner and talk about all the various things that we might see. We did it for the State of Play. We'll do it for the Xbox Showcase. And we're doing it for the Summer Game Fest kickoff night with Geoff Keighley. And I'm going to go through, a handful of rumors that we're hearing. There are some confirmed games that will be at the event. Now, if you're watching this later after the events happened, you're like, yeah, none of this really matters. I'm just going to quickly go through this. This list came from Insider Gaming, and I thought it was pretty helpful. Now, if you are watching this, or you watch my content at a regular basis, but maybe you watch them later, maybe you watch the past broadcast, always remember to hit the like button and make sure you're subscribed with the bell button turned on. We are trying to get to 600 paying members on the channel. That would be a huge milestone for us, and it would really help me continue to expand and do more things. So consider clicking join for $5 a month. You get a badge, emotes, and you get into my members only Discord. So the confirmed games right now are Star Wars Zero Company, Guild Wars, Fortnite, Blood Message, Among Us, and Clutch. That's it. There's not really anything else confirmed. A lot of the times, there's like a bunch of people saying like they're going to be there, they're confirming it, or what have you, or like Geoff will confirm a bunch of stuff. That really hasn't happened. So Insider Gaming also had a bunch of rumors. Anything related to Final Fantasy VII could be there. There's rumblings about an Alien Isolation 2. People are maybe thinking that Intergalactic could be there. Like maybe they decided to have Sony give something to Geoff. I still think Intergalactic and the Heretic Prophet is going to show up at the Game Awards, and it will show up probably with gameplay. Given what we just came from, a State of Play with a ton of Wolverine and like 20 minutes of God of War Lao Fei, I don't think Intergalactic's going to show up. Many are also looking to see if Marvel 1943 Rise of Hydra finally makes an appearance. We haven't seen or heard much about that game since that initial announcement, and then there was a trailer, I think, later on, like in the Unreal Engine. Folks are also thinking maybe Injustice 3 or a DC fighting game could be there. Metro 2039 had its first look with Xbox a while back, so it could be time for that game to show up with some gameplay and maybe a release window or release date. Halo Campaign Evolved has not really made an appearance yet. Folks were speculating, hey, maybe it'll show up at the PlayStation State of Play. It will likely be at the Xbox Showcase, but given how much Xbox has to show, maybe they did give something to Keighley to show off. There's also rumors swirling about a Hogwarts Legacy 2. It's basically all but been confirmed, I believe, publicly, that they are going to make a sequel to Hogwarts Legacy. Now, I'm just going to quickly list some of the things that I would like to see. I didn't go get trailers for this because this is going to be a very, very quick show open. I didn't plan on saying much other than just kind of ticking off the list of games here. So games that I would like to see. Castlevania Belmont's Curse is one that I'm still sort of waiting to see what the release window is. Please do not put it on September the 24th or the 25th. That's like where every game is landing right now. I sort of predicted, going into showcase season that everybody's going to try to bum rush the calendar before October. And you're like, well, why October? October is likely when all of the marketing for GTA 6 starts to spin up and get pushed out. So nobody wants to land in October because even though GTA 6 doesn't release until November, just the marketing from the game alone tends to take over the conversation and eclipse anything else going on. Now, we do know that Phantom Blade Zero did delay to the end of October. That's awfully close to GTA 6, but I don't think a Chinese-based company with a game hitting PC is all that concerned. There's an enormous Chinese PC gaming audience that won't be able to play GTA 6 and will probably have a greater affinity for what Phantom Blade Zero looks like anyway, with respect to just game genres that are popular. Then I would also like to see some more of Beasts of Reincarnation. We know that they basically outsourced that game to somebody else. It's not like the Pokemon devs. So that one I think looks very promising and the combat looks very good. There's just so many games coming out. Many of these could slip to next year, and the year would still be amazing. Kena Scars of Cosmora, I believe that one is marked as coming soon. I actually can't remember if... I think Kena Kena 2 his release window is supposed to be 2026. So we still don't have a release date yet for Kena Scars of Cosmora. This would be a great event to do that. It wouldn't get overshadowed by all the big PlayStation titles at the PlayStation State of Play, but it certainly could make a bit of a splash at Keighley's event. Resident Evil 9 DLC has been confirmed, so maybe some details there. And then last but certainly not least, maybe an update from Light No Fire. We know that Sean Murray and the team at Hello Games, they like doing things with Geoff Keighley. I still think they had something planned for the Game Awards last year, but Sean Murray had a family emergency and was not able to be there. So maybe they're going to kick that all the way to the next Game Awards. That game has pretty much gone, Light No Fire has gone, Light No Show to pretty much everything and every event. So I am looking forward to the event. Curious what you guys would like to see. If you're in the live audience right now, do all of the things. Put game names in the chat that you're looking forward to. You can spam emotes. Hit the like button. Make sure you guys do that. So someone punch Lono for wearing that shirt. Why would you punch me for wearing the Twilight Zone shirt? That doesn't make any sense. So welcome in, everybody. Thanks so much for starting your day with me and for spending your day with me. It's going to be a long one. I need to get the timer up and running. So let's get the goal up. We fell behind pace. We started this week so strong, but we have now fallen behind pace. We need to end the day at 500 if you guys want that Saturday night stream with Madam tomorrow night, where we continue her journey through Destiny 1. So today is the 5th, and it does start at 5 o'clock. So Summer Game Fest starts in 7 hours. Yeah, we are going to hang out for that long. Good to see you, Hilly, in the chat. HG2, which game is that? Beyond Good and Evil 2. Yeah, I don't know if Beyond Good and Evil 2 is going to show up. Now, Han shot first, and so did you. The first gifted member of the day did come in from Joker Quinn. I don't know if he knew it or not, but he was setting up a 20 bomb to the next milestone where I owe you guys a member. So, if you guys feel like starting the day off with a big one, now's the perfect time to land that plane. Oh, Half-Life 2. Yeah, I don't know. I think Half-Life 2... I'm sorry, Half-Life 3. I said Half-Life 2. I think Half-Life 3 exists. I think we have it on pretty good authority that the game does, in fact, exist. But I think the problem is they wanted that thing, at least this has been my theory, I think they wanted that thing to kind of coincide with the Steam Machine as a great sort of game to come along with it. And unfortunately, Steam Machine is just in a terrible spot right now. Like, I don't know if they're going to want to announce it or start production or any of that, given what's going on with how expensive it is to ship things and make things. Does Geoff get the Steam Machine announcement? I mean, that would be insane. There have been rumblings around the Steam Machine, so maybe they are just going to go forward with it. Jatoak drops a 10 bomb and gets us halfway there. The 20 needed to 350. He says, well, I'll do 10. Somebody tag team with him and get us to the 350, and I'll owe whoever does that a member. That'll be the first milestone of the day. Let's have a big day, boys. If you can't do a membership, I get it. If you can, it's $5 a month, and we are trying to get more and more folks on YouTube to do a paying member. I want Clockwork and Eternal Life date. Oh, Eternal Life of Goldman? Yeah, the demo finally landed on PlayStation, and then Clockwork won't be at this event, I don't think. If they finally decide to pull Clockwork Revolution out and maybe even give us a surprise release date, I would imagine Xbox is going to save that for their own show. I mean, that would be my prediction. Half-Life 3 will be announced by Valve. I can't imagine it won't, but release is slated for September via a rumor. I mean, if it's slated for September, this is the perfect time for them to announce it. Keighley's event's decent. I mean, it's not as big as like the State of Play. I think the Xbox Showcase is also, gets more viewership than Keighley's event. Clockwork looks to be Game of the Year whenever it releases. It definitely looks like it's going to be a Game of the Year contender. I would admit that. The art sells him. And Jaja Church hasn't been here in a while, but he drops a 10 bomb. That's an OG name. And he lands it. And I owe YouTube a member. Thank you so much. Let's have a big one today, boys. If you guys can get it all the way to 750, that's the stretch goal. Creature will have to join us tomorrow night for some Destiny 1 reminiscing and some nostalgia. Let me go ahead and gift a member to you guys. There it is. I'm all paid up. And then a renewal comes in from Kelb. Says, let's go grab some Reforge Roast and settle in. Gonna be a long one. It's true. It's true, but I do enjoy these days. I do enjoy spending them with you guys. So thank you so much for being here and hitting the like and communicate, participating in chat, I should say. Clockwork will more than likely be at the showcase. Yeah, if Clockwork's making an appearance, it'll be at the Xbox showcase for sure. I agree with that. Sorry for the cap. It's fine. I feel like any Xbox first party fumbles the bag. I hate to say it, brothers. Why are you thinking they're going to fumble the bag? Forza 6 is crushing it right now. I mean, that's first party. Gears of War E-Day is probably going to be great. Coalition's been working on it for a really long time. Good morning, Feed. Missed the stream, buddy? Well, I miss all the old school homies that are coming back around. We are hopeful we can, get some things moving in a good direction with not just streaming on Twitch, but YouTube as well as we continue to do daily shows. Hilly's going to back up his renewal again on YouTube. Is the Gothic remake a good game? I don't know. I think they emailed me like early access to it or something like that, but I don't think I have time for it. I think the window is too short. I'll need to double check the email though. Will you pour one out for Elder Scrolls Blades getting shut down? I don't know what that is. What is Elder Scrolls Blades? Gears will be good at a minimum. I mean, they're giving it its own direct, so I'm assuming they're very confident in what they have to show if they're going to give Gears of War E-Day its own direct. Clutch is a new racing game coming out. I would like to see. Has Forza devs making it. Oh, it has ex-Forza devs making it. Okay, cool. I wasn't sure what Clutch was. Like, I read the opening confirmed games to be there. Clutch is one of the games confirmed to be there. Summer Game Fest Bingo. Oh, Delusional Bingo. There you go. Blades was a mobile game. Oh, that's why I've never heard of it. I don't really pay attention to mobile games. Sorry. I don't have anything against mobile games. I just don't play them, and I don't pay any attention to them like at all. So they're well out of the frame for me. Continuing to play through the Lego Batman game with Madam and thoroughly enjoying it. And then a 10 bomb comes in from Loch Ness on YouTube. Thank you so much, Loch Ness. We're off to a strong start, getting back on pace. We wanted to come into today at 400. And you guys are certainly getting us close to it. So make sure to celebrate your renewals, check your primes, and, you can always just do a brand new one if you've never done a membership before. It's $5. Is that New York time? Yeah. Yeah, that's New York time. It's a New York time countdown, yeah. You've heard of a New York minute. Well, that's a lot of them. I would love to at least see an announcement for Injustice 3 or DC fighting game. Yeah, there's rumors that something like that can make an appearance. And then Wired Rope is going to put Twitch on the board with a 5 bomb. He's going to need some help over there today. He looks like he might be by himself in the gifting department. Good to see you, Wired Rope. Thank you very, very much. What do I want to see? So I would love to see Belmont's Curse. I would really, really love a release date for Belmont's Curse. Kana, Scars of Cosmora. I keep forgetting the Kana 2. I don't think they named that one very well. Because I keep forgetting the name of it. What is it called? No, it is. It's Scars of Cosmora. I remembered it. Yeah, Kana Scars of Cosmora release date would be pretty good, and Belmont's Curse. Those are two things I'd like to see, as well as a Beast of Reincarnation. When's the event start? Sexy pants? Well, I'm wearing shorts today, so you're a little misfiring there. I got a countdown right there next to me. So make sure you guys are here for the day. You can watch the event with me. I am one of the official co-streamers. I appreciate Geoff sending out those emails, and then they always approve us to be involved, and that is super, super cool. I mean, you can co-stream any event, but they sent me like the press kit and all that, and it's very cool that they do that. So make sure as you guys are coming in and settling in, hit the like button. We just got to 140 likes. Good morning, everyone. Really excited for today and Sunday. Lona, did you watch Asha's Bloomberg interview? I mean, I saw some of the clips. Listen, guys, she's saying everything and nothing. She's not saying anything because she can't really say anything. She can't commit to what people want her to commit to, and I don't think they're going to. I don't think Microsoft's plan for the brand is going to be to go back to exclusives. There are people that are seeing it differently. They think they're going back to exclusives. I didn't hear anything from her that told me that. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have an Xbox Series X. If they start doing exclusives again, I can play the games. To but if they're also on PC, it doesn't. I don't. Yeah, it didn't. It felt like an absolute nothing burger. It felt like she was very good at saying pretty much nothing. Have you heard anything on when Halo is coming to PS5? No. We're assuming that we're going to get a release date for the Halo campaign Evolved. I think that's what people are kind of waiting for right now. I believe it's slated for this year, is it not? Halo campaign Evolved release. And a vibe bomb comes in from Peachy Creamy. Oh, I'm sorry. We do have a release date for Halo. I forgot. July 28th. Do we know platforms Xbox Series X and PS5? Yeah. I mean, well, wait a minute. This is AI. Is AI wrong? I don't think we have a release date for it yet, do we? AI is saying July, but I don't think that's correct. That totally took me by surprise. I was like, no, yeah, the official Xbox website just says right here, play day one with Game Pass, available 2026, Xbox Series XS, PC, handheld, and cloud. So I don't know if we have... They're not saying PS5 on their own website, I believe, but I mean, it is listed on the PlayStation Store, is it not? So I don't know if we know when it's coming to PlayStation. I don't really care. I'm not that interested in the game, to be quite honest with you. I don't have a nostalgic attachment to that, and I think it's going to be fine, but it's not something I'm like pining for. There are so many others. Do you think we'll see more of the Bird That Drinks Tears game? Also, you had a chance to read any of the book? I've only gotten through the first chapter. I'm in like the second chapter. Oh, it's freaking cool, man. Like, I don't think the Big Bird people or Chicken Man or whatever, I don't think they're going to show up until the third book. Did you look in the back dust cover, Raijin? If you look in the back dust cover, there are 3 more books coming. The artwork is so awesome. The covers are great. They're not even available for pre-order yet. So I'm assuming the guy that translated book 1 is now working on the translation of book 2 and so forth, because he's translating them from Korean. It's awesome. I can see why people like this guy's fantasy. It's good fantasy. Like, I'm learning, I think like the second chapter, you start learning about the Naga, and they're like the lizard people. I'm like, this is cool. Like, it's cool lore. It's cool. It's just cool. I'm like, yeah, I'm into this. I think this is going to be a great story. But I don't necessarily know if the Chicken Man's showing up in the first book, because it's called The Heart of the Naga. And it's like, well, that's about the lizard people then. It's not about the chicken people. So, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I'm enjoying it as little as I've had a chance to read it. So, yeah. The Bird Who Drinks Tears, or what's it called? Flightless. What's the name of the game called? It's NHAGA, the Naga. I need to know what this book is. Okay, so if you go to Amazon and you search the bird, it's not the bird who, it's the bird that drinks tears. There's an English version of it now, and it looks like, yeah. And let me pull it up. This says book 1 of 1. They've not done. Oh, this is the Audible version. Hang on. Where's the one that I ordered? Why is it only showing me Audible books? It's the book. What's the name of the book? I'm sorry. What's the name of the game? The name of the game is like Flightless or something. It's Project something. Windless. Yeah. Project Windless is the name of it. But I can't find it because I ordered it a long time ago, and so the way tears. Search my orders. Here we go. All right. So this book here, The Heart of the Naga, this is the first in a series of books by a Korean author who is known as like the J.R.R. Tolkien of South Korea, Lee Young-do. And so the video game Windless with like the big chicken man, that's what it's based off of. It's based off of this fantasy series. Now, inside the dust cover, there's really cool artwork like this for 3 other books. And the third book has like a big chicken warrior man on it. And so I'm like, yeah, they might not actually show up. There's all these rumors about like these enemies that are forming and people are migrating. And there's people that have agreed to not move and not migrate, and now they're starting to. So I'm excited to read the book, but it looks like I'm in for the long haul. The other ones haven't even been translated yet. I thought the Chicken Man was the Reckoner or whatever. The main guy that shows up in the first chapter is just a normal guy. He's the guy on the cover with the cool sword. Emissary says, let Xbox go third party. They're committed to being everywhere. Just dump the console, salvage whatever is left of their identity. Always up for some epic fantasy. Yeah, I ordered it and it just shipped. It's very, very good condition hardcover. It's nice dust cover. The books, it's like one of those books that's like enjoyable to just like hold when you're reading. You know what I mean? It's like a quality book. I was like very pleased with the quality, and it just showed up like 2 days ago. If the books are actually written, yeah, it shouldn't take too long for them to be translated, but books 2, 3, and 4 are not currently translated, but the artwork is done for the covers because they're in the back of the one I just got. Heart of the Naga's next on my audiobook queue. There you go. It's book 1 for The Bird That Drinks Tears. So, yeah. He's going to show up, I think. I don't think he's going to show up in the first book, but that's what the Project Windless is about. Book 2 is named Those Who Prepare the Way. The audiobook is releasing on January 27th, according to Audible. Well, if it's releasing on 27th of January, then that's probably when the next book will be available as well. Yeah. The Chicken Warrior is awesome. He's taking out everybody in his path. Yeah, that game looks cool. So we might see more from Project Windless today, although it was just an announcement trailer. I don't know. No gaming roundtable today? No gaming roundtable today. No, we decided not to. Ginger also had stuff going on anyway. If you guys haven't hit the like button yet, do me a quick favor and go ahead and do that. Hit that thumbs up button. It does help me out. I'm on the last boss in Sorrows. Very cool design. Yeah, the King's awesome. Guild Wars 3 better be announced. Yeah, what do you guys want to see tonight at Summer Game Fest with Geoff Keighley? We will be just hanging out and talking to pass the time while we wait, and we will be co-streaming it tonight. Somebody says, do you think they will announce more September today? I think a bunch of people are all doing the Spider-Man meme where they're all pointing at each other like, you too? Oh, no. Like, they're all targeting end of September because it gives them the longest window of time to develop. But now all of a sudden, September 24th and 25th, it's just like an absolute monsoon. Is E-Day there tonight? It'll probably just be a commercial for the Gears of War E-Day Direct. Because I don't think they're going to show anything for Gears of War E-Day in any significant way before the Gears of War Direct on Sunday. So they might announce it tonight with like a trailer to let you know, hey, tune in for more or what have you. Maybe a little teaser or something. Do they make E-Day exclusive for 6 months? I believe that Gears of War E-Day will be a timed exclusive. Yes, I believe so. I think that the way that... So, Asha Sharma is signaling that they want to do exclusives, but she's also signaling that it has to be a very careful and very thought-out thing. So she's being very, very guarded in how she talks about it. I think she's just buying time. I think she's just keeping the fans on the hook, to keep them in proximity to the brand so they can do fan fests and have events and have consumer loyalty. I think as time goes on, exclusivity is just not going to be a thing that they do. But they'll leverage this moment in time to have things like Forza 6 and Gears and other games hit Xbox first, which Booty did an interview about Indiana Jones, and he indicated that was a production issue as much as anything. Finished your latest interview with Colin. Excited to hear what you think about this showcase. Well, thank you, and thank you for watching that. I appreciate everybody watching that Colin Moriarty interview. That was a really, really fun thing. We'll definitely have him back on the show at some point in the future, as well as everybody else that's been on the program. We are trying to book other guests as well, so if there's people that you'd like to see on the show, put the bug in their ear. We do like having folks on. I don't know which games can we preemptively call woke. Any female leads, any millennial writing, I mean anything. As soon as a lady shows up, just call it woke. I think E-Day has probably been in the works for a while. The remaster, Platinum said the work is done for now. I was wondering why I saw like the volume popping on the PC. I forgot that I opened up my stream in the browser. I was like, what is going on? Why is there music playing on my gaming PC? Too much time has passed between the last intergalactic announcement. I've been patiently waiting. I still think they announced it too soon. It was very weird for them to announce it as early as they did. It was very weird. So I still don't think Intergalactic shows up until the Game Awards, though. PlayStation shot their wad, man. They did. It was a bunch of Wolverine. It was Until Dawn 2. It was a bunch of God of War Lao Fei. I think PlayStation's done. I think they're good. If they have something at this showcase, I'll be very surprised. Now, they might have something for Wolverine because it's the next big game coming out. They might give the God of War release date to Keighley. You remember they did that with Spider-Man 2, and God of War Lao Fei looks like it's ready to go. I mean, Jason Schreier said that game is not multiple years away, so many people are like, yeah, it's probably next year. So there could be... God of War could be at the event, and they could give Keighley the release date announcement. They did that with Spider-Man for him. Maybe they just do something with Wolverine to remind you about it, because Wolvie is coming. I mean, it's this year. It's their next big release. I feel like a lot of the criticism around PlayStation and their games is really granular. You have to expound on what you mean. Intergalactic reveal looks so weak compared to the next God of War. Well, the Intergalactic reveal was a big giant cutscene, so I don't necessarily feel like it's a fair comparison. Also, Santa Monica just does such an excellent job interweaving story, cinematics, and gameplay. The camera never cutting thing is just so dadgum effective. It's really good. Destiny 3, no. Intergalactic, you play magical musical instrument in the game. Mark my words. You said make my words. Did you hear that they said Wolverine is open world? It's not open world. They answered that question in the other direction. Maybe you've just typoed your question. It's not an open world game. The industry needs a better way to attract devs to games other than long wait production announcements like Intergalactic and the Elder Scrolls. And a $5 super chat from Sneaky Wolf says, I want to see Virtua Fighter 5, also the next NRS title, and hopefully Street Fighter 6 content. NRS. You're going to have to help me there, boys. What is that? Somebody help me out. And Virtua Fighter NRS. I'm stalling out on it. What's that stand for? Jello of War, that's right. NetherRealm Studios. Oh, a NetherRealm Studios title. Okay. I was like, I don't know what that is. I don't know what game that is. The guys who made Mortal Kombat. Oh. Sorry, I mean, it's not open world. Okay, I thought maybe you had a typo in your question. Yeah, I'm actually glad that Wolverine is not open world. I don't think I wanted to, roam some city or streets or, climb giant buildings as Wolverine. There's still some climbing and some vaulting that he's doing, but that's just more of, moving around within a set piece that they've designed. I actually think that looks great. I don't think it would have been enjoyable to have this big, huge open world landscape for Wolvie. Yeah, Little Devil inside has disappeared. Nobody knows what happened to it. Yeah, so maybe it finally shows up. Good morning, MTO. How are you? Do you think we see Stellar Blade 2 today? I mean, they've announced it, right, in quotations. So this would be a great time for them to announce it. They're not going through, they're not doing the PlayStation exclusive this time around. I believe they're also self-publishing. So, they had a really good setup. I mean, PlayStation came in, kind of saved the day, and now they can do it on their own, and that's good for them. Then they're more in control and can make their own decisions. The discourse around God of War Lao Fei is so annoying. You can tell they never played God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. I'm getting tired of it. It's just a bunch of LARPers, bro. They're just LARPing as fans of games. They're not fans of games. They're just here to make money yelling about games. There's a big, giant chasm separating between people, and it's just clear. You can just see it. They just don't care about games. It's obvious. They care about ad revenue. $2 from Mr. Deadpool Gaming. A prequel or sequel to Expedition 33 would be good. I mean, I think they said there'd be more Claire obscure games. I don't know if there's going to be more Expeditions, if that makes sense. I think that universe is going to continue to have cool things, but it wouldn't be an Expedition game. Those of you that know the story and the setup, there could just be, another place where people are, somehow leveraging powers in paintings and things like that. Obviously, that would mean the jig is up and you would know what the major twist is. There wouldn't maybe be a major twist, but that could be very cool. I don't think they're going to do other expeditions, though. I wouldn't be shocked if the Crimson Desert DLC is shown today. Not a terrible prediction. I think they've kind of hinted at that. Illuminati says, why can't Xbox take a page from Sony and make most big-ticket single-player IP exclusives, second-tier games timed, and live service multiplat? Here's the problem, Illuminati. Xbox has set themselves on a trajectory where that just isn't in the cards. Number one, they started putting their games on PC day and date. That right there neuters the word exclusive. Yeah, it's still exclusive, but it's a console exclusive. You're putting them on PC day and date. Like, PlayStation was putting their games on PC 2 and 3 years later, and everybody kept running with the narrative that, like, yeah, you don't have exclusives now. And it was like, yeah, but sometimes you have to wait 2 and 3 years, and now PlayStation's not doing it. A $5 super chat from Armin. Why do I always stall out on your name? Armin Nickelman? Anyways, $5 super chat. There's like no punctuation in your name. So I stall out on it. I hope we see Rise of Hydra. It's definitely rumored. I know it got delayed, but it still can finally reveal itself. Armani Coleman, that's it. I think that's how I'm supposed to say her name, Armani Coleman. I got it right the other day, and I just completely stalled out on it. Without the punctuation, my brain just breaks on it. But the Xbox has put themselves on a path where it just doesn't make any sense. What would be an exclusive? Like, you have to ask the business question. What would be the business impetus right now to not put games on PlayStation? Let's say the game is ready, because we do know, okay, this is the Key and Peele sketch in real life. Yes. I always said they should do a different version of that skit, and it should be a white guy that's like, Devin, and he's like, Davon, and you're like, what? Like, have a guy that's just saying names completely incorrectly. Anyways, they've not really, I don't know what business impetus there would be. Now, if a game is not ready, like Forza 6 or Gears of War E-Day, yeah, by all means, PlayStation can wait. That's fine. That's not a big deal. Like, I don't think that, like, I don't think that, like, they're internally measuring this and saying, oh yeah, we have a lot to gain by having games ready for PlayStation, but then making PlayStation wait. Any bean counter, any shareholder, any executive seat holding person is going to say that doesn't serve any purpose. We're not in that business anymore. There's a point in the interview where Asha says, yeah, that's where console was our main focus. She uses some phrasing to indicate that, like, that was back when the console was the central focus. It's not the central focus anymore. Like, it was a bit of a Freudian slip. Like, I don't know if she meant to say it in the way that she said it, but it was like, oh yeah, that was back before the strategy changed. That was back when the console was the main focus. The console is not the main focus anymore. And if the console's not the main focus, you have to ask the business question. What business impetus is served by, let's just take a big game, all right? Elder Scrolls 6. If Elder Scrolls 6 is ready to go on PlayStation, who in their right mind is going to say, no, make it exclusive to Xbox for 6 months or a year or something? Nobody at the company is going to say that, especially look at how well Starfield sold, even after the bad PR, even after the bad user scores and the bumbled DLC. Look at how well Starfield sold. It was in the charts like every month that it's been over there. And then Forza 5 went over there and sold really well. Sea of Thieves went over to PlayStation and sold really, really well. Nobody that's actually doing like the bean counting and the, oh, how much money can we make per game? Nobody is going to say, oh, no, yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah, Elder Scrolls 6, huge Bethesda audience on PlayStation. Yeah, the largest console footprint in the world. Yeah, let's just not put the game over there. It wouldn't make an ounce of sense. I don't see the business impetus behind it. Now, if it's a game that isn't ready for PlayStation, then sure, that's a great way to continue to foster loyalty. It's a great way to make Game Pass look good. It's a great way to say, hey, play it day one on Xbox PC, and Game Pass. And you don't have to say PlayStation, you don't have to say Nintendo Switch or whatever. That is obviously something I think they're going to leverage, but I don't think they're reversing course on their strategy. I don't think so. 30 million, however many, 35 million consoles versus 90 to 100 million. Like, PlayStation has 3 times the consumer base to sell your games on right now. It doesn't make an ounce of sense. And so I get why she's saying what she's saying, but I also didn't feel like she said anything. It was just a lot of nothing. Can you tell me if Jedi 3 will be revealed? Please, I beg. I don't know, Kitty Cat. I would love it if there's a Jedi 3 announcement tonight, because I really like the first 2 games. Yeah, they extended the marathon free-to-play thing by 2 days because of all the server troubles. That's a smart move. I think they're also giving people like Silk, aren't they? Yeah, 50 Silk. As long as they're putting games on Steam, complaining about games on PlayStation is a moot point. It's all third-party stores. Like I said, the potency of exclusivity has already been diluted by Xbox's decision-making for the last, 10 years, whenever it was they first started putting all of their titles, day and date on PC. That diluted the exclusivity conversation almost immediately. In my mind, timed exclusives seem to satisfy both parties. It builds FOMO for PlayStation players, and Xbox gets a second burst of sales later in the year, and it keeps Xbox players satisfied by playing first. Mikey Moo with 35 months. Thank you so much for renewing your membership. Much love, Lono. Another big day for the Guardians. Rise up, make it louder and clear that we won Destiny 3. Yeah, while you're at it, throw in hashtag unban Lono. Xbox fans don't want exclusivity. They want no PlayStation bees. I mean, I do think that's fundamentally what a lot of them are asking for, which gets back to the question, Jack. What's the business impetus behind satisfying such a small rabble? Like, I'm not being mean. That's a small rabble compared to the gaming populace. I've talked about this with PlayStation showcases, Xbox showcases. We are not the majority. We are a very small slice of the global gaming community. Catering your marketing and the release timing of games, like bending that to the whims and the complaints of, like, Xbox podcasters and personas on Twitter, like, why would you do that? They're such a small group of people. Microsoft is the biggest technology, biggest software company, gaming publisher, basically, at this point. They're like the biggest, if not one of the biggest in the world. And you're going to kowtow to, whiners on Twitter? It doesn't make any sense. It's like there's no business impetus behind that. That they're, in the grand scheme of the global gaming market, they're insignificant. I'm not being insulting by saying that. That's a math equation. They're insignificant. They're nothing. When you have 90 to 100 million customers sitting over there that you could ship the game to day one, and you're looking at I don't know, a couple 100,000 people who probably on a regular basis pay attention to these podcasts. Who do you want to appeal to if you're trying to make money? Who are you trying to appeal to? Let's just say in a week, there's 1 million people that pay attention to those podcasts and these spaces. 1 million, okay? That's still nothing compared to 90 to 100 million consumers to market your product to. There's no calculus here where they walk it back. There's no calculus. It's like that they're not going to do it. Now, they'll do timed exclusivity if the game's not ready, but I can't see any business reasoning behind them walking it back. It doesn't matter what we think, it matters what she does. That's why I keep saying talk is cheap. She can say all this stuff and use the right phrasing, and these guys run with it, right? It becomes headlines, it becomes videos. Oh, Asha Sharma said the word exclusivity again. The machine spins up. There it goes. Everybody's talking about it. She knows what she's doing, but talk is cheap. Do you honestly think going into Helix they're going to start making games never go to the other consoles, never go to PlayStation? I don't know. I don't see an end game where they would be happy with the results. to be fair, we should remember that we're dismissing 200,000 to 1 million people today, but we were saying 300,000 signatures on an internet petition was a huge thing yesterday. Yes, because contextually, these are very different things. One is a discussion about large potential user base to sell your product in versus people yelling on podcasts about wanting exclusives, right? Honestly, that doesn't apply because PlayStation's such a large footprint and such a large community of people. Selling your product there just makes good business sense. The argumentation about the 350,000 signatures and the people mobilizing on Twitter, every social space you go into right now, Destiny 3 is a conversation. They're making the topic go viral. My argument was that's what you need for a live service game. That's what you need for a live service game. You need people excited about your game, talking about your game. It's my argument was that's organic. It's the number one thing that live service games miss when they think they're just going to be another Fortnite. Fortnite exploded organically. You know, Ark Raiders and Helldivers 2 exploded organically. So that's why 350,000 signatures is significant. It's a grassroots thing. It's organic. That's a piece of the pie. That's a piece of the ingredient set you need for a successful live service game. That's not an equivalency to me saying you're literally comparing 1 million people maybe in a week that pay attention to these Xbox shows and podcasts and Twitter spaces and 90 million PlayStation customers. Who do you want to appeal to? Who's going to put money in your bank account? It's a very simple form of calculus in a business decision to think if we've spent all this money making a game and it is ready for PlayStation, there is not a reason for them to hold it back and wait. There isn't. Now, the only reason you're going to see this happening is if the games aren't ready. Matt Booty already spoke to this when he spoke about Indiana Jones coming to PlayStation later. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Mike on the mic. I need that Final Fantasy remake and Part 3 reveal today. Lono, make it happen. I'll do my best. And a $2 super chat from Daniel, Xbox fan base trained to get Game Pass, not to buy games. Yeah, that's a whole other discussion. Talk is cheap. You know what I mean? Talk is cheap. Matty Plays ended his live stream yesterday because of the toxicity. He also said he might not do live streams anymore. Yeah, I spoke to that. People are being very bad faith and misrepresenting what happened, you know, and there's a tweet that I took issue with because it's a lie. It should be community noted. And people are like, oh, you try to get people demonetized because you don't like what they say. And they have a tweet where I said people should lose their monetization on Twitter when they get a ton of community notes. What people are forgetting, and they're removing context, it's not surprising they're removing context because these people are dishonest. They're liars. They lie about people to earn a living. They're lying about Maddie, and they were lying about me. It was like, I made that tweet in 2023 when they had just monetized Twitter, and people were intentionally getting community notes because it made the tweet get more views. There were tweets going viral because they got community notes. So people started intentionally getting community noted and corrected because they knew the tweet would go viral. IGN did it a couple of times. It was obvious what they were doing. They were baiting being corrected. The tweet would go viral. Then when it got community noted, it would go even more viral. And I'm like, you're monetizing dishonesty at that point. You're rewarding people for being dishonest. 2 weeks later, Elon Musk rolled out the fact that community noted tweets don't generate revenue. So they agreed with me and my take. They agreed with me. It was like, you're literally letting people make money by being intentionally dishonest because it made the tweets more popular. So they saw that was going to be destructive to the platform. I think monetization of that platform has been completely destructive to it. I think it's ruined it. It's part of the reason gaming dialogue is terrible, because grifters can go viral and get tons of money on Twitter with takes that are absurd, because it's the lowest common, it's like the lowest common denominator, like the most thoughtless, most exaggerated tweet, get the most engagement, get the most money. So it's a race to the bottom of human intelligence. That's what that platform has become. And that's why I said that. Well, of course they misrepresent it, because they're committed to being dishonest. They're liars. It's their brand. And they were lying about Maddie. Maddie didn't end his stream because people didn't like God of War. That is a bold-faced lie. He ended his stream because people were being toxic and weird. Did you see Mark Noseworthy's post about a Destiny remake or remaster? I did not. Onimusha is definitely a good game franchise. I was playing it in Kuwait back in 2006. I really hope Onimusha Way of the Sword is very successful. We were looking at like videos and how it was trending on YouTube and stuff because the demo just came out, and I was pretty disappointed that it wasn't getting more traction. Hopefully, when it drops, it really does well. I don't think it's gonna like do poorly commercially. It just doesn't seem like many people are paying attention to it, which is unfortunate because I thought it was one of the best feeling like melee-based like sword games I've played in a while. It felt fantastic. That RE engine, Pragmata in that game, they just feel so good to like be in the games. Like, you guys should definitely check out the Onimusha demo. It's very, very good. That guy was a dumb PC grifter. So glad it got community noted. I'm not sure what got community noted. I don't know what you're talking about. Trading platform fees on everything dozens of millions of people buy on Xbox for game sales on PS5 just seems short-sighted. It being a publisher, if being a publisher is that more profitable, then lose Xbox as a platform. Right, but you're understanding then why so many people got upset with the company. Gorgui Monk, I'm not sure how to say her name. A monk. Shortchange Hero with a $5 super chat tip says actual predictions. FF7 Part 3, AC Hexe, Copium predictions, Division 3, and Kingdom Hearts 4. The demo left me wanting to play more. The demo just gives you a little taste. You're like, yeah, let's give you a little taste. You like that? Yeah. You're done. You're cut off. It's over. It's over. Would it help Xbox if was the publisher and they did a complete rebrand of the name like Helix and shift towards a global strategy? The conversation around Xbox to me is tiring because it just is perpetuated by folks that have been in just direct refusal of what's been happening. It's like it's just a bunch of denial. It's like the brand is changing, the brand is evolving. You're not going back. It's happening right in front of us. So you're saying, wouldn't it be better if they just did a rebrand and did this change in strategy? That's literally what they're doing. The reason that they're trying to maintain the brand of Xbox and the reason they're trying to maintain, customer loyalty and fandom is because they still make lots of money off of those people. They still have, 30, 35 million consoles. I don't know. However many millions of people on Game Pass. The brand still makes and generates tons of money. You can't just pull the ripcord and be like, deuces, we're out. Like, no more hardware and no more exclusives and frick all y'all. Like, they can't do that. They can't do that. But that's what's happening. Like, they're slowly moving in that direction over all these years now. 10 months from Kilted Heathen. I will flip my house if we see anything Kingdom Hearts related. We are one away from 375, and I'll owe you guys a member. You Kingdom Hearts guys are crazy. You Kingdom Hearts guys are crazy, man. You guys really want some Kingdom Hearts. Predictions here from Twitter. Resident Evil Code Veronica Remake, Resident Evil DLC for RE9, new From Software pirate game, Injustice 3, Bioshock 4, FF7 Remake Part 3, Star Wars Jedi 3, Hopium for Half-Life 3, Maximum Hopium for GTA 6. One thing's for certain, we're getting a lot of announcements today. You're right, I gave up on Xbox. They really destroyed everything we loved about them. I'm not trying to make you feel despondent. I just feel like it feels like people are trying to hold together a sandcastle that's just absolutely fading beneath the changing tide. It's like they're just trying to hold it together. Like, no. Look. You see? Look at that. Oh, baby. Exclusives. We're gonna have exclusives. It's like, guys, just stop. The brand has changed. The brand has changed. That's just that's the facts. I missed a resub from John Purdy. There it is. 375. My bad, John. My bad. Lonostradamus will From Software Project FMCB present tonight at Summer Game Fest. Thank you for the foresight. I actually don't know. I don't know if From Software traditionally does things with Keighley. I feel like they do things more commonly with PlayStation, don't they? I might be misremembering. Like, when did Armored Core get announced? They gave him Elden Ring, didn't they? No, yeah, I think they do stuff with Keighley now that I'm thinking about it. Cat comes in with 63 months. That's a lot of months, Cat. And I owe you guys a member. Yeah, I think From Software does stuff with Keighley. So yeah, maybe the new From Software game will be there. I don't know. I trust Xbox more than PlayStation. You trust Microsoft more than PlayStation? You're going to have to explain to me why you trust them more than PlayStation, as Xbox has this entire gen behind them now full of what I would consider to be direct and indirect dishonesty on a regular basis. Probably the most dishonest company in the gaming space. Constantly trotting out roadmaps they knew they weren't going to hit, constantly trotting out fake gameplay and fake trailers, constantly saying things to mislead the public. We don't have any plans to put Game Pass on PlayStation and Nintendo, just 4 games. This is not a signal that everything is going. Like, what are you talking about? They literally, Nintendo, PlayStation, Xbox is the most consistently dishonest in this space for the last 6 years. None of the companies are as pure as the driven snow, but in the realm of like being truthful, all the marketing around Series S, dishonest, misleading. They privated the trailer about the Xbox Series X and S because the Series S promises didn't even remotely come true. And people are still wanting to do the blame the devs thing. That's just willful ignorance. After all this time, you're just going to keep blaming the devs? The price hike over price hike? Xbox did the price hike first. What are you talking about? Xbox did 2 price hikes first, and PlayStation now has their consoles priced exactly the same as Xbox. So again, I'm not tracking with your logic as why you don't trust PlayStation over Xbox. Kilted Heathen with a $5 super chat. Brother, I'm a huge Destiny and Kingdom Hearts fan. Life is rough at the moment. Yeah, you're down real bad as a Destiny and Kingdom Hearts fan. You're down real bad. You are you're way down bad. Now, if you're saying that PlayStation raised the price after saying they wouldn't, an earnings call is not them directing the consumer or the public. The earnings call where they said they had enough memory to get through the holidays, that was an internal discussion on an earnings call projecting what they were going to have to do with pricing in the coming year. And then the war happened. And a bunch of grifters and clowns have driven this narrative that, like, yep, PlayStation lied. They said they weren't going to raise the price, and then they did. Number one, they never spoke to us, the consumer, and said we're not going to raise the price. They were internally to their shareholders, board members, executives, and yes, that's viewable by the public, and we can listen to them, but that's not them, like, addressing the consumer. They were saying, we have enough memory shored up to get through the holidays, because the memory crisis was what they were speaking to. And then the war happened. And guess what? Everybody's raising their prices because of the war. Like, it's not an insignificant global thing that, like, trade routes are closed and gas prices are getting ridiculous. I actually think that's why there's no Wolverine Collector's Edition. I think they went to enter production and they're like, it's going to be too expensive, and there's no Wolverine Collector's Edition. Everybody's trying to cut, expenses. Joker Quinn with the single gifted, I'm sorry I missed it, we're at 377. So, like, if you're like, yeah, I don't trust PlayStation, it's like, well, number one, they never came and directly spoke to you and said, yeah, we're not going to raise prices. They were talking about the economics of the RAM crisis. And they're like, we have memory shored up to get through the holidays. They didn't want to raise the price, and then the war happens. Nobody wants to raise their prices. I can be consistent in my position because I'm not an ideologue that spreads nonsense and propaganda like, this company is greedy, but my favorite company is not greedy. They're all doing the same thing. They're responding to a shifting global market that's volatile right now, and they don't want to raise their prices. Microsoft didn't want to raise their prices on the Xbox. Sony didn't want to raise their prices on the PlayStation, and Valve did not want to raise their prices on their Steam Decks because it hurts consumer demand. They're all in the same boat. They're all dealing with the same realities. I can say that about each company because I'm not allowing, like, bias to corrupt the coverage like many people have done. They act like their favorite brand is special, but PlayStation did a worse price hike and Xbox isn't as bad, or yes, Steam's not as bad. They're all doing the same thing. You're just choosing your favorite and having a huge bias, which is really, really misleading. It's deceptive. It's like all these companies are dealing with the exact same market realities. And if you don't acknowledge that and you only run with your diatribes and your narratives, well, then I don't think anybody should pay any attention to you because you're just misleading people. These are gaming companies. They sell products. We either buy or we don't buy. That's it. Trust. I don't know how that relationship works. Well, there is an element of brand trust because there's a value proposition, right? I trust that when Insomniac shows me Wolverine gameplay, I'm seeing gameplay. Why? They've earned that trust. They showed me Spider-Man 2, and then when I played it, it looked like the trailers. Like, they've earned my trust. There are companies that don't have my trust. Like right now, if the company that made Mind's Eye, Build a Rocket Boy, if they walked out with another mind-blowing trailer for a new game, would you trust it? No, of course not. They don't have your trust right now. So I think trust is a factor in the consumer to company relationship, and some companies have more of our trust than others. No offense, I think every company is greedy. Like you said, there is no consumer-friendly companies. They're all pro-profit. They just want money, period. Yeah, they're all operating within the same spectrum of, like, making ends meet. Valve is doing way better than Sony or Microsoft when you look at the entire platform, not just Steam Deck. Like, that's not even up for debate whatsoever. What are you talking about? They're doing better than Sony or Microsoft? In what regard? Do you think Valve generates more money than Microsoft? Is that what you're arguing? What are you arguing? Are you arguing like users? Steam is a better storefront. I mean, that's subjective. I think Steam storefront is great, and I love the way they treat the consumer with respect to refunds. I think both PlayStation and Microsoft should have refunds where within a given period of time you should be able to get your money back. I think all digital items should be returnable within a reasonable amount of time, and I think Steam does it right. Steam is pro-consumer, cheaper, more features by far. I mean, giving them the pro-consumer moniker, you can have that opinion. I don't think they're pro-consumer. I think they're pro-Valve. They want Valve to be successful, and everything they do is to make Valve successful. If you benefit from that, great. But, like, they just raised the prices on their hardware. Is that pro-consumer? Shouldn't they have just... Listen, they should just wear it, right? If Valve is pro-consumer, they should just take the losses on the hardware so that you don't have to spend more money. I mean, that's the kind of argumentation people use. They claim these companies are anti-consumer because they raise the prices on games or their hardware. But when Valve does it, is it anti-consumer? If they're so pro-consumer, why didn't Valve just weather the losses? Because they're pro-Valve. The primary function of the business is to seek the business interest. Like, that's what they're supposed to do. I'm not faulting them at all. I'm giving you a thought experiment. That'll probably get clipped out of context and lied about. But I'm giving you a thought experiment. Are they pro-consumer to the point that they'll just weather losses on hardware? No, of course not. Because the primary interest of the business is the business. That they're in favor of Valve when they do that. Because you can't just destroy your business with like, yeah, that's fine. We'll just take losses. That's okay. A $2 super chat from Daniel. Nintendo's worst position since selling a new system. I don't know what you mean by worst position. The Switch 2 is still on pace ahead of Switch 1. It'll probably fall down and pace Switch 1, which is still very respectable. The Switch 1 did incredibly well. Xbox should focus on their publishing strengths and focus on making their games as quality driven and as polished as possible. The biggest challenge I think that Xbox studios are going to face is that if you're developing games for PC, PlayStation, and the Switch, I just think that's very challenging. I would prefer them to build for PC first and PlayStation second. But the problem is, like, you're noticing, right? A lot of games are coming to the Switch too late. You're noticing that pattern, right? Everybody wants to be on the Switch too, but they're all coming late. Well, yeah, they want to be there because the platform is huge, but it's a difficult platform to bring your games to. I don't like the idea of Xbox Studios being tasked with, like, yeah, build your game for PC, also make sure it's optimized for Helix's chipset, and also make sure it runs well on the PS5 and the PS5 Pro, and also the Switch 2. It's like, no, build for PC first. And the good news is I actually think they signaled that at the GDC. I think they signaled that at the GDC. They're going to build for PC first. I hope they hold true to that, because that should lead to better development cycles. Yeah, Call of Duty's coming to Switch 2 for the first time, to the Switch for the first time since, like, what, World at War was on the Nintendo Wii, I think. Valve's also way smaller than Sony and Microsoft, so they can't absorb losses the same way. It scales though, Lennon. Like, yes, larger companies can weather losses in an easier way on certain fronts, but in general, it still scales. Even if you're Sony size or or Xbox's size, and you're going to start taking losses on production, shipping, or what have you, you're going to course correct that. You're not just going to let something bleed into the red. You're not. At some level, the larger you are, the more seismic it is. Because you're shipping more and you're buying more. You're literally moving and spending more money. So the losses at some level are greater. A 2% loss for a company Microsoft size is like billions of dollars. A 2% loss for a smaller company might be a couple $100,000. Now, the smaller company is going to be far more damaged by that. That couple $100,000 is maybe more potent to them and more painfully felt. But you're talking billions of revenue on percentage losses for some of these companies. $2 says, I mean, bad for them to need to rise prices. Nintendo's worst position since selling the system. It's worse for Nintendo right now to raise prices because they have a new system. Okay, that's why they only did $50. That's also why they gave people plenty of notice. The Switch still hasn't gone up in price. It's happening in September. I think they did that. I think they were rather smart about that. It's like a goodwill gesture to the community to be like, hey, we're letting you know the prices are going to have to go up. Well, guess what? Everybody's going to scramble to buy a Switch 2 before that happens. Pirate with 24 months. Is this going to be as hype as State of Play? I don't know. Keighley sometimes struggles to get big announcements. He gets big ones for the Game Awards, but the Summer Game Fest kickoff, he sometimes struggles to get big announcements. I'm not really sure. My hope is that Keighley's a pretty smart guy. He's pretty sharp. I'm hoping he's been leveraging the Game Awards in negotiations and saying, hey, I'll give you a really, really good deal on a Game Awards section and a Game Awards placement if you give me something for Summer Game Fest. Right? If he's being a prudent and wise businessman, I think he's probably saying, hey, Game Awards viewership is astronomical. You know, I'll give you a nice deal on a placement in that show, but I need something for Summer Game Fest. A quick question. Will you be returning next week to D2 for the send-off? I will. I would like them to unban me because it's an unjust ban. They never provided me with the reason, and I never broke their TOS, and I've never cheated in any of their games. I've never cheated in any game. I would love an explanation as to why I'm banned in the game. They can't give me one because it's unjust. It was retaliatory and petty. I'm going to be there in the directory. I'm going to load up the game and show my support, even though I can't play it, because I think that the game and the community in that franchise is more important than the little group of like 10 people that hated my guts that took me down. They're nothing in the grand scheme of things. It's unfortunate they have so many people convinced that I'm the devil, but there's nothing I can do about that. Took the PS5 and Pro nearly a month to go up in price when the increase was announced. PS5 Pro sold like hotcakes. I believe it was a 2-week window, Clevelando. It wasn't a month. I think they gave people 2 weeks notice, if my memory is correct. You telling me you never entered a GTA cheat code? No, I didn't play almost any GTA back in the day. I played once for like a sponsored segment on Twitch. Yeah, I've never cheated in a game ever. Ever. Why don't you just make a whole new account? Because that's ban evasion. I'm not going to do something wrong because they did something wrong. He needs to redeem himself from the High Guard fiasco. I mean, yes and no. There's something that I believe Geoff Keighley can do that many people unsubbed. I came for the devil. I'm sorry. That's a bad pause there. Anyway. There's something Geoff Keighley can do that a lot of other people, I think, struggle with. And he can be sort of like he can make fun of himself in a good way. I think he's good about that. I would not put it past him to, I don't know if he's going to have like the Muppet guys there. I'd bring in the old guy Muppets that made fun of him the one time. I thought they were way better than Miss Piggy. They were actually funny, and they made fun of him, and they made fun of gaming in a good way. I think you should have them show up and make fun of him for High Guard. You know? There's got to be a way to do that to make everybody kind of laugh that off and give the guy a pass to be like, yeah, okay, that's pretty funny, Geoff. You know what I mean? No, you never did the up, up, down, down, left, right, left, right. I mean, that and some of the other things you guys are mentioning is not cheating. Cheating is when you load up extra software to have an unfair advantage, like putting in a code that is in the game and usable, or like I don't think we had a Game Genie, or my friend had a Game Genie. I can't actually remember. FF7 Remake Part 3 will be here today, says Burnett. It's either the mid-show reveal or the show closer. Code Veronica reveal should be here today, and my pick for show closer is From Software's new game. Not gonna lie, I used Game Shark to beat one of the Mega Man Zeros, and it destroyed my cart. It destroyed your cartridge? Oh, that's right, because you had to like put your cartridge in the Game Genie, right? Guys, if you're just tuning in or you haven't done so yet, do me a quick favor and hit that like button. We're doing a waiting room with a countdown here to Summer Game Fest with Geoff Keighley. Try to get us to 300 likes. You can help me right now with the goal on YouTube. Click the join button, and for $5 a month, become a member. We're trying to get to 600 paying members, and we're at like 525 or 530, something like that. So it's moving in the right direction, so you can help us with that goal. FF7 hype is real. It was kind of surprising there was no FF7 at the State of Play. That would be an interesting choice, but I will say Square has indicated they're wanting to move towards multi-plat. So maybe they're not wanting to be on the PlayStation platform, like showcase platform. Maybe they're wanting to be in like a broader audience platform. I don't know if Keighley's event gets as much viewership though. We'll see. I mean, I've not played the FF7s. They're not for me, but I know they're huge and I know people like them. Oh, it deleted your saves. That's terrible. You'd have a lot of content to play if you were unbanned from Destiny. I mean, that was kind of our hope, was that they would put the whole thing behind us, because I've tried to put the whole thing behind me. But, you know, some goodwill gesture from members of that community would help put it behind me, but I think everybody's scared to step out and say what needs to be said. Nobody wants to say it, you know. Bethesda will announce the Fallout 5 is in development and then not say anything about it for 10 years. Now listen, I always defend Bethesda in this regard. The Elder Scrolls 6 announcement was forced on them. People would not shut up about it. Every interview they did, people were like, so are you making Elder Scrolls 6? So are you making Elder Scrolls 6? And they were like, oh my gosh. So they released that trailer and they're like, yeah, we're making Elder Scrolls 6. Can you guys stop asking about it now? You know? Square wants to be multi-plat, so it makes sense to not be on Sony stuff. Yo, what's good, Cloud Plays? In an ideal world, what would be your number one announcement at Summer Game Fest today? Let's see. It's hard because the big stuff that I was really looking forward to, like Wolverine, I got to see, and we got the God of War announcement. I thought was pretty exciting. There's so many games I'm already kind of like locked in and having a good time with. I said Castlevania Belmont's Curse. I'd love a release date for that. I'd love more footage and maybe a deep dive into gameplay and maybe a release date for Beast of Reincarnation. And then Kena Scars of Cosmora. I mean, my white whale would be Light No Fire, but I'm kind of being realistic. I don't think Light No Fire will be there. I think Light No Fire shows up at the Game Awards. But I do think it's time that we see something more about Light No Fire. I think it's time. Summer Game Fest 11 months ago has like 8.6 million views. Oh, does his event get more viewership? And State of Play from that same year, 3 million. Yeah, but what you'd want to do is you'd want to add them all up. PlayStation always has like 4, and when you add them all up, they might be closer to that 8 million. If they view Keighley's event as bigger, then that makes sense that they would want to be at his event. I always thought the State of Play pulled more viewership than his Summer Game Fest. His Game Awards is much, much larger than any event of the year. It's the biggest event of the year, which maybe that's why Summer Game Fest last year had such high viewership, because he's able to kind of glean from the growth of the Game Awards, because they put it on the Game Awards channel. Need some light, no fire. Somebody says, Cloud, I love your Helldivers 2 stuff, mate. Yeah, Cloud's been he's been a friend for a while. And in third place, 2 million for Xbox. Yeah, but you need to add up all the other places that it's viewable. Hey, Lono, we don't need that kind of negativity about Light No Fire. I'm being real. I don't think it'll be there. 100% Light No Fire has been in development for like 7 years now. A man can hope, I guess. I just always get the inclination that games like that, like Light No Fire, and then people like want Intergalactic to show up, I'm just like, no, they're going to be at the Game Awards. That's just always my gut instinct. I mean, I could be wrong, I could be wrong. Oh, yeah. I'd love an announcement about Jedi 3. That would be exciting. That's another one that I would like to see. So, Castlevania Belmont's Curse release date, Beast of Reincarnation release date, Kena Scars of Cosmora release date, more Light No Fire, and then Jedi 3. Those would be my... I'm going to add Jedi 3 here to the document, so when people ask me throughout the day, I can list those things. Those are my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's my 5 hopes that would be great if they were there, acknowledging that not all of these things will be there. Oh, August 3rd for Beast of Reincarnation. There are so many games coming out, like I forget which games have release dates and which games don't. I legit forget. I do. I didn't realize. So Beast of Reincarnation is August 3rd. We don't have a release date for Belmont's Curse, Kena Scars of Cosmora. Okay, so we do for Beast of Reincarnation. My bad. There's too many games. I always forget games now, and people are like, what are some games you're looking forward to? I'm like, all of them? Yeah. Like, it's too many games. It's too many games. It's just been absurd, and it's not done. Like, we're literally in the middle of the year. We're in June, and it's about to heat up again going from here to September. I want to play Kena 2, but I didn't play the first. Should I get it? And if yes, get it on PlayStation? Yes, it's on PlayStation. It was a PlayStation exclusive for a little bit of time, and now I believe it's in multiple places, right? I believe it's on... Is it on PC and Xbox? I think Kena was like it maybe was a 1-year exclusive. I can't remember. You can play the first one and have a really great time, just with some caveats. Like, the combat isn't the best. It's fine. It's got some rough edges and some things that I kind of got irritated by. Think anyone is going to have the balls to announce a November release date today? The only game that is getting close to GTA 6 that won't be probably hurt by it is Phantom Blade Zero, delayed to like October the 29th, and it's a Chinese company, and it's launching on PC and PlayStation, and their audience is probably largely Chinese and largely on PC, which GTA 6 won't affect them. Now, obviously, marketing will certainly have an effect. Like, people, and prior to this week, I kept telling folks, I was like, I think October is going to become a wasteland, because nobody wants to even be in the month of GTA 6's marketing ramp up. That's why everything's at the end of September, because it's not just the GTA 6 release date, it's the marketing ramp up in October. That in and of itself is daunting and off-putting to people. They're like, yeah, you don't even want to be in October because you're going to get drowned out by the eclipsing nature of GTA 6, marketing, trailers, gameplay, whatever. I think GTA 6 marketing is going to be very focused on virality on platforms like TikTok and YouTube and Shorts and Twitter. I think there's going to be an entire marketing push for GTA 6. I think what they're going to try to do is they're going to try to foster something that is adjacent to what's happening in the game. Like, in the game, I think you're going to be able to have like a social presence and like videos can go viral and get likes and stuff. I think they're going to try to do that for the marketing of that game. So it's not going to be like traditional marketing where like it's trailer and screenshots only. Like I think they'll do that, but I think there's going to be a lot more of they're going to try to really push the envelope with the marketing in a way that we haven't really seen before. What if every game that Geoff announces comes out in September, says Fuzzy. Listen, I'm telling you, that's going to happen. I think there's a lot of people right now that are internally being like, oh, for frick's sake, we've already sent our trailer to Geoff. Everybody's going to be pointing at each other like the Spider-Man meme where like they're all like, we all chose September? Frick. Like, I think some games are going to shuffle. They're going to have to. It's going to be too many games. I already feel like some games might move around by a week or two because it's not good for you as a company to be landing on the exact same date as like 2 or 3 other games. That's not good. September 24th, 25th, and even like 26th. When can you play Ace Combat 8 early? Isn't it like it might be the 29th. Hang on, I've got it on my paper here. Ace Combat you can play on the 29th. So the 24th, the 25th, and the 29th of September, it's like boom, 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 boom. It's like all these games are landing. And we just learned there's another game landing on the 24th. Like there's a racing game or something that got leaked. There was a racing game this morning that got leaked that I believe is landing on September the 24th. When does the Pokemon Gen 9 stuff drop? I have no idea. We need to list a track release dates at this point. That's what I'm saying. More from Judas would be cool. It would be cool. It's been out of the frame for a while. Yeah, we have Onimusha September the 25th. Silent Hill is the 24th. Dune Awakening comes to console on the 22nd of September. And then Control Resonant is September 24th. So Dune Awakening comes to console September the 22nd. Then on the 24th, you have Control Resonant and Silent Hill Townfall. Then on September the 25th, you have Onimusha. Then on September the 29th, you can play Ace Combat 8 early if you do early access. It's absurd. 100%. September will be as bad as November just purely because of the sheer mass of games dropping that month. Prices rising, meaning some will have to choose what they can get. We're also forgetting that in September, you're getting Wolverine and originally Phantom Blade Zero. Lushy made it, bumps the line to $379. Thank you so much. Nintendo Direct next week. Yeah, there's a Nintendo Direct next week. Now, we're hearing Nintendo might be at the event tonight. Do you think Wolverine could move up? What do you mean? Wolverine is already early. It's September the 15th. Wolvie is kind of kicking September off, is it not? I think it is. The releases.com website is not working. Game releases in September 2026. Blood of Dawnwalker is September the 3rd. Marvel's Wolverine is September the 15th. Dune Awakening comes to console 22nd. Control Resonant the 24th. Silent Hill 24th. And then Onimusha the 25th. And then this says September the 28th is as early as you can play Ace Combat. Would Nintendo exclusive release in November? Maybe. I just don't think anybody wants to bother with it. Even if you feel like your game is going to do well and get enough attention, why diminish the attention and the sales of your game like that? Why go up against it? Yeah, and then Xbox is going to be doing... Is it during Xbox's showcase? Yes. You're going to get a first look at the DMZ during Xbox's showcase on the 7th. Now, I've got details about the DMZ that I can share with you, but it's under embargo, I believe, until... Gosh, my old man eyes. Tomorrow at like 11 a.m. Eastern, that embargo lifts. So I may or may not make a video and drop it tomorrow for you guys about the DMZ. We're not a really big Call of Duty channel, so we do some Call of Duty coverage, but not an exorbitant amount. $10 from Sidekiller. I'm hoping that we see at least some information about Max Payne remake. Specifically, I'm curious to know if it's been hung up with the death of the voice actor. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I didn't even know that the voice actor had died. September is super loaded out the cheeks. Why didn't they pick August instead? Well, I'll tell you why. A lot of games were probably on a timeline of like October, November. It's harder to move a game back. So September is like the smallest amount of time if you're going to try to like move a game earlier in the year. So you have to understand something. When GTA 6 was originally slated for May, okay, May 26th, a lot of companies were probably saying, oh yeah, by the time October and November rolls around, we'll be good to go. That's a really good time to drop your games. It's right before the game award thing closes. It's kind of right before the big holiday push that some games will try to do. So, let's land in October and November. Well, backing up into September is a whole lot easier than backing up all the way into like August or July. Summer's not a great time for releases either because people are traveling and they're spending less time indoors and spending less time gaming. You'll notice the summer is not as jam-packed full of game releases. A lot of games will try to get out before June and July because people are traveling. June, July, August are probably big travel months for families, vacations, and what have you, which tends to drive down your video game time, your video game sales. So you might have noticed that the calendar sort of picks up like February, March, April, May, and then it dies back down again, and then it picks back up again like September, October, November, December. There's always a bit of a valley in the summer just due to travel behavior of just families and gamers in general. So nobody wanted like back. That's why GTA 6 landing in May was a really weird choice. But it's GTA 6. Like, who gives a frick? They were going to be massively successful no matter what. Any games to be announced or a date for July? We haven't seen much. Releases.com doesn't work anymore. We need a website with all the game releases. I think the most significant thing in July is like AC Resynced, isn't it? Video games. Let's see. Video games releasing in July 2026. Splatoon Raiders, Halo Campaign Evolved, and AC Black Flag Resynced. So, yeah, Black Flag's probably the biggest one there. I mean, Halo Campaign Evolved, I know people are excited for it, but I don't know if that's like, I don't know. We'll see. The Halo fans don't seem as enthused about it, and then non-Halo fans are going to be a little bit more tepid about it, I think. We'll see. If GTA 6 gets delayed again, all studios' plans who delayed to 2027 are ruined. The chances of GTA 6 getting delayed again are very, very slim. Slim to none. Because they just had their earnings call and re-cemented it and also spoke to when marketing will start. So marketing is starting in the summer. You don't do that if it's getting delayed again. Last time they delayed it before all that could take place because they didn't want to tell the shareholders another like, yeah, we're fine. What are you prioritizing in September? Definitely Wolverine and Control Resonant and Onimusha. Golly, that's going to be ridiculous. Yeah, but those three, just saying that sounds daunting. You know what I mean? Just saying that sounds daunting. It's just unreal. I'm not a real big Silent Hill guy, so that doesn't really affect me. Dune Awakening looks fine, but it doesn't really call to me. So yeah, Wolverine, Onimusha, and Control. The hardest point is going to be Onimusha and Control come out like right on top of each other. And Control is one of my biggest, most anticipated games this year. And Onimusha won me over with that demo. That demo is freaking awesome. It just feels so stinking good. That RE engine is special. It really is. They just need to stay away from open world games and keep making games like Pragmata and Onimusha, and obviously Resident Evil. I like your stream because it helps the day go by. Well, if I help you get through your work day, you can help me get through my work day. Hitting like helps me. Becoming a member helps me. So if I help you guys get through your work day, $5 for the whole month. You're a member to my channel for the whole month. You get a badge emotes and you get into my Discord. So I appreciate you guys being here very, very much. Get us to 400 likes. If you guys haven't hit the like button yet, that might seem inconsequential, but man, likes really do help. Hit that thumbs up. Summer is quiet for games. We be outside touching grass. We do. We do be outside touching some grass. And Single comes in from Broken Earth. I know what he's doing. Broken Earth is trying to tempt somebody to do the first 20 bomb of the day. This is a really long stream, 6 hours. I need your energy. Let's get some of these member trains going. When this gets to 500, you unlock a Saturday night stream with my wife. She will continue her journey through Destiny 1. You mean to tell me your priority in September won't be Marathon Season 3? I forgot all about that. Are you interested in Persona 4 Revival or Persona 6? No, I'm not a Persona guy. Yeah, I'm not. This is true. Since I started watching the stream each morning, my workdays go by so much faster. Well, I am glad. Many people that listen to this this channel, they treat me like a podcast or like a radio show to put on in the background of their day. I call you guys my worker lurkers. We have a work and lurk emote. That is a huge, huge help to what I do. I am safe for work. That is one thing you can know. I'm not going to be sitting here like dropping F-bombs and stuff. So that is another benefit to you as a listener. Tell your friends that like gaming and gaming content to check out Reforge Gaming. And there is a renewal from DTM65 with 53 months and a member plus. That's a lot of months. I think Dune, it's their last-ditch effort to keep the game alive. Just like New World, they brought it to consoles and killed it when it didn't perform well in sales and player count. Well, there's also going to be an entirely a single-player experience. So I also think they're trying to get people to buy Dune just to, like, you know, just to play Dune. Drop an F-bomb on my birthday. Is today your birthday? I don't just drop F-bombs for people's birthdays. You know what I'm saying? You gotta earn it. I don't really do that anymore. We would do it in Green Room, but then haters would get memberships and then clip them, and then they love to, you know, to publish that to make me look bad. They're like, oh, look at him using whatever. Bungie just keeps dropping the ball. They could have just given the deluxe edition buyers the game, but no, let's choose more bad publicity. Yeah, I'll say the F word, frick. There you go. Happy birthday, you frickin' frick. Yo, Cloud Play says, I can't lie. Seeing you do your thing in the game industry and seeing you find your success again is nice, man. Happy for you. I appreciate it, Cloud. You know, not a lot of people realize, you know, how difficult what I went through was. You know what I mean? We don't like to constantly go back and fixate on it, but almost nobody would survive, you know, what I went through. And I wouldn't have been able to do it without, you know, an audience that was here the whole time and a support system. That was very, very difficult. It still is difficult. It really is. It's a difficult space to be in. You know that. You're a content creator. You know, by itself, it is a mentally challenging and vexing environment to be in, let alone when people want to end your career. You got to say something incredibly stupid for Lono to slip an F-bomb. I mean, even now, I've really moved away from that. I really don't like doing that in the content. Madam's in here with a big old O face. Madam, I don't say it. I'm not. They're trying to get me to say it. Nah, stop it. Get out of here. She's like, you can say it to me. Lona, would you be willing to react to the Final Fantasy Evercold trailer? I don't have any reason to do that. I think Capcom will be showing off something today since they are usually at Summer Game Fest. Could be getting a rumored Devil May Cry remake or Monster Hunter expansion. Or they could just do more marketing for Onimusha. It's their next big release. Or RE9 DLC. Or the Code Veronica remake. Any one of those could be there from Capcom today. Chris says, something stupid, huh? Yeah. I'll tell you what, if you guys can get us to the stretch goal today, I'll give you one. Just one. But you got a ways to go. You got to get to 750, so good luck. The audio team from Bungie or Destiny says, may this music accompany you into the future wherever in the stars your destiny takes you. Well, there you go. What are they doing? What's this big thing that they've announced from the Bungie audio team. For more than a decade, your triumphs have echoed the journey. We're proud to present this collection of music, our largest Destiny 2 soundtrack release ever, featuring a wide range of tones and moods. These songs have accompanied your triumphs throughout the game. We hope you enjoy this collection. Bungie audio team. Well, there you go. I heard Code Veronica was confirmed. I've not seen that anywhere. So, yeah, I've not seen that anywhere. Yeah. Reforge Gaming, my man. Hey, what's good? How are you? Lona's like, if y'all hit the goal, I'll sin right now. Usually I'm like, if you guys hit the stretch goal, we'll have some drinks and celebrate, right? I'll get out the good stuff. I'll get out the good bourbon, if we hit the stretch goal. I'm like, oh, if you guys just want an F-bomb, I'll do that. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys hit the goal, I'll kill a man. No, Wired Rope. Reckon we see Star Wars Jedi 3? Star Wars Jedi 3 could be there. Yes, it could be there. So, yeah. Yeah. Just say fornication under consent of the king. There you go. Let's see here. It's about time for Monhun Wilds expansion. Yep, Monhun Wilds expansion, Resident Evil 9 DLC, Resident Evil Code Veronica remake. There's a lot of things that could show up today. And again, they could just push on Amusha again, given that they've already kind of done the Onimusha thing during State of Play, and then they did a demo. They dropped the demo. So yeah, I would imagine maybe Onimusha isn't there, and they go with something more like in Resident Evil or Monhun. It's about time for Jedi 3, 2 years since the last one. Release year after year. Release year after. Timing is perfect. Well, here's my concern for Jedi 3. And I don't want to be a Debbie Downer because I loved Jedi 1 and 2. I don't think they're just great games. I think it's great Star Wars storytelling. I still think the moment with Trilla is one of the best moments in all of Star Wars. I think it's on a top 10 list, like, of all of the best moments in all of Star Wars, including like Andor and Rogue One. But no, I'm not going to go see the Odyssey. I think that trailer looked awful. Even before we heard all of the weird stuff about casting choices, I thought the trailer looked really weird and bad. So I'm not interested in seeing it. So I'm concerned about Jedi 3. Okay. And here's why. Jedi Survivor launched and was clearly not ready. And this was on the heels of hearing that Disney wanted a new Star Wars game every 6 months, which is absurd. But they wanted a new Star Wars game every six months. And when Jedi Survivor came out and was clearly not ready, it was really odd that the director did an interview where he said they could have taken more time and they didn't. And then it took them like 4 months to get the game into a respectable place on console because performance mode was a disaster. And it still is not in a good place on PC. Right? If you look up Jedi Survivor on Steam, it is still not in a good place. They never, ever, ever, not since launch, have gotten that thing to a respectable place. It has a 69% on Steam, and even in the last 30 days, like a 76. So like it's like passable now, I guess. Okay. Now, I attribute a lot of that to Disney. I think Disney put pressure on them to release that game on a timeline that wasn't reasonable. As soon as they got Jedi Survivor to a respectable place on console, the director quit. And this was, in the wake of Cameron Monaghan doing interviews and saying that the third game had already been greenlit, like they were already doing work on the third game. So I'm very concerned that Jedi 3 will come out and you're not going to have the director from the first two games, and you're going to potentially be on a timeline of a game that won't be in good shape. So I'm already concerned about Jedi 3. I think the director quit because I'm worried Disney walked in the room again and handed them a timeline that was stupid. I do. I think they handed him a timeline and he was like, are you kidding me? I don't want to do this again. Every 6 months is not possible for optimization reasons. Yeah, it's basically Disney saying we want a new Star Wars game every 6 months is an executive saying, hi, I know nothing about video games, but I just want to make money. Like, that's all that is. It's just some executive level Disney idiot that's like, I like money, but I don't just ship the games. Like, they don't understand production timelines, optimizations, quality assurance, like you can run into problems, what have you. It's just not a reasonable expectation to be like, well, all these games that we've got in the pipeline, I want one coming out every 6 months. It's just not reasonable. Now, Disney is known for cadence over quality. They're known for prizing cadence over quality. Look at the way they treated Marvel. Look at the way they treated Star Wars. You don't want Disney to own your favorite piece of property because they're like, yeah, just keep going. They just turn their content funnels into machines, and you'll get like Andor, oh, Obi-Wan, Acolyte, like it's just all the quality's all over the place because they're not prizing quality, they're prizing cadence, and I'm worried that it'll affect Jedi 3. I need to get to work. Was nice touching base. I'll be in touch. Maybe we can finally link up. Take care. I would love that, Cloud. We've been having guests on the show, so it would always be nice to have you on the show to discuss various things going on in the gaming world. That'd be awesome. Disney should own nothing except for their own IP. That's that no excuses, just results mentality. That's exactly right. The majority of the live-action remakes are trash. Well, they generate a lot of money, and that's why they do it. Disney made me hate Marvel and Star Wars. I can't anymore. I think 2-year development time at minimum is possible for smaller scale games. It depends on the game, the complexities, and what they're building. It depends on the team size. It depends on, the engine. I mean, Hollow Knight Silksong took a long, long time, and that's because the game just kept getting bigger and bigger. Like, anytime they spoke very infrequently about it, but when they spoke about it, they were like, yeah, it's become a massive game. And it was enormous. And so it's hard to know. Reforge, you see that Wolverine became the #1 pre-order on PlayStation Store, overtaking Call of Duty? I mean, that's not surprising. It's a Marvel game. I'm 100% up for it. Drop me a message. Have a good stream, brother. Bye, chat. Remember, hit the like button. Thank you, Cloud. Hey, guys, he just reminded you to hit the like button. All right? Hit that like button. Let's get to 400 likes. We're having a stellar day. We have about 5.5 hours until the Summer Game Fest kickoff with Geoff Keighley. You guys that are watching on Purple, thank you so much for watching over there. If you have a Prime sub, throw it my way. You won't have to see any ads over there if you sub to me. Guys on YouTube, I can't do that for you. But you can all, when you become a member or a sub, you can get into the Discord. Control Resonant and God of War Lao Fei are going to be epic. That reminds me, there's also Plague Tale Resonance. Whatever it's called, like Resonance, a Plague Tale story, that's also coming out this year. They tweeted the other day that their game is still coming this year, so I'm assuming we'll hear about that during the Xbox showcase. Why do people pre-order digital games early? They think it's fun. They feel like they're a part of the launch. They're a part of the action. They're a part of the excitement. I think in the future, one amongst who grew up on Star Wars, we will get a shot at directing something and go absolutely clear. And what? I don't even understand that sentence. Hold up. Guardians of the Galaxy is a gem? What? I don't understand why you bring up Guardians of the Galaxy. Are you talking about the game? The game was kind of underrated, maybe criminally underrated, and it wasn't really the game's fault. Like, Marvel Avengers made everybody really apprehensive, and then they didn't look like the movie Guardians, so like they had a lot kind of stacked against them. Yanadid, thank you so much for keeping that membership going. 32 months from Yanadid, welcome back. Because why not? I have the money. The game is pre-ordered, done. Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy didn't get the best treatment, and some of that was because Marvel Avengers. And some of that was because of, some of that was also just because they did not look like the movie characters. And everybody really, really loved the Guardians movie characters. Excuse me. No Rest for the Wicked will be there today. Don't pre-order games early. Over 50% of games at launch have loads of bugs. It depends on the studio. Like, I think you can confidently pre-order a game from Insomniac. I think you can confidently pre-order games from certain studios. Marvel Avengers wasn't even the worst game I ever played. I was just extremely repetitive and lacked content. It just didn't look very good. It did a lot of memes and a lot of bad screenshots, from the characters. And then, the live service aspect didn't do well, like, at all. They understandably, I think, people were pretty reticent to buy a Marvel game after that game came out. It was not a good game. Like, when you think of Marvel and you think of these characters, you think of the potential. You think of games like the Spider-Man games. And I know he's DC, but you'll think of you think of the Batman games. And that makes it to where, you're really hoping for something strong. Too Thirsty comes in with a single gifted and gets us to 383. Thank you. I think you can confidently pre-order a game from Bethesda. Why is he saying that? Like, if COD is good. Who's talking about COD? Oh no, do you think Spider-Man Noir game is in the works? Maybe. I don't know who's going to build it, though. Insomniac's pretty busy. They got a Venom game coming, and then after that, they're probably going to buckle down on Spider-Man 3, I would imagine. The Avengers game was such an easy win, and they effed it all the way up. I think what happens with IP like that is they're like, yeah, just get somebody. Just get somebody. Oh, the new August Burns Red album is out today, Season of Surrender. They had a really good track on Spotify. I forget who was on there with them. It was really, really good. Yeah. I'm getting inspired by recent events. I'm getting inspired by recent events and writing again and doing music again. I wait to buy games, can get them on sale, and after they fix all the problems, win-win. I'd rather wait a couple of days after launch, as most of the bugs are talked about, you never hear. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The war of fuel costs? No. No, Rope. A $5 super chat from Broken Earth says, Jedi Survivor launched so broken that I thought there was something wrong with my GPU at the time. I loved the game, but it was deeply upsetting. And then, Lushi, you already renewed, didn't you? Or Lushy. There's your renewal message. Chat, how do we feel about Spider Noir? Not going to lie, 8 out of 10 for me. It's refreshing seeing a Spider-Man kill and not even sticking with the Peter Parker brand. It was Square Enix that was responsible on top. Could we see a Batman Beyond game one day? Those leaks look so convincing and so cool. I was so sad when they weren't real. There were leaks that there was a Batman Beyond game being worked on by Rocksteady. And sadly, it was fake. And I was like, oh no, it looks so good. So you could definitely see, I think, though, a Batman Beyond game. I mean, Madam and I are loving Lego Batman. I just wish it was online co-op instead, so we could each have our own screen. And the performance isn't great when you're in, split screen. They're bringing the game to the Switch too, so I'm like, I still don't know why you couldn't give a 60 FPS in split screen, but I get it. It's running 2 instances of the game, but you're going to get the game to run on the Switch, so it's like, come on, boys. We need a Spider-Girl. Yeah, a Spider-Gwen game could go pretty hard. Weren't these people complaining that Thor in God of War Ragnarok was fat and not like Marvel Thor? Yes. Because there was a tweet about Thor could have the game. They should have made a game instead of making a game with Faye. They could have made a game with Thor where he has to be worthy of Mjolnir again. And people were like, "That's something that Marvel made up. That's not something. that's not like an actual mythological piece of Thor's lore." But okay. Hashtag we want Destiny 3. We do. We want Destiny 3. Even though I can't play Destiny 2. Lono, where's your input? My input on what? What are you talking about? Is Lego Batman, they do have the Beyond skin. They do. They also have the animated series skin and the animated series Batmobile and the Batmobile from the 1966 television show. It's so freaking fun. Marvel needs to make a Thor movie of the dark Thor. A scary, dark, fat. Okay. My input on Spider Noir, I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. Everyone is scared of GTA 6, that now we don't know what we're going to play in September. It's packed. Yeah, exactly. A Batman Beyond game would kill it. It really would. 5 hours until Summer Game Fest. Guys, help us pass the time. You can put in chat what you're hoping to see at the Summer Game Fest event tonight with Geoff Keighley. You can also hit the like button, and you can also just hang out here with us for the rest of the day while you wait for the show. It'll help you pass the time while you wait. So thank you so much for being here. No, I haven't had a chance to watch it. My wife and I have got all sorts of things we'd like to watch, but we've been enjoying playing Lego Batman in the evenings. What kind of music or gear setup do you have? I'm just a lyricist. I just write lyrics. I've always been a bit of a writer, and I use the one. There's an AI platform, Suno, that I have honed a really cool sound that I actually enjoy myself. I don't do it in an effort to be famous or anything. I do it because it's cathartic. Better to have too many games than none. Yeah. You gonna see Supergirl when it drops? No. I'm hoping more games choose October. October's gonna be tough. Some games might not have a choice though. They might want to just like bite the bullet and hit October, even though the marketing is gonna be insane. You know, I was glad that God of War Thor was chunky. It made me feel seen and validated. Yeah, Hex is like, I recognize that belly. He's like, yeah, dude, we out here. We out here. Spire Noir is awesome. Yeah, we'll check it out. What announcements will make you lose your hair today at Summer Game Fest? I don't know if there's an announcement that would make me go crazy. I'll be honest with you. I mean, I would love a release date for Belmont's Curse, the Castlevania game. Beast of Reincarnation has a release date, but I'd like to see more of that. A release date for Kane of Scars of Cosmora. More Light No Fire or a Jedi 3 announcement could be great. Nothing's going to make me lose my mind, though. Yeah, I was thrilled and excited for Saros because I love Returnal. I got to interview Rahul Kohli. I mean, that was kind of a dream come true that I didn't know I had. I was like, oh my gosh, like I didn't. That was so random. He like just stopped by my stream and then we were able to connect for an interview. That was freaking cool. So yeah, as far as like big games and like big aspirations and hopes for me, it's been such a good year. Pragmata was amazing. Saros was amazing. RE9 was amazing. I'm loving 007 First Light and Batman Lego right now. What else did I play this year that I really enjoyed? Mouse PI for Hire, Dead Zone Rogue, Blaze Blue Entropy Effect, Ghost of Yotei Legends, Grind Survivors, Cairn, that climbing game, Crypt Custodian, Mio Memories in Orbit. I replayed Control. Like, it's just been a good year for gaming. Those are all games I've played. That's not even all the games I've played, but that's some. Do we really have to see Geoff? Oh, ain't nothing wrong with Geoff. Did you see Chronos is getting a DLC? Chronos The New Dawn? Yeah. I don't know if I was going to maybe go back to that because they said they launched like difficulty settings. I didn't like it when I played it. It's nothing against that game in particular. I'm just not a big fan of like survival horror. I can't believe people saying the combat in Lao Fei looks too similar to the first two games. Anybody saying the combat in God of War Lao Fei is too similar to Ragnarok or 2018 haven't played those games, or they're just being willfully dishonest. They're not even remotely similar at all. These people are, they're not gamers. They're LARPing as gamers. That's not even remotely an intellectually respectable position. It's not even remotely the same combat. That's just people being. Yeah, there's other ways to admit you didn't play the first two games, just like people admitted they didn't play Ghost of Tsushima when they were saying certain things about Yotei. A lot of these people have never played these games that they claim to care so much about, and they're like taking up for and defending them. It's like, yeah, you've clearly never played the games. I haven't had a bad year in gaming in over a decade. It's all subjective, ultimately. I played Ragnarok and dropped it fairly soon, and haven't thought about Ragnarok since. Ragnarok's one of my favorite games this generation. I loved it. My least favorite first-party game this gen was Spider-Man 2. I liked it, but I wasn't over the moon about it. It was fun, and I had a really good time with it. And when I say least favorite, I'm literally saying I liked it, but it's lower than like Returnal, Forbidden West, and Ragnarok, and Astrobot and Yotei. and Soros. You know what I mean? Like, I like Spider-Man 2, but man, I really liked Ragnarok. I thought the story was amazing. Camera angle's the same, so the combat's the same. Am I right? Imagine not playing God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. What are they even doing? They're making really good money being LARPers and grifters. That's what they're doing. There's really good money to be made tearing games down based on completely fabricated narratives. The two gods in Lao Fei we saw are both gods of war from different mythologies. Yeah, Mongolian and Egyptian. Spider-Man 2 is much better than Ragnarok. I just don't agree. Everybody sees it differently. Everybody plays them differently. You didn't try Replaced. I think it's the number one best indie of the year. I didn't like Replaced. I think the indie of the year is probably going to go to Mugenics, Slay the Spire 2, maybe Mouse PI. Yeah. I don't think Replaced is going to be as high. It didn't review as well as I was expecting, and I didn't like it as much as I thought. I thought it was going to be the indie media darling. I literally did. I thought people are going to love this game. I really liked the demo, but then when I played the actual game, I was like, this is just not, it just isn't very good. I didn't like it. God of War Thor versus Lono and Swordman. My money is on Lono. Don't disappoint me. Thank you. I'm really glad we haven't had any leaks for today's show. I hate when too many games leak ahead of big showcases. Why did you call me mom? I mean, I've been called much worse, but that's disorienting to be called mom. I mean, if you want to call me daddy, that's fine. I wouldn't be opposed to that, but mom is a little strange. Hoping for a trailer for Witcher 3's new DLC. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, Jay, you're right. Mina the Hollower is going to win Indie Game of the Year. Yeah, it's going to go to Mina. I forgot about that game. That's on my backlog right now. As soon as I'm done with 007, that's the next game I'm playing. Mina the Hollower looks so stinking fun. Yeah, I forgot all about the Witcher 3 DLC. We haven't seen much of it other than, they announced it or whatever. Mom stream stretch goal. That's what I'm saying. I don't, all of a sudden everybody starts calling me mom. Like, not mommy. He didn't call me mommy. He called me mom. Like, mom? Like, make me a sandwich, so I can go watch cartoons? Like, mom? Like, okay. We love a confident daddy. That's right. Mom, can you send me $8? Yeah, like when you say mom, like you're not. it's very weird. Terminal Stupidity with a 10 bomb wants to get us on pace for yesterday. We are almost to 400. You want to end the day today with at least 500 if you want the Saturday night stream tomorrow where Madam and I will be streaming more Destiny 1. Mina the Hollower is so difficult, but I love it. What games do you wish for Summer Game Fest? I'd love a release date for Castlevania Belmont's Curse. I'd love a release date for Canis Scars of Cosmora. It'd be great if Light No Fire showed up or Jedi 3. And then maybe more Beast of Reincarnation. Those are games I'd like to see. I'm still a little mad that they got rid of Jesse in Control. How you like them apples? Yeah, I was really excited about Control getting a sequel, but then when they gender swapped, I was like, dude, I don't want to play as a dude. And a 10 bomb comes in from Terminal Stupidity and gets us to 403. And a single comes in from Too Thirsty to get us to 404. We're basically 20 away from the next milestone. I owe you guys a member, and I'm going to do that now. Thank you so much, Terminal Stupidity. He's going to need a tag team partner. He's carrying the account today with 2 10 bombs all by himself. There's the one that I owe you guys. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Him and Loch Ness. Loch Ness has a 10 bomb. Peachy Creamy has a 5. Jaja Church has a 10 bomb. And Jatoak has a 10 bomb. Those are all of our 10 bomb gifters today. And we now have somebody with 2, Mr. Terminal Stupidity. And Broken Earth's going to get us to 405. He wants to tempt somebody with the 20 bomb dunker. We will see if anybody takes the bait. And a single comes in from Joker Quinn because he's the ruiner. He doesn't want the 20 bomb to be even. Well, I guess at this point it would be even because it would take us to 26. But you know what I mean. A 1,000 bomb. No, there's no 1,000 bombs. At least I don't think so. And a 20 bomb comes in from Terminal Stupidity to push us all the way to 426. And we got a member train. Too Thirsty comes in and says, I'll add 1 to the 10 bomb train. And then a 5 bomb comes in from Jonathan Newton. And then a 10 bomb from Rissick gets us to 451. And just like that, the member train is an elevator in chat, just shoving you guys right up the chat box. Keep it going, boys. Get us all the way. If you guys get us to 750, Creature has to join us tomorrow night for some Destiny 1 instead of it just being Madam and I. And another member bomb comes in from Ginger Prime. It's a 5 bomb. And a 5 bomb comes in from Broken Earth to get us to 461. Join in the member bomb happening right now, the member train happening right now. Absolutely absurd. And a single gifted over there on purple from Wired Rope. He says, take that, YouTube. Keep it going, boys. Keep it going. And another one, a 20 bomb from Rissick to get us to 482. We are on an absolute run right now. That's a big one from Rissick. Keep it going. See if you guys can shove it all the way to the 500, which is what is needed for that Saturday night stream, which you guys have pretty much locked it in at this point. There's no way we miss it this time. We have not missed it in a while. You guys have really gotten back on the weekly run. Good Lord, so many gifteds. Yes, we have a very, very generous community here. Very generous. We've called on everybody to consider doing their own memberships. If you don't have one right now, that is just as important. You're like, I can't drop 20 bombs and 50 bombs or whatever. Dude, $5 a month goes a long way when you guys all do it. We need to get to 600 paying members. That's the goal. And Rissick with a 10 bomb. So you might look at people going crazy like Rissick, and you're like, dude, I can't do that. If you pay for your own membership, that's like gifting a membership to somebody else because you're making space in the member pool. So thank you to everybody who is picking up their own memberships for a good long while. And then CD Media used their Prime over there on purple, and a 5 bomb comes in from Darth Nihilus to get us 498, and a 10 bomb comes in from Rissick for 508, and a 10 bomb comes in from Terminal Stupidity to get us to 518. It is Summer Game Fest hype. Like, people are just losing their minds. We just blinked our eyes and we got like, I don't even know, like 150 members or something like that. Jiminy Christmas. We are now well on our way to the stretch goal of 750. I think Sega shows up with any of these games. Jet Set Radio, Crazy Taxi, New Virtua Fighter, Jedi 3 could show up with EA, CD Projekt Red could show the trailer for the Witcher 3 DLC, Munfish could show off Atomic Heart 2. Those are all pretty good predictions, Christopher Burnett. So guys, thank you so much. If you're like, hey, I didn't get a membership or I can't do a membership, do me a favor, hit the like button. That helps me out very, very much. Try to get us to the next milestone of 500 likes. The likes adding up gets more people in here. Yeah, Chris is like, I left for to use the bathroom. I come back and he's screaming. That's right. I'd like to see Stranger Than Heaven, Persona 4 Revival, and maybe some news on Persona 6, Hopium, but maybe that's the Xbox Showcase. There's a couple of things I think are like guaranteed to the Xbox Showcase. The one thing I think is almost guaranteed to be at the Xbox Showcase is the Plague Tale story Resonance. I think it's probably going to be there. And then obviously, you know, their first party stuff, the Gears of War Direct. Clockwork Revolution could show up. That could be pretty exciting. You know, there could be a trailer or a commercial tonight for the Gears of War E-Day Direct. Your passion's undeniably amazing. Keep up the positive vibes. Thank you so much, Citizen JV. I appreciate that. I literally can't do this full time without the direct viewer support. We lost so much 6 years ago. We're still rebuilding. We are still rebuilding. You got to understand, I had like 180,000 followers on Twitch 6 years ago, and like, I don't even know. We had like 8,000 paying subs at the time. Most of those were gifted, but still, I think our paying base was at like the 3,000 mark. So we are, did you count Two Thirsties gift bomb? I counted them all. What do you mean? Too Thirsty did a 10 after Terminal Stupidities, and then Jonathan and Rissick. Did I not call out the Too Thirsty 10 bomb? Did I miss his 10 bomb? Am I shorting you guys 10? What game is Lono most excited for this year, apart from GTA 6 at 30? I mean, at this point, the game I'm looking forward to the most is Wolverine, Control Resident, and Onimusha. Like, those three sound great. You know, how many followers on Purple now? We lost quite a bit when I got canceled. Like 157,000. Yeah. My super chat. Jay, you missed Too Thirsty's 10 bomb. I am so sorry. A 10 bomb from Too Thirsty gets us to 528. Too Thirsty. That's my bad. It was moving so fast I couldn't keep up. Incredible Black with 46 months. Say it, I'll say it with you. And Gift, no harm, no foul. Did my Twitch Prime. Thank you so much. Oh, are you CD Media? Thank you. I appreciate you, Incredible Black. Let me add it to the total. 529. Clockwork Revolution is Sunday. Yeah, I'd love it. I'd love it if Clockwork Revolution showed up with like a quick release date. Nate the Hate says Persona 6 will be at the Xbox Showcase. Nate the Hate's pretty reliable, so I would take that one to the bank. He is saying that Persona 6 will be at the Xbox Showcase. There you go. You're good, dude. No problem. No problem. I don't like missing member bombs. You guys just went absolutely freaking insane. Let's see. Clockwork's a tough one. Didn't hear about the game in years. Didn't they do a big trailer for it last year? It was all cinematic, but it was so good. The comedy and the writing was excellent. There was a big trailer for it last year at the Xbox Showcase, wasn't there? I love how Lona just goes right into his radio hosting voice with announcing the 10 bomb because he knows that's what we love when doing the gifting bombs. Is it radio hosting? It feels more like shoutcasting. It feels like I'm doing like color commentary. You know what I mean? To the 20, to the 25. You know what I mean? It's a touchdown. I'll only send this one last time. Onimusha. Okay, no more sending, no worries. Onimusha instead of Onimusha. Okay, I'll try to remember that it's Onimusha. I know that like Sekiro is like supposed to be like what, like Sekiro? Sekiro, like you're supposed to bounce off the R. Like I say Sekiro. Onimusha. I can remember Onimusha though. He's natural with the radio voice. I've always been a talker. I never once thought of my voice as being like a good voice until I started doing, live streaming and then people started commenting on my voice. I'm not worried about Dune or Ace. Passes for me. What is your game of the year right now? For me, it's 007, incredible game. For me, game of the year is Saros and Pragmata are kind of tied. Pragmata is the best new IP I have played since Returnal and Expedition 33. Those are two of like the best new IPs this gen. I loved Returnal and I loved Expedition 33. Dude, oh my gosh, Pragmata was so good. So yeah, Pragmata and Saros are basically like tied for first. Kind of like last year where like Ghosts of Yote and Expedition 33 were like tied for first for me. Like it's so hard to pick. Onimusha might end up being my game of the year, if you want my honest opinion, or Control Resonant. Onimusha's demo was so good. Well, you could do an auction. Yeah. I got 5 here, 10 over here. Do I have 15? 15. Anybody want to bet 15? All right, we got 15, 20, 25. Now we got 25 to the man in the back with a 10-gallon hat. Reforge Gaming, good morning. Lono and chat. Yo, what's good, Ray? Shopping for cars today, but you guys are coming with me. We'll come right along with you. We need Lono as a voice actor. Thoughts, chat. Face for radio. Shut the frick up, Ro. You and Comic Explain are my go-to YouTubers for podcast or long-form type videos. I don't think I've ever heard of Comics Explain. That sounds like a good channel, though. I think there's either a car yowling outside my window or just Lono. It could be both, at the same time. Pragmata goated. Game of the year will be GTA 6. I don't know, man. It's a tough year to say that. It's a pretty tough year to say that it's an automatic shoo-in for them. I played the Pragmata demo, but I didn't buy it yet. Definitely buy it when I can. Yes, tried Onimusha. It's awesome. Pragmata was so much better than I expected. The first time we saw trailers for it, and then the second time we saw trailers for it, I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know about that game. Then I played it, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is great. You know? Heck yeah, Lono voice acting. His anime gasp is perfect. Every time somebody gets told something in an anime, you know, they're like, I'm sorry, we burnt the pizza. It's like, and then a little sweat bead appears. You know, like, what's happening? And everyone's breathy in animes. You know what I mean? I can hear every breath they're taking. Like, what's going on? I don't think GTA wins this year. Remember 2018? GTA has to win Game of the Year. Strauss ain't getting his bonus if it don't. He explains Marvel and DC comments. Outside of that, Image comments and Transformers sometimes. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't watch a channel like that because I'm so out of that world. But it's so amazing that YouTube you can have people making channels about anything. Let's get Lono practice so he can cameo in the next James Bond game. What would I cameo as? Oh, I know what you're talking about, like Shroud. Yeah. The Shroud's just standing there cheering you on. Imagine Lono being a shoutcaster for the fight clubs in Cyberpunk. That would be awesome. Yeah. No, it's not. What anime are you watching? They always gasp. They're like, Gah. They have to verbalize every emotion they're feeling. You know what I mean? Oh. They're always gasping about something. Any summer releases today? I don't know if there'll be any shadow drops today. Shadow drops are tough because, like, what I said for PlayStation State of Play, when I said they don't strike me as the shadow drop type, I said they'll probably shadow drop a demo, and they did. The Onimusha demo shadow dropped. It's just a little awkward if you're trying to get sales. Like, I do think you might start seeing games, and maybe even today or with the Xbox showcase, we might see some games where they're like, hey, it's coming out in a week or two, right? I think that works really well because when you do that, you can create a lot of hype and a lot of pre-orders and a lot of people that are like, oh my gosh, you know, this game's coming out so fast. Shadow drops are tough because you're like, hey, do you want to buy a game right now? And it's like, well, I'm watching a bunch of trailers and showcases, so no. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a great impulse buy because people are in a different... this isn't the greatest analogy, but like I remember whenever I worked at AT&T, they had these people in our stores that would like ask the person as they're leaving if they wanted to talk about their home phone, and they're like, no. And it's like, you would think that would work, right? Oh, you're here to talk about your cell phone, let's talk about your home phone. And it's like, it's kind of that way during a showcase. It's like, yeah, we're all here to be excited about video games, but I don't know if anybody's like in the mind frame of like, I'm gonna go buy a game right now. Like, does that make sense? I don't know if shadow drops are that effective. I think shadow dropping a demo is effective, and then pre-orders, then your game comes out in a week or two. That's effective. I don't know if they're effective from a marketing standpoint. Did you ever get unbanned in Destiny? Have to by now, right? No, I just recently tried, and they said no. And I can't get an explanation. They will not explain why I was banned. I don't know who banned me, and I don't know why. I never broke their rules. I obviously never cheated. That's ridiculous. The last thing I was doing was running Lost Sectors in the Cosmodrome with my son in 2021. So it was vindictive and vengeful and retaliatory because I didn't want anybody to know that they were actively, spreading lies about me. But the truth will all come out, dude. It's only a matter of time. Like, Bungie's going through it right now, and there's a lawsuit going on as well that will probably unearth some things. Darth Nihilus with a $2 super chat. Lono showing his age again, saying 90s anime tropes. Yeah, I mean, that was the last time I watched anime. You know what I mean? I grew up with friends that liked it, and I've seen, like, Princess Mononoke and Akira and Vampire Hunter D and some Dragon Ball Z, but, like, that's it. So, worked for High on Life 1, failed for that God of War Rogue crap. Oh. Shadow dropping, you're saying worked for High on Life 1, but it failed for the God of War Rogue. It wasn't a God of War Rogue. It was a God of War Metroidvania, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that shadow drops are exciting, but I'm arguing the efficacy, right? I'm arguing the efficacy. Like, I don't know if they're effective from a marketing standpoint. Do they generate a lot of sales and a lot of revenue? I just don't know. You didn't see Totoro? No. Are they bringing a GTA 6? I don't think GTA 6 will be there today, no. Every Japanese games, they do the gasps, even Zelda. Yeah. Either Kingdom Hearts 4 or Final Fantasy 7 Part 3. FF7 we're hearing is there. We're hearing something is there for FF7. So, you know, that could be just an announcement. I'm hoping like Jedi 3 gets announced. That'd be cool. I think that'd be a great... That would be a really, really great announcement. I'd be excited. Yeah, a lot of people are asking about Hogwarts Legacy 2. Yeah, it could be time for the Hogwarts Legacy 2 announcement. We know they want to cash in on the bigger properties that they own, and we know that the continuation of Hogwarts is in the plan. We know this. Turok, yeah, Turok has been a little quiet since that first announcement, so I mean maybe we finally get to see gameplay. I don't know. Marketing worked great for High on Life 1 as it was beloved. It all depends on the game. Wish more people talked about the new Spyro. This guy says, you ever get unbanned? You'll never know because the person who pulled the trigger is most likely no longer at the studio. I'll make it a talking point here. Thank you. You'll make what a talking point here? What are you talking about? Did it randomly kick you when you got banned? No, I just booted up on a Monday morning or a Tuesday morning to get ready for the workday to stream and play some Destiny and talk Destiny, and I had a dev ban on Steam with zero explanation. I'm hoping for NetherRealm Studios to reveal what they've been working on. I wish it could be NCSoft's new IP, but rumors are floating that it's GW3. I would love Hogwarts Legacy 2. Some kind of Guild Wars. Yeah, people are saying Guild Wars. Is that? I'm assuming that's what Broken Earth meant by GW3, Guild Wars 3. And a single comes in from Jay. Really, really well played, Jay. He's trying to tempt one of the big boys. There were a lot of member bombs a little bit ago. Rissick with the 10, a 20, and a 10, and a 10. That's a lot of dadgum member bombs, Rissick. And then a 20 bomb from Terminal Stupidity and a 10 and a 10 from Terminal. So currently, Rissick has 20, 30, 40, 50. He's done 50. I believe Terminal Stupidity has done, what, 20, 10, 30. I think he's done 50 as well. I believe they're tied. We need leaderboards for gifted bombs so we could have friendly competitions. We are exactly 20 away from the next milestone. Make that sucker hit 550. I'll drop a 5 bomb on YouTube. I'm pretty sure I owe you guys a 5 bomb at that point. Something from the Iron Man game, the Venom game. Insomniac's probably not going to say a word about the Venom game until after Wolverine has released, would be my guess. Justine Advocates membership, thank you so much. Very grateful. Well, I'm glad to have you here. If you enjoy the content, use that membership. Get into our Discord. That is a privilege to members. So, no, I don't think Intergalactic will be there. If there is one thing that Sony might give Geoff Keighley, and this is something I theorized about a little bit ago, they might give him the God of War Lao Fei release date. They did that with Spider-Man 2. They had like a big 20-minute showcase at the end of the State of Play. Well, it was a showcase. They had a 20-minute thing for Spider-Man at the end of the showcase, and then they gave Geoff Keighley the release date. Lao Fei looks really ready to go to me, and Jason Schreier is saying it's not years away. So it stands to reason they might have given Keighley the release date. I don't know. We know that Sony, they've done this before with him. I mean, they did it with Spidey. So they could very easily do the same thing again this time. Big 20-minute thing. Big like, oh my gosh, look at this game. It wasn't just an announcement for Lao Fei. It was literally 20 minutes of gameplay. So, could be pretty cool. How about Kojima's OD? I mean, maybe that would probably be at the Xbox showcase, though, I imagine. Maybe Jurassic Park Survival. Possible. Oh, dang. It's that many hours away. I thought it was noon. No, yeah, we've got the countdown here. 5 hours away. So give me your energy. Give me your likes. Let's go for 500 likes, man. There's a lot of you still here. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. You can watch it here. We're one of the official co-streams of Summer Game Fest. You want to see the Tactics Star Wars game? Oh, I believe that's confirmed to be there, isn't it? I think it's one of the confirmed appearances. I had it in my show notes here. Star Wars Zero Company. Is that the name of it? I believe that's a confirmed title that will be there. There's only like 5 confirmed titles. Lono, can you do a spirit bomb right now? A spirit bomb? I don't know what you're talking about. Doom the Dark Ages DLC. I don't know if they're doing Doom the Dark Ages DLC. Do we know? Won't happen, but a Lao-Fei Shadow Drop would go crazy. A little sneak peek of tonight. Yeah, so I did a pre-recorded segment with Geoff, and I'm very excited to be included in this, and I hope you guys like it. I would have liked if they gave me a little, I don't know, like a step stool or something. But we'll let you guys see that live in a moment. Stupid. Hadigan, you should be disbarred from using AI. Chat, anime jokes won't land on Lono. Spirit Bomb is a Dragon Ball reference. Oh, it's that big thing Goku creates. He creates like a sun and then throws it on the planet, and the planet somehow survives. And he yells for a long time to do it. He's like, yeah, yeah. Will Goku actually drop the Spirit Bomb? Tune in next time on Dragon Ball Z. And you're just like, yeah. That's how the episode ends. Thank you, Kage Williams, for 40 months. Let's add it to the total, 531. You need a cardboard Geoff, like how Luke has a Todd. Yeah. I need a cardboard cutout of Geoff Keighley for the studio, for sure. It takes 3 episodes. Yeah, homie's screaming for like 3 episodes. You know what I'm saying? Somehow manages to not poop himself yelling like that. Hearing Lono describe the Spirit Bomb is like my girl explaining it. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I don't watch any of that, you bunch of weird weebs. Great point. I wonder, says Chill Will, if Naughty Dog will do The Last of Us Part 2 reveal all over again. They showed T-Lu 2 right after Uncharted 4. Hopium. I just don't know. My gut says intergalactic gameplay at the Game Awards with the release window. I think what they'll do is, remember how at the Game Awards for certain games they would drop a trailer and they would just put the year, and then we would get the release date later, right? They did it with Yote. You could easily be like intergalactic, show gameplay, and then the trailer ends with 2027. And then in like the first part of next year, they do a state of play where they reveal the release date. And Intergalactic drops in like September of next year or something. September, October. I think Lao-Fei is first quarter of next year, March, probably. Somewhere in that department, I would think. February, March, April. Any of those. Yo, that is a raid if I've ever seen one. Wow. We've not been raided in a long, long time. That is very, very kind of you. Could we get a shout out? I will shout you out myself. That is very kind of you. We are waiting for the Summer Game Fest kickoff with Geoff Keighley. So we're doing a bit of a waiting room, and we are streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. Thank you so much. Winning Bikini, rating with 443 people. That's an awful lot of people. Let me throw you a follow. Love to have mutuals on here and can throw it back your way one day. Thank you very much, anybody coming in. I believe we have following mode turned on just because of bots. Like, I don't think that big of myself, like, you got to come in and follow me to talk. But because of the bots, we do that. And Wired Rope just dropped a 5 gifted on the community. Thank you for doing that, Wired Rope. Hello. Winning Bikini, you can take a second, let everybody know what kind of content that you do, and then I'll do a little shout out in chat so people can click on your name. There it is. Check out Winning Bikini, who was just playing Just Chatting. It did an emoji for chatting. I don't know why Nightbot did that, but Nightbot did that. She's a really good fitness streamer. Oh gosh, that means if I ever watch your content, I'm going to feel terrible about myself and why I'm not writing my stationery in the morning like I'm supposed to be doing. I don't know if I can watch your content. I don't need any more guilt and shame in my heart than's already there. But I appreciate you're going to be motivated. That's part of why I don't want to watch it. I'm like, dadgummit, I'm going to get back on my bike tomorrow, and start watching my shows again. I was doing pretty good. I was doing pretty good. I was working my way through The Wire because I had never seen it. So I was like, I'll watch The Wire, give myself something to watch, and I'll get back on the bike. And I'm back to being Mr. Lazybones again. Like, I'm up too late. Like, I'm playing video games with my wife till midnight. Then I'm like, I'm tired in the morning. So it's just not happening. But thank you for making that kind of content in these spaces. Hopefully you're being successful. And I love to see all sorts of different type of content in these streaming spaces. I think it's awesome. Especially, fitness related content is certainly something that people need, get them motivated, get them losing weight, in shape, and, not sitting as much. As I sit in a chair for the next, 5 hours. Lono stream from the bike. I'm not dragging the bike in here and being like, doing the pedaling thing like, all right, guys, so today's gaming news is all about I'm having a heart attack. No, we're not doing that. I want to see Lono in a sweatband. Let's do some squats. Now listen. Now, they're so kind to raid me, but we're not going to be embarrassing me today. We can't do that now, okay? We can't do that. Oh man. Bring the shorts too. I have some very short shorts, and I'll have you know, my thighs are not legal in this state, so I would break the camera. They're about as white as they get, and I don't think the white balance is set for it, so we can't do that. I would get a call from the governor, and he would be like, now, we talked about this, sir. You're not allowed to show those, because it's scary. So, Mr. Krabs out there, we need to make it a goal for streaming on the bike. Come on now. I mean, that's got to be a pretty big stretch goal. That's dragging that dadgum thing in here, and me having to be physically active in front of a live studio audience. I don't know about that. Show off them yams. That's right. This dude hates NetherRealm Studios. Who hates NetherRealm Studios in Mortal Kombat? Why? That doesn't make any sense. If you guys are wondering who I'm talking to and you're on Twitch, I'm also streaming on YouTube right now as well. We don't need to be flashbanged. Yeah. They actually did a photo shoot with me testing for the new flashbangs in Call of Duty, so it was a fun time. And thank you, Black Hawk Joey, for the raid as well. And thank you again, Winning Bikini. Thank you again for that raid and for creating that positive content in these spaces. If you watch Winning Bikini, you'll be compelled to do some stretching. That I actually do on a pretty regular basis. I got a guy who's into PT, and I do a lot of stretches at night before bed and in the morning for my back specifically. Sitting is the new cancer and all that, so... Goal for you to dress up in the old school gym clothes with a headband. We've done stuff like that before, and I don't necessarily know if I want to do that. That would have to be, so the 750 goal is for me to play Destiny tomorrow night with my wife and Creature. So tomorrow night we will be streaming Destiny 1. My wife will be continuing her journey with Destiny 1. You guys want me to get on the dadgum bike, you're going to have to get it past that 750. That's like 1,000 on the week. That we got to set that pretty high because I don't want to do it. The most anticipated game for me is Killer Bean. That game looks fun. For me tonight, I'd like to see a release date for Castlevania Belmont's Curse. A Jedi 3 announcement would be cool. I'd love a release date for Kena, Scars of Cosmora. I like the first Kena game. So, Lono was an upper calf model. Bit of an underground deal. Not many have heard about it. This is true. An F-bomb at 750 too. Oh, come on. I wasn't being all that serious about that. I mean, come on. I'm reading what you guys are saying. Love anything with Madam and Creature involved. Always some good fun. Well, thank you. I'm excited for Game Fest. Glad to be here. Well, thank you so much, Blackhawk Joey. I appreciate that. Just to catch you guys up, maybe you're still here from the raid with Winning Bikini. I know a lot of times people raid and celebrate, and then they might leave. But if you're still here, I appreciate you hanging out. I do a stream like this Monday through Friday. It is safe for work. We cover variety gaming news. And whenever there's an event like Summer Game Fest, State of Play, the Xbox Showcase, things like that, we do a waiting room. We just kind of hang out. We wait for the event to happen. And it's a great way to pass the time. So, and we stream in both places, both Twitch and YouTube. So, you hitting follow, sub, or supporting is great, and it helps me do this every day. Keep it rated T for teen. Alone gets one F-bomb per week. No, I do not. Pick those knees up, ladies. That's right. What time does it start? I have a countdown right next to me, which a lot of people don't see it because they're too busy. I know I'm extremely good looking, so you might just be gazing into my eyes, deeply. But if that's a problem for you, sorry. But the countdown's right here. Let's see. Hi, Reforge. How are you, Destin? Jordan Midler, whole Xbox show has been leaked. The entire Xbox show has been leaked? How? Did they upload the pre-recorded premiere to YouTube? Did they make that mistake? I've been told that there's going to be shadow drops in the coming events. There could be some shadow drops. I personally, again, we discussed it earlier, I don't know how effective shadow drops are from a marketing perspective. Like, does it generate a lot of sales? I just don't know. My thought has always been shadow drops are exciting for us, but they might not be that great for the actual game to sell well. You want people to kind of anticipate and have time to go buy it or download it. I think a more effective strategy would be shadow drop a demo and then have a release date a week or two later. So, you know what I mean? I don't know. I could be completely wrong on this. That's just my gut feeling, is that shadow drops are actually not that effective for game sales because nobody is leaving the show to buy a game. And you also have to consider the fact that whenever they're watching the show, there's a lot of other games that take their attention off of your game, so they might forget about your game as well. It's hard to be top of mind. Top of mind marketing is difficult when you're kind of in an ocean of announcements. So, the replies to the leaker. What are people saying? I don't see a single leak yet. Where are you seeing this? I'm looking everywhere and can't find it. So I'm confused. Jordan Midler, the whole Xbox showcase has been leaked. Technically a rumor, but he hasn't said exactly what leaked or where. So he's saying on Blue Sky. That's Jordan Midler from VGC. He's not one to make things up. He's a trustworthy guy. It doesn't surprise me one bit that the whole Xbox show has leaked publicly again. The sheer number of people that are involved in filming, editing, writing, and promoting the thing introduces obvious weak points. Bring back awkward live shows. The industry yearns for them. I don't know where it is. Here's the danger of a pre-recorded event. The danger of a pre-recorded event is the minute that you upload that to YouTube, people can go on the back end and see it. If they work at YouTube, they can 100% just go watch it. And then they can tell their friend, here's the show run of the Xbox showcase. They can give you everything. They can give you every title, every announcement. Now, they won't necessarily leak the entire video itself. That's what happened with GTA 6 Trailer 1. That's what happened with GTA 6 Trailer 1. They leaked the actual video itself. They didn't just say, oh, I've seen it and it's amazing or what have you. So that's always going to be the issue. The issue is always going to be, oh, well, yeah, if you've seen it, then you can literally just tell people what you saw. You literally can just say, yeah, I saw it. I saw the thing. I saw the announcements. And I think that's always the dilemma. Anytime you upload a premiere to YouTube, that's a risk that you're taking. So I don't know if Xbox did that. If they did that, then it's possible that the whole show is already starting to float around. Why not just live stream the video? That's actually what you should do. That's what PlayStation did for their State of Play. They're able to pre-record everything, so there's no mistakes, there's no accidents. But if it's a premiere, then anybody can see it. So it's a live stream. Okay, so that's not how it got leaked then. Okay, yeah, no. Wait. Scheduled? Yeah, no, they're live streams. No, Xbox is doing it the right way. They have scheduled live streams. So I don't know how it got leaked. Like what's-his-face from BGC is saying, he's saying, listen, with that many people involved, you're bound to have somebody leak it and say, oh, yeah, I've seen everything. So, I don't know. If you don't want the Xbox show spoiled, I'd be really, really careful on where you go in these spaces. I'd be very, very careful because you're going to end up seeing stuff that you don't want to see or finding out about stuff that you don't want to see. Especially if they have some fun surprises. Like, as long as you don't, if you don't see the trailers, if you don't see the gameplay and stuff, you can still be pleasantly surprised. But if they have any, surprise, oh, hey, this crazy thing is happening, that you're not going to be surprised if you see those. So I would recommend between now and Sunday, I'd stay off the socials if you don't want to see those things, because you're going to end up seeing them. If it's not too much trouble, could you give your predictions about Summer Game Fest again? I didn't really have predictions. There's a handful of games that are confirmed to be there, like a handful. What is it? Star Wars Zero Company, Guild Wars, Fortnite, Blood Message, Among Us, and Clutch are all confirmed to be there. There's rumors and predictions swirling around anything Final Fantasy related, Final Fantasy VII, Alien Isolation 2, Intergalactic, Marvel 1943 Rise of Hydra, Injustice 3 or a DC fighting game, Metro 2039, Halo Campaign Evolved, and Hogwarts Legacy. Now, I actually theorized that they could do the same thing they did with Spider-Man 2. When Spider-Man 2, they did a 20-minute thing, and then they gave Geoff Keighley the release date. Well, they just did a 20-minute thing with God of War Lao Fei, and then they could drop the release date with Keighley. Because I think God of War Lao Fei is March or April of next year. I'd also really like to see a release date from Castlevania Belmont's Cursed, Kena Scars of Cosmora, more Beasts of Reincarnation. Anything Light No Fire or a Jedi 3 announcement could be exciting as well. There you go. There's the recap. Also hoping for Dungeons and Dragons Warlock. Okay. That's not in my my wheelhouse. Let's see here. Shadow drops work for free-to-play games. Yeah, I think that's why they work well for demos, Draken. Because you just download it. 3 minutes of ads running. If you, I just set the ads to automatic, Blackhawk, because all of the people who sub to my channel on Twitch don't see them. I turn them off for my subs because we're mainly on Twitch streaming to my subs anyway. We're not getting huge pull. If we got to a point where we were in a much better place, I'd probably lower that. But right now we primarily stream to our subs. What is this, Wilbur? I don't know what this tweet is. Is this a leak? We got an image here that says, it seems this is built on top of the original. They're using UbiArt as the base, applying the gameplay section to a 3D spline, and applying new visuals with Snowdrop. But the new levels are also being made with the same tools as the OG. Rayman Legends Retold is apparently being built on on top of the original game. Yeah, Exodus, I believe, is going to be at the Future Game Show, I think. I'm disappointed that Sony didn't show Intergalactic. Really hope development is doing okay. I think they just showed it too early. I think Intergalactic will be at the Game Awards. The problem I have with God of War Lao Fei and Wolverine is that they look extremely paint-by-numbers generic, typical Sony first-party movie games. I don't agree with you, and I don't feel like debating that because I feel like that's armchair generic lack of analysis that's predictable and tired. People just say the same things about Sony games. I just feel like you don't play them if you say that, and I don't feel like debating it with you. You know what I mean? Don't play them then. Lone, I'm disappointed. Possibility, a DC KO fighting game. So is that like how VV did with D2? I actually don't know. I don't know how VV did anything with D2. What canned rage bait? Yeah, it just feels like very, very like pre-written rage bait. I think Judas has been lost to the corridors of time. Yeah, Judas, we've not seen anything on Judas in a while. It just kind of vanished. Yep. Do we say there's ever time for a 3D Mario? There's rumors that there's going to be a 3D Mario, but it's going to be a remake of Mario 64. Yeah, that's the current rumor that we're hearing. I'm used to ads, saw you on YouTube, found you on Twitch. Well, thank you. Can you remind me what Judas is again? Isn't Judas like a very BioShock-inspired rogue or something like that? I feel like it's a rogue. Aren't you like on a ship and you like go down? Let's see. They have it listed on Steam. Action adventure FPS immersive sim female protagonist. So I don't think it's a rogue. Why was I thinking it's a rogue? You are the mysterious and troubled Judas. Your only hope for survival is to make or break alliances with your worst enemies. Will you work together and fix what you broke? Judas is a narrative first-person shooter developed by Ghost Story Games. It's a studio led by Kevin Levine, creative director of System Shock 2, BioShock, and BioShock Infinite. Yeah, so it's not a rogue. I don't know why I thought it was a rogue. So it's a narrative first-person shooter. That's all we know at this point. It's a BioShock spiritual successor. Yeah. So it's been a while since we've seen anything about it. So it's, yeah, we'll see if it shows up. I feel like you're admitting you don't play Sony games with takes like that. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've met anybody who's ever actually played the games and says things like that. It's just said by the people that don't play them. Hey, man, so glad to be here. I'm looking forward to the fest. Let's hope we get some good showcases, drops, and release dates. Yes, I hope so as well. Not sure. Yeah, I don't think it's a rogue. You could literally switch between the updated graphics and the original graphics with a button. VV just took the original Diablo 2 code and placed an updated graphics blanket on top of it. Oh, when you said D2, you were talking about Diablo 2. I thought you were talking about Destiny 2. I was like, what are you talking about? Let's get to 500 likes. We're super close to 500 likes. Thank you, Wolf Saints, for the reminder. We need a new Vagrant story. Imagine fighting the Valkyries and saying God of War is just a movie game. Yeah, it is. Yeah. You'll notice that the people that say this never have footage of them playing through the game and breaking down the combat. It never happens because they haven't played the game. Never. Like, compare and contrast the moment-to-moment combat in Returnal, Ghost of Tsushima, Horizon Forbidden West, and God of War Ragnarok, and then tell me that they're all the same and they're movie games. They'll never do it because it's an intellectually bankrupt position. It's not based on actual analysis or facts. They just say it. That's why I told the guys, like, I'm not doing this with you. Like, you're just coming in and trying to bait and get everybody upset. And it's like, we're just not doing that anymore. We're kind of all a little bit worn out by that. It's a script you didn't write. You're just reading from it. Not all D2s are Destiny. Diablo is first. This is true. And I played Diablo 2 first. You know what I mean? I'm just too shy to show you boys. Yeah, sure. It's like TF2. Yeah, Team Fortress 2 instead of Titanfall 2. Oh, my word. I'm extremely excited for whatever the super bosses in Lao Fei end up being. So Ghost Story Games is behind Judas. Judas is a BioShock type of game. Yes. Well, the reason you might not have heard of them is didn't they form to make this game? It's a new studio, isn't it? Ghost Story Games doesn't have another game. I think this is like their first game. I think they literally formed to make this game. So you've probably heard of BioShock. You know, it's got a guy that was a former director of BioShock Kind of like the devs at Expedition 33. Yeah, like industry folks coming together, excuse me, to form like a new studio, yeah. The dev team said Judas isn't coming until late 27-28 from their earnings, if I recall correctly. The devs had an earnings call? What? They're publishing and developing the game themselves. They had a public earnings call? I got to Ghosts of Yote late, and I have to say, I'm having the time of my life. I'm at the point where it says I can't return to the main island, and I refuse. Game feels so good. It's a really, really good moment-to-moment game. Like, the action's so solid. It's very well built. I think it might be the best open-world action game I've played. It's very, very solid. Yo, it's good. Ray Express. I just finished my 7th Lies of P Overture playthrough. Best Souls-like. 7th? So you played through the DLC 7 times? Wow. I lost my flavor for Souls-likes. Like, I love Sekiro. I enjoyed Dark Souls 3. And Elden Ring, near the end, I just got so soured to, like, FromSoft's design philosophy. I just got very soured, and it makes me, like, not want to play those games. I liked First Berserker Kazan because I could turn the difficulty down, which I did. And then I went back to Lies of P, and even lowering the difficulty in Lies of P, I just don't like those games. I don't vibe with them. You know, they've claimed it's taken them so long because they had to develop new tech for the narrative delivery. It's kind of like their vision of the Nemesis system. Okay. Oh, you're trying to platinum it. That's why you played it so many times. Okay. You've done the base game 10 times. You beat the base game in 4 days. Okay, so you kind of go hard in those games, dadgum. Turning difficulty down is a real dad gamer. I love being a casual dad gamer. It's a lot more freeing and, like, liberating. You're just like, yeah, I don't like this. I'm not going to play it. Instead of feeling like some weird obsession about finishing it. It's like, no, I'll just play something else. You know what I mean? You're like, what a tourist. It's like, okay, I've rolled credits on more games than you, but yeah, I guess call me a tourist. Like, it's kind of weird, but I'm still playing Concord on private PC servers. Can't wait for the Highguard private servers. Get out of here. They always look so amazing, but I suck so bad at those types of games. I've always wondered what it would feel like to go back to Sekiro. Like, I love Sekiro, but, like, would I go back to it now and would I have a good time with it? I just don't know. I really don't. I feel like I'd flat tire on one boss and be like, yeah, I'm not in the mood for this. It would be probably what would happen. I don't have the palate or the desire to grind out a boss fight. Only 7.9% of players have finished the main story of Crimson Desert despite the game launching nearly 2 months ago. Most players are still exploring the game's enormous early regions. Many players spend 40 to 70 hours there before seriously advancing the main story. Well, and that's why some of the people didn't start criticizing, like, boss and story and other things, like boss design and story elements, because they weren't there. It took them forever to get there. It's like some people were getting pretty far, and they were complaining about some of the bosses and some of the design choices, as well as some of the story. And it was like the rest of the community playing Crimson Desert, like, we don't know what you're talking about. We're still in the first area. Is Sekiro ever on sale on PlayStation? I don't know. You've gone soft. Whatever label you want to give it, I don't care. I play games to have fun. I think I'm winning. You know what I mean? I think I'm winning. Playing like 007 First Light and having a really good time, and then getting to a save point and playing Lego Batman with my wife. Yeah, I think I won. Whatever game it is that we're playing, I think I won. It's like, but I have the platinum in this game, and you quit. Ninja Gaiden. Okay, bud. I think I'm winning. You know, winning. I think I'm winning in a completely different category of life. Sekiro's on sale right now, is it? 260 hours in Crimson, extremely fun game. Story bosses are easy with the right build. Arctic says, I agree. There's tons of bad faith criticisms towards Lao Fei and Wolverine, but they look like generic Sony first-party games. Is fair. I don't agree. I think that's a prepackaged criticism that what exactly, you know what I mean, is generic about them. Like what, how, the high production, like really well built, lengthy uncut gameplay, and you're like, yeah, that's just generic. Like, what? I don't know. That would be like seeing a trailer for Tenet and being like, yeah, that's just like a generic Nolan movie. You know what I mean? It's like you're like, what? Like, if you look at the character designs, especially in Lao Fei, calling that generic, I can't take that criticism seriously. Like, I would never come to you for advice on video games. I'd be like, I don't think you understand what generic means. You know what I mean? I feel like it's a prepackaged thing that people say about PlayStation games every time there's a trailer for PlayStation games. They're movie games, there's no gameplay, you know, they're cut and paste, they're copy pasta, it's the same thing. They'll come over every square inch of the trailer and be like, that animation is slightly similar to this animation, like, like, okay. I don't know. I look at the ocean of like military first-person shooters, and I'm like, yeah, those end up feeling generic. Like, how many times can you see somebody shoot and reload an M16 or an AK-47 before it all bleeds together? But I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like what we saw with the art direction and the characters in Lao Fei. And then when I look at like the move sets that Wolverine has, people are like, yeah, I feel like I've played this game before. Yeah, which one? I don't feel like I've ever played a game with the combat system that we saw from Wolvie. It looked really good. And that was my primary worry. I was like, I don't know, man. The combat with Wolvie could get very samey. And then I watched that footage and I was like, oh no, yeah, they've given him a lot of fun stuff to do. So, I don't know. Will IO Interactive be at Summer Game Fest? I do not know. Judas is slated between 2027 and 2029. Yeah, that's a long ways off. Only games I've never really thought of as movie games were some of the Metal Gear games or Final Fantasy 16, super long cutscenes. Yeah, I loved Final Fantasy 16. I loved the cutscenes and I loved the story. I just didn't like how long the boss fights were. The boss fights were too long. It's like, wow, that was really fun. Really fun combat cycle and really good telegraphs, and I love the music and the art direction. And then like phase 7 of that boss fight, I'm like, can we be done? Like, I just thought the boss fights were too long in Final Fantasy 16. They always overstayed their welcome. Every single one of those boss fights could have been cut in half, and they still would have been very lengthy fights. You know, they would have been very lengthy fights. That guy Liam says, can I test your memory? Are you somebody from a long time ago? Your name is familiar to me. Your avatar is not. Man, what are you going to test my memory on? Not to be a hater, but there is a difficult to define quality. There is a difficult to define quality that the God of War, Ghosts, Marvel, Last of Us games have. I can't put my finger on it, but it irks me. I wish I could define it. I think they're the archetype of AAA blockbuster game. That's what they are. They are the archetype. If you want to make a... do you remember the name Arsenal Boy 2310? I do. You had like a cannon for your avatar. That was on... Were you here or Twitch? I feel like I know the name. But like, they're the archetype for AAA blockbuster. Do you know that other studios aspire to make games at the level of like Santa Monica and Naughty Dog and Insomniac? They are what they're what other studios aspire to. That's what they are, the archetype for AAA blockbuster. And people will be like, you're a shill and a pony. What do you want? What do you want? Look at the industry. Now, we now have other games, I think, that are hitting that level of quality and excellence. I would say Capcom is having that generational run this year. I would say RE9, Pragmata, and Onimusha are on their way of being like, yeah, these games are at that AAA blockbuster level. They're fantastic. So flippin' happy to see you back on your feet and killing it. Much, much love. I appreciate that. Thank you. Why do Capcom's games look the way they do now? Yeah, it's really hard not to look at Pragmata and Onimusha and be like, these games are aspiring to have that level of cinematic quality and excellence in combat. They are. I'm not saying like you should thank PlayStation for these games. I'm saying this is where the bar is set. If you want to make a cinematically strong game, people are going to look at a Santa Monica game and be like, that's the goal. That's the bar. Whether it's Santa Monica, Naughty Dog, or Insomniac, if you're building a combat system, that's the bar. People are going to be like, that's what you want to build. It would be like if you're wanting to make an RPG game right now, you'd look at Larian. You'd be like, that's the bar. You want to make an RPG? Larian's Baldur's Gate's the one. No, I'm on Twitch as well. I've been back on Twitch for a year. At this point in time as a husband and father, I've gone soft. I don't have the amount of time I had as a youngster between family, work, church, etc. I don't have 100 plus hours to invest in particular games, so I play smaller games, although I do play games like Ghost of Tsushima, Horizon, and the likes. I wouldn't say that's soft. I would say that you're adapting to life. I don't know. You're in a different stage of life. 16 can be rough for those who only play 1 to 2 hours in a go, because you can get stuck in a bunch of cutscene only sessions. Oh no, yeah, because I was playing it for 1 or 2 hours a night, and I definitely had play sessions where it was like all cutscenes. The AAA archetype. I really enjoy Capcom games, Resident Evil and Pragmata, Onimusha Demo. I love these games. I don't have the same sense with Capcom that I do with God of War and Ghost of. So Thomas is talking about the situation with No Rest for the Wicked, and since people want to do the whole blame the devs thing, let's listen to what he has to say. So this is the CEO of Moon Studios, studio behind Ori 1 and 2 and No Rest for the Wicked. Obviously, some people are disappointed that we don't ship No Rest for the Wicked in October day and date on Xbox and Switch 2 as well. Since the rumor mill is already going wild on us having accepted some exclusivity deal or something, folks, chill. None of that is the case. We spent months assessing what it takes to ship Wicked at the quality level that we expect on each platform. PC, Steam Deck, and PS5 are where we're confident we can deliver an experience that we want for our October launch. On the Xbox Series S and Switch 2, more hardcore optimizations are required, mainly due to the smaller memory budget there. This is what I said yesterday. That is the causality. To be like, oh, but it's the devs. It's a skill issue. No, it is not. The causality is the lack of memory. Go to any average Steam game right now that launches, and minimum required memory is almost always 16 gig or higher. 16 gig or higher. Do you know how much usable memory the Series S has? 8. Half of what the average Steam game now requires. It has half of that. That is not a skill issue. If I was having you move a giant dresser into my house and you got to the final door and the door was smaller than the average door in the rest of the house, and you're like, this is going to take us a while to get it in there, the causality is the smaller door, not your lack of ability as a mover. You have a bottleneck on the system. That's the causality. I don't know why people always want to run with these weird false narratives and this weird commitment to never admitting where the fault lies. It's like, no. It's not the hardware. It isn't. Yes, it is. It's 8 gig of usable memory. The guys from id Software, before the Series S was in the wild, they predicted it would be a problem. It has been a problem. Admitting that is just being a reasonable, logical, facts-based individual. Refusing to admit that is a form of delusion. You're refusing to face reality as it is. This is reality. It is a factual thing, measurable. It's scientific. This isn't ideological. This isn't fanboy. This isn't tribalism. We're speaking factually. The average game that launches on Steam, the minimum required memory is 16 gig and up. Series S has half of that, 8 gig of usable memory. Anybody selling you some other story here is committed to defending Xbox to the death. Phil Spencer tried these shenanigans with Larian. He tried to passively blame Larian, and then the next day Larian's like, yeah, we're shipping to Xbox and the Series S isn't getting split-screen co-op. Sorry, they're not getting local co-op. And then eventually I think they got it to work, but I don't know how long it even took. It's like, but it's not the Series S's fault. It's like, I don't understand how you can keep saying this. Yo, that guy Liam, thank you so much for doing a brand new membership on YouTube, getting us to 537 on the week. So he says, Wicked is constantly simulating and streaming a living, breathing world in the background, loading and unloading huge amounts of data as you play. Every megabyte matters. We're not in the business of shipping shoddy ports. We're always insanely proud of being able to ship both Ori games on Switch at 60 FPS. No compromises, but that took time, and the same thing is true here. Thank you. Like, game devs don't want to ship their game and have it run poorly. These guys were committed to bringing Ori to the Switch at 60 because Ori is a game where fluidity of movement is a huge part of the art. It's a huge part of what makes Ori so enjoyable. Our goal is simple. Whenever you play Wicked, it should feel amazing. We know what's required to get there, and we're continuing that work. The other thing about No Rest for the Wicked is it's an intense game, and you've got tight windows for iframes and dodges, and you can't have frame rate issues in the game. No Rest for the Wicked is coming to all platforms. We just want to make sure that when it arrives, it's the best version it can possibly be. So, it's coming to Steam Deck, right? How much usable RAM does the Steam Deck have? The Steam Deck features 16 gig of unified LPDDR5 RAM. This is according to AI. Is that accurate? The top 10 sellers on Steam right now, the memory requirements and recommendations. Counter-Strike 2, 8 gig. That's Counter-Strike. Forza Horizon, 16 gig. Path of Exile 2, 8 gig or 16. 007 First Light, 16 gig. Resident Evil, 16 gig. And that's minimum required 16, right? Gothic 1 Remake, minimum 16 gig. Paralives, 12 gig. Marvel Rivals, 16 gig. These are your the commonality now in games is that if you're going to play it on PC, the minimum required is very commonly 16 gig now. And so it's like, and you expect your system with the usable memory that's half that, 8? It's 8. What are we talking about? Disagree, Lona. The Series S is basically the Series X, but a 1440 device. If the devs can't figure it out, they must have missed the Series S market, and tell them to watch that. Steam Deck plays No Rest. It has more memory. Right? It has more memory. It has 16 gig. I don't know what you want. Having to get your game to run on 8 gig of usable memory. People just keep hand waving that. Devs fault. Blame the devs. Lazy devs. Bad devs. My only response to people that are like, blame the devs, lazy devs, the best response is shut the frick up. You don't know what you're talking about, and blaming the devs is a terrible strategy. You're just motivating people to not bring games to your platform. If you're late to Xbox, the fans, the pundits, the people that support that platform, they're just going to blame you. That's not a good way to get people to build games for your platform. Thank you, that guy Liam, for gifting a member and getting us to 538. I appreciate that, brother. To be fair, my girlfriend's running Forza Horizon 600 laptop and only had 8 gig of RAM, but it was at least playable on low settings. It did complain on startup. Right, but that's something that she's willing to do and have a compromised experience. The developers don't want you to have a compromised experience. They don't want you playing No Rest for the Wicked on a device that has 8 gig of usable RAM and it's compromised. They don't want that. They don't want you having that experience. They were only willing to bring Ori to Switch if they could get it at 60 FPS. And they worked, and they did, and it's there. So if you're going to play No Rest for the Wicked on the Series S, they want it to run well. They're going to have to figure out they're going to have to cut a ton of stuff and corners because everywhere else it's running has more RAM. It has more RAM on a Steam Deck, the average PC, and PlayStation. Like the average PC is got to be by now sitting at 16 gig or higher. Thank you, Narwaffle, for the 5 bomb to get us to 543. A $5 super chat. I really hope we get Deltarune Chapter 5 announcement at Summer Game Fest. I doubt we actually will, but man, a man can still dream. Thank you very much. The insistence to continue to blame the developers, it is a form of delusion. You are in a delusion. You're not admitting the facts. You're not looking straight-faced at reality. You just aren't. So many games that have been coming out for the past 3 to 4 years, out of the box, they say minimum requirements, 16 gig on PC. And you're sitting there with an 8 gig usable memory console being like, it's the dev's fault. You're like the person who buys the game on Steam, has less power than required, and you give it a bad score and blame the developers. You're no different than those people that are like, I know it said that I should have 16 gig. I played it with an 8 gig rig and it runs bad. These devs suck. Like you're just like that person who leaves that Steam review. You're no different. It's infuriating. The primary causality is the memory bottleneck. Every dev has said the same dadgum thing. I guess they're all lying, and Xbox tax. They're all lying. You know these developers out here, one of their favorite things to do is to make up excuses and have negative headlines about their game while they're marketing it. It's their favorite thing. They love to have to field questions about your stupid hardware decisions. That's their favorite thing to do. They're like, oh man, I can't wait to get out there and market our game and talk about the Series S. If they could avoid this subject, they would. There's no agenda. There's no Xbox tax. Xbox engineers made a boneheaded decision shipping a device with a crazy bottleneck in 2020 of all years. You're heading into a generation hobbled, and then you want to keep blaming the developers. The developers don't want to talk about this. They don't want this to be in the marketing. Their favorite thing to do, trailer, here's all the platforms it's going to be on. See you on our launch date. That's what they want to say. They don't want to be like, yeah, we're sorry to tell you that the game has to take a little bit longer to come to such and such platform. That's the last thing they want to say. It's not good for them. It isn't good for them. They don't have an internal motivation to limit reach of the game and have negative headlines and a delusional fan base yelling about how they're lazy. That's the last thing they want to do on the runway to their game launching. And if you hear me say none of that, hear me say this. If you're going to blame the devs every time a game comes late to the Series S, then I guess just accept the fact that you're just going to keep motivating developers to skip your platform because you're basically insulting them. It's like it's their fault. You don't understand. They hate the Series S, and they use that console as an excuse for their failures. The whole thing is absurd. It's absolutely absurd. Or make custom engines that scale appropriately to common allocations of RAM like Capcom has with their RE engine. Street Fighter 6 runs much better than Invincible versus UE5. Yeah, that's right. Invest in a bunch of custom tech to make your game work on a floor of RAM that the average game isn't working on right now. How many games do you have to see come out and get launched and promoted and come out right now that have 16 gig as the minimum requirement? That's double That is double the usable RAM in the Series S. And you're like, well, if you would just do what these other studios did and have a more adaptable engine. Doesn't Xbox require that you ship on both consoles? There would be no reason to ship just on the Series X. And yes, they wouldn't let you do that. There would be absolutely no reason for you to ship just on the Series X. It's a smaller footprint than the Series S. What's this, Parasito? This says that, is this telling me that 41% of the user base on Steam has 16 gig of RAM? What's that 41%? Is that the games, Paris, or is that the people's hardware report? $5 super chat from Yelix. Do you think if Rockstar doesn't drop no trailer and gameplay, people will still buy? Of course they will, and the marketing will start up in August. Rockstar and GTA 6 has the strongest marketing pull of probably any piece of digital content in existence. They have no concerns. Correct? I asked two things, Paris. It can't be correct. Okay, it's a hardware survey. So 41% of the people that have a PC and submit to the hardware report of Steam, 41% have 16 gig. Now, does that mean 16 gig or higher, or they just have 16 gig? The most popular system RAM as of May 26 is 16 gig. That's the most popular. So the most popular, the most common, the biggest group of people gaming on Steam have 16 gig of RAM. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you. You don't even have that. You have half that in the Series S. Hang on, let me look at this, Paris. What do you got here? You got a hardware report for me? Look at this. Look at this absolute cluster. Look at this absolute cluster around 16 and 32. Jiminy Christmas. Like, Jiminy Christmas. You can't use system RAM on a PC, though. Consoles don't use system RAM. They have an 8 gig GPU. What are you talking about, Paul? What do you mean? The consoles have RAM. What do you mean that you can't use it? Consoles don't use system RAM. They have RAM. They have memory. They have that. He's showing me VRAM? Is that what this report is? Is that a wrong... Yeah, no, that's system RAM. The screenshot that we're looking at right here is system RAM. Okay. VRAM is for gaming. Paul, I don't know what wavelength you're on. The conversation that we're having, and the conversation that's been had ever since the beginning of the Series S, has been that the usable RAM of the Series S is too small. It's 8 gig of usable RAM. We're not talking about VRAM. Before the system was even in the hands of the consumer, one of the lead engine tech guys from id Software said that the system RAM bottleneck was going to be a problem on the Series S. Those tweets magically disappeared once they were owned by Microsoft. Xbox Series S is all VRAM. 8 gig is still too small. Xbox Series S is probably part of the reason why GTA 6 got delayed. I'm not going to speculate on that. Before the console was out, this was a conversation. So the guys from id Software said That's going to be a problem. It has an RDNA 2 GPU. It has 10 gig of GDDR6 RAM. That's what's in the Series X. 10 gig of GDDR6, and only 8 of it's usable. They tried to allocate like a little bit more because people were complaining or whatever. But that's been known for a while, because as soon as that became known, there were people talking about it. The guys from id were talking about it, and they were like, that's going to be a problem. That doesn't seem like enough. When I see GDDR, I think VRAM. But that's the GPU has access to about 8 gig of RAM, which means the system uses roughly 2 gig, which is a joke and a half, says Broken Earth. Paul's confused because GDDR6 is what is used in graphics cards. On Xbox, it's just a unified pool that can be used by the CPU or the GPU. Hence why 8 gig of usable RAM has been a point of complaint from developers this entire gen. That's been the frustration. They don't. If they need to pull from that RAM pool, there's only 8 gig that they can pull from. And then when you look at the average game hitting, and you again look at the average system of available RAM from people on PC, 41% have 16 and 36% have 32 gig. This is the Steam report. So that's your vast majority. What is that? 77%? 77% of the people that submit to the hardware, survey on Steam, 77 have 16 gig or 32. That's the vast majority. That's another problem, is people developing for PC are looking at the vast majority of people who could buy their game and being like, oh, they have systems where if we say minimum required RAM is 16, we're in good shape. That's a lot of people. These guys have no idea what they're talking about, Paris says. 10 gig worth of silicon on the console. 2 of that's reserved for the system. That leaves 8 gig to be shared between CPU and GPU. Average games want 16 gig just in system RAM. That's what I'm saying. Yes, thank you, Paris. That's what I'm saying. The average game comes to PC and is like, you need at least 16 gig of RAM, system RAM. And the Series S is like, hi, we have 8 gig of usable RAM. And the GPU can grab some of it if it wants. Like, what? It's like, yes, that's a significant problem for developers to deal with. They literally admitted this. Like, Matt Booty said, yeah, they're going to have to plan better because they're going to have to do more work. So, at a time where a common talking point, I want you to really, really tie this all together with the ribbon. At a time when we consistently kept hearing from the Xbox pundits that, well, rising development costs, it's too expensive to make games now. You're going to have to ship games everywhere. That's what they kept saying, right? They said PlayStation's going to do day and date on PC. It's just unavoidable. It's too expensive to make games, right? So, but these same people will blame the developers and be like, it's on the developers when a game comes to Xbox late, because they're supposed to do extra work for the Series S. So development cost is rising. You should put your game everywhere. Oh, and if you want to ship your game on Xbox, you have to do extra work. You have to deal with a significant memory bottleneck at a time when the average consumer has 16 gig of system RAM or higher on their PC, and you're going to give the developer 8 gig of usable RAM. Here you go. The whole conversation's absurd. It's like, again, it's a refusal to just admit reality. Just admit reality. The Series S was a giant mistake. It was. It's why they privated their own marketing video. I don't think I've ever seen a company do that. I don't think I've ever seen a company market their hardware and then set the video to private. Because all the promises that Jason Ronald made about the Series S, none of those promises came true. That console is a bill of goods. It's a bill of goods. It's been nothing but trouble this entire gen for them. If you want to know why the first-party cadence hasn't been good, that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons. Just think about it from this perspective. If every game that's coming to that platform is having to do extra work because of the Series S, and you've got companies that are like, we're not going to compromise our development, we'll just go over there late. We've seen this happen multiple times. We have. And then you can get into wild theories about secret exclusivity deals, but the developers have all made it very clear, whether it's Larian or Moon Studios or a host of other games that have had to come late to Xbox, it's like, yeah, it's the memory bottleneck. It's an optimization hurdle for us. It causes us to do extra work. So you'll see that, and it's like, oh well, yeah, it's the devs' fault. And the point that I was getting ready to make is, if third-party developers are encountering that as a problem, just imagine what a first-party studio is encountering. They have pressure from Xbox executives and Xbox leadership. If you ship a first-party game, we need parity. We need feature parity for first-party games. Why do you think Starfield and Redfall and Hellblade, why do you think all these games shipped at 30 FPS? You think that was just a coincidence? They just all made the same decision? They were just all like, yeah, we think 30 FPS is the right call. I guarantee you there is an internal parity clause for first-party studios, which is exactly why Xbox first-party studios have been slow to bring their games to market. It's the Series S. It's been an albatross this entire gen. And we've got one more game and one more studio coming out and saying, yeah, it's going to take us longer to get our game to run well on the Series S. And people are like, herder, lazy devs, bad devs, they don't know what they're doing. Just stop. It's embarrassing at this point. Just stop. It's willful ignorance and willful delusion. Yeah, I mean, people are responding to my tweet, like researching why it's a problem, and it's like, yeah, it runs fine on the Steam Deck because the Steam Deck has more usable memory. It has more system memory. I don't know what it. Yep. Should have been a cloud-only device. The problem is xCloud runs xCloud runs on Series S profiles. If you do a game through xCloud, they use an Xbox Series X server blade, and they put two profiles on it. So you're running on a Series S profile. So even if you were to turn the Series S into a cloud device and just run everything on xCloud, you're running the same thing. You're going to run into bottlenecks. You're going to run into games that are like, yeah, that profile is too limited. That we need more power. Guys, I've been streaming for 3 hours. I'm going to take the quickest of breaks. Do me a favor, go crazy on the like button. We had a great member train earlier. We're now working on a stretch goal for tomorrow night. Thank you for that. So go crazy in all the ways that you guys can show support, and I'll be right back. We've got just 4 hours now until the show. All right? Stick around. Don't go anywhere. Back, chat. I'm back. All right. I wonder how much D3 spam. You got to admit the Xbox Series X gave PS4 great games before they can. Am I wrong with that analysis? I don't understand your analysis. I'm not sure what you're saying. I found it funny that Sony said PS5 can do 8K gaming when it first released with no one having 8K TVs. Time back in? Huh? Time back in? Oh, 2 minutes and 24 seconds? Oh, well, we also had something on the porch I had to bring in. My wife ordered me some stuff, I think. Yeah, Sony never said anything about PlayStation 5 doing 8K gaming. They put 8K on the box because it's an 8K capable device. They never once in any of the marketing. If you go to their website, if you go to their landing pages, their tweets, their videos, they never once said anything about 8K gaming. That's something that people make up to cope with the fact that, like, the Series S did not do any of the things promised. They're always like, yeah, but the PlayStation says 8K on the box. And it's like that. The actual device itself is 8K capable. It was never promoted as 8K. They never promoted 8K gaming. That's completely made up. If you go to any of the PlayStation 5 trailers, advertisements, blogs, posts, or landing pages, they never once said anything about 8K gaming. That is completely fabricated and made up. 8K sticker is literally just because it's certified to handle the standard. That's literally all it was on the box for. People genuinely do not understand why it's on there. They don't get it. They think it's some kind of a dunk in the argument, and it isn't. It isn't. But we live at a time where you don't have to make a, facts-based intellectual point. AK 240 or bust. I mean, I'm glad that they're actually starting to see that pushing for just more and more resolution is not the way. It isn't. It's not a good strategy for, like, increasing fidelity in games. It isn't. Do you still do trivia? No, I don't do trivia. Yeah. You followed me on Purple. How old's your account? Oh, your account's fairly new. You don't have your original account. It'd be cool to see, like, your follow date and all that. In a tweet about Summer Game Fest, IGN Japan mentions an update on Persona 4 Revival and a major DLC for Monster Hunter Wilds. So it looks like we may be getting a Monhun Wilds DLC, which we speculated about. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and guys, tomorrow we'll be streaming in the afternoon. With Future Game Show. They did later. They put 8K mode in Gran Turismo. That's on the Pro, isn't it? I don't think there's an 8K mode for Gran Turismo on the base PS5, is there? I thought that 8K thing they did was for, I thought that was for the PS5 Pro. AK30 sounds so good. I think it sounds terrible. I think the Series S was okay in the beginning, but like most people said, it hasn't really survived the gen. I think it started out, it put the gen behind the 8-ball. At the very beginning of the gen, Xbox had a system that their own devs were going to have an issue with. Not only that, third-party devs were going to have an issue with it. I don't know, man. I don't know. Barfs and 30 FPS. Yeah, I am not about it. Like 30 FPS. I don't care how high you push the resolution. I really don't. Like, you push the resolution to the stratosphere. If as soon as I move, it gets blurry, it just doesn't matter to me. It feels like I don't know. I feel like you're straining at something that's not worth straining for. If that makes sense. Like, you're straining for this thing that, like, immediately gets blurry and like shaky the minute you're moving around. And that's why I'm always like, yeah, I just don't think so. I don't think this is worth what we're trading to get it. It would be like saying, hey, you can buy a ticket on this airplane. Like when we just went to Florida, right? It was like a 2-hour flight. It was a 2-hour flight, not very long, right? If they came to us and said, hey, we can give you like double the leg room, bigger, more comfortable chair, it can recline, you can have access to all these movies, but it's going to take you twice as long to get there. You'll be in the air for 4 hours. I'd be like, I don't feel like what I'm trading is worth it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, wow, the resolution. Oh, but then you cut the frames in half. And I'm like, yeah, that's not worth it. I feel like I'm losing so much more than I'm gaining. Oh, it's so pretty in the resolution. Yeah, and then as soon as I turn the camera and go to move around, it looks blurry. It looks muddy. It looks like the game is like skipping. Now, we settle for it in Batman Lego Batman because it's split screen and you can't see as much, so it's not as noticeable, and it's a Lego game. But it's super noticeable. It looks like the game is like stuttering. It's really, really unenjoyable. It's frustrating, but we're kind of grinning and bearing it because it's like it's the best co-op game to play right now. If the S can play GTA 6, it's going to be a developer's issue for the games that can't run on it. No, that's a non sequitur. That's called in logic of conclusions, that's called it does not follow. It does not follow that if one developer can get their game to run on the Series S, then all the developers, it's their own issue. No, it could be a particular thing they built in the game or an engine or a feature, right? Like features like what happened with Baldur's Gate 3. And you're like, but if they can get GTA 6 to run, then yeah, that was all on Larian. No, that doesn't logically follow. That's not logically reasoned. You're just assuming that, like, oh, because they did it, you have no excuse. Like, what? That's not how that works. That's another good point. Series S and X have drastically different memory bandwidth, not just capacity. The Series S has 128-bit, while the Series X has 320-bit. So even if it had the same amount of memory, the Series X would have over twice the throughput. Yeah. I'm telling you, if you can find the tweets, if you can find the articles that documented the tweets, the guys from id Software pointed this out almost immediately. Almost immediately, as soon as they saw the specs of the Series S, they were like, that's going to be a problem. That's what they said. These were like lead engine guys. And you got to think, id Software, I mean, these guys are pretty good at optimization. And even they were like, yeah, that's going to be an issue. Rip consoles, long live Steam. There was one game on base PS5, The Tourist, internally rendered at 8K and downsampled to 4K. Right, but the point I was making, homie, was that when they marketed the Series X, when they marketed the PS5, they never once came out and said, this is going to be an 8K gaming device. Not once. Never once. Just spend $1 billion on your game, lazy devs. Well, and if you go and read, so the one of the lead devs on Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, he explained why it wasn't coming to other platforms, and it was like, it's just really expensive. It's not easy to put your game on all platforms. It isn't. It's expensive. I feel like I saw something flash up here. I don't know what it was. Our bitrate's fine. Our stream is fine. I don't know what I saw. I swear I saw something. I don't know what it was. What's your favorite Twilight Zone episode? Mine's the guy with the glasses in the library. The guy with the glasses in the library is really, really good. I like the obsolete man. That's a really, really good one. I believe that's Burgess Meredith is in that episode. It's very, very good. I liked the one where the entire time these guys were like, I forget. The entire time this woman is being like harassed by this little robot in this little spaceship, and she's like, and you don't understand what's going on, and then you find out that it's NASA and she's a giant on some other planet. That was a really good one. That was a good twist. Murder Window. I'd need more details than just the title. There are so many episodes. Don't spoil the episode. You can't be serious, right? There's so many episodes, bro. Like, it's a super old show. It's a super old show. Can't really hold me to not spoiling stuff that is that old. But yeah, they now speaking of Resident Evil, no. Today during Summer Game Fest, DoorDash has your back. You can get a free burrito by using code Veronica. This is a good tweet. Now, speaking of Resident Evil, no. Today during Summer Game Fest, DoorDash has your back, and you can get a free burrito by using code Veronica. That's a good tweet, dude. That is excellent. Sorry to keep bringing it up. 2015. Oh, you started watching in 2015? That's like the year I started streaming. I have a piece of paper somewhere over there where I was tracking my follower milestones, and I was writing down people's names for like giveaways and stuff. Never stop dreaming, says Geoff Keighley. Summer Game Fest began in a spare bedroom in 2020, and today we're in the Dolby Theatre for our biggest show yet, alongside thousands of fans. Thank you for joining us on this journey. Yeah, he did it. Do you think we see a lot of live service today? No. Hey, that's a long-standing name there. Poor boy. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it, man. Using your Prime sub on me over there on Purple. No, I don't think we see a lot of live service today, personally. Narwaffle, I'm sorry. I missed your 100 bits like 25 minutes ago. I think you were trying to help the hype train. I wanted to take a break, so I didn't really push the hype train. I was like, I was needing a break. I was needing to run upstairs, boys. It was just before you started playing D1, you were playing ESO. Yeah, the Elder Scrolls Online directory was frustrating. That was frustrating. There was a lot of people view-botting in that directory. And Parasito hits 13 months and a prime over there. We are at 545. We are exactly a 5 bomb away from 550. YouTube, if somebody drops the 5 bomb right now, I owe you guys a 5 bomb over there. We went a little crazy, and I haven't paid up yet because I owe you guys 4. So somebody land this plane. Let's get a little 5 bomb capstone this off, and then I have to drop one as well, and I'll be all paid up. Thank you so much for resubscribing Tacos and Burritos for 37 months. I appreciate it so much. Did you just reveal potentially, possibly, please, something, anything, please? According to their own financials and their own projections, Judas is due somewhere between 2027 and 2029. And there it is. Parasito lands the plane. A 5-bomb for YouTube. Let me pay up. An Agent of Chaos as well, he says. Boom. A single to 552. Okay, let me go ahead and pay up. All right, there you go. There's mine. There we go. I'm all paid up. And you guys are now officially 200 away from the stretch goal. So you have all day today and the Future Game Show stream tomorrow to get to that stretch goal. So you want to bat signal the big boys and get them in here. Tomorrow night, Madam will be continuing her journey in Destiny 1. I will be playing with her. If you guys get it to 750, then Creature has to join us for that Saturday evening stream. Future Game Show is the best thing in the year. You like that one the most? And Poor Boy's going to double dip and also do a membership on YouTube. Thank you so much for doing that. What's a stretch goal? So what we do is every week we have a member goal of 500. I count renewals, upgrades, gifteds. We count primes and subs on Twitch. They all count. So even when you're just renewing, I count it. And when we hit 500, that unlocks a Saturday night stream where Madam, my wife, and I come down here and we stream with you guys. And we've been having her play through Destiny 1. All right? That's what we've been doing. And the stretch goal is like once you hit 500, I'm like, okay, if you hit the next goal, we'll do something even crazier. So sometimes we'll do a double header and play 2 games. Or sometimes like I have to, play with a blindfold on or something. Or in this case, we're going to have Creature, my producer. He'll come play with us. Mighty Keith says, what's your copium for Summer Game Fest announcements? Jedi 3 or a release date for Castlevania Belmont's Curse that is not in September. Jedi 3 or a release date for Castlevania Belmont's Curse that is not in September. Drinks and stream. Yeah, sometimes I'll add to it. So if we get to 750 today, like I'll crack open my expensive bourbon and like pour a glass, and we'll kind of celebrate while we're watching Summer Game Fest tonight. So if you guys want to do that, feel free. What's it say? Your wife's obsessed with Tiny Tina. Well, we named her Madam Crumpet, which was inspired by Tiny Tina. Yes, her name is Madam Crumpet. So, Rianne, thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime and getting us to 554. I appreciate that so much. There's no performance mode in the Gothic remake, so is it just straight up quality mode, 30 FPS? Gothic is 60 on PC. Have you ever watched a subathon? Is that kind of the idea? It's just not as extreme. I mean, I told you guys if you guys got this to 1,000 before Saturday, I would stream all day Saturday. I would just sit here and hang out with you guys and watch all of the events. Yeah, Madam Crumpet, that unlocked a memory. Yeah, we just call her Madam now. Everybody refers to her as Madam. But yeah, I told y'all, I was like, yeah, if you guys get it to 1,000, I'll just stream all day Saturday. I'll just come down here early in the morning and we'll just hang out the whole dadgum day. We'll just watch all of the events. So, and Stone Spire's going to bump it and make us 20 away from the next milestone. Stone Spire is the king of those setups. He's hoping somebody drops a 22. The next milestone at 575, I owe you guys another member. Every 25, I gift one back. And whoever hits it gets it, whether it's YouTube or Twitch. 30 FPS is no bueno. Playing now on PS5 Pro, lock 30 FPS, no performance option. What the frick? How does that even happen in 2026? Like, what are we doing? Batman has performance and quality modes, but if you play split screen, it locks it to 30. What's weird, Vegeta, is it doesn't just lock it to 30. It switches it to quality mode. It switches it to quality mode. I'm like, why wouldn't you have a split screen mode that turns down a lot of the lighting and shadows and stuff and maybe get us closer to 60. I don't understand. Like, it literally switches it to the more graphically intense mode. It's really, really weird. Key inside. Moss the Forgotten Relic demo? Yeah, I don't think we have time for that. Yeah, the Gothic remake is the one they're talking about that's not 60 FPS. Really weird to take the time to do a remake and not have a performance mode. This is a very strange choice. Very strange choice. Performance in Gothic is terrible. It looks good, but 30 FPS kills it for me. Yeah, I can't do it. I'm doing it for Batman, Lego Batman, but I mean, again, I'm making an exception, and it's a vertical split screen, so like I can't see that much. It's not as annoying and jarring, but it certainly is noticeable. It should have forced it to performance, then quality. Just checking the news feeds here to see if there's any more news or announcements or things to look forward to tonight. Lego Batman's 30 FPS on console. Only when you play split screen, Rise. Only when you play split screen. The performance mode is beautiful. It runs and looks so good when you're playing solo. But yeah, if you play split screen, it drops it to quality mode. Because there is a quality mode. There's quality and performance. It drops it to quality mode, and then it's 30 FPS. Which is a huge bummer. Because that was the main reason we got the game. My wife and I got the game because we wanted to play together. So it's pretty disappointing. If it had online co-op, it would be like probably our favorite co-op game as of late, because we'd each have it on our own TV and it would just look incredible. Gonna get some sleep. All right, dude. I appreciate you, man. Thanks for the support today. The Real Saurian, how are things today? They're great, man. I mean, we're having just an amazing day, amazing turnout. We're headed towards having 600 likes. So, guys, get us to 600 likes. If you sub to my YouTube channel, thank you for doing that. I am a Safe for Work broadcaster Monday through Friday. So, thank you to everybody who has hit the sub button or the like button today. If you've enjoyed this show today and I'm helping you get through your work day, you can help me get through my work day. Down below, right next to the like button, is a button that says join. And you can click that. And for $5 a month, you can become a member of my channel. You get a badge and emotes, and then you get into our Discord. We're trying to get to 600 paying members on the channel, and currently it has gone up. For a while there, it wasn't going up. So more and more people are picking up memberships. So you can join in today and become a part of that. We currently have 530 people paying for their own memberships. That's up from 520. So just this week, 10 people have decided to help us with that goal. You can help us with that goal as well. The guy in chat says, "You will never be James Gunn." What? What are you? Who are you talking to? Are you talking to somebody in chat? My copium for today's showcase is Skies of Arcadia remake. But Greg Miller emailed someone, hi at Sega, that it should be remade for me, and he got a response saying that the person at Sega agreed. Well, that's cool. A $5 super chat from Armani Coleman. I cannot wait for Summer Game Fest. Imagine we see Uncharted 5. Well, I don't think Uncharted 5 is going to be there. Just subscribed. I like your vibe. Thank you. Is Reforge Roast still a thing? It is currently very, very wonderfully priced. We're trying to work our way through the light and the medium roast. So $10.95 a bag. So a 12-ounce bag of coffee is $10.95. So you can go to reforgeroast.com and get some. The Frickmas and the light roast are available right now. We're hoping, if things go my way this year, we found out that we were doing things, my CPA wasn't doing things correctly. So we might be able to get, something that makes the coffee doable. It's just very expensive to do anything right now because of the war and because of shipping prices. So $5 super chat from Donald. This is amazing how many gifted you get every week. I want to start a channel. Do you have advice? How much do you make weekly from achieving the goal? I'm not going to get into how much money I make in a week, homie. And starting out, you're not going to make anything. This person at Sega said that doesn't mean that it could or would be remade. Oh, they just agree with you. Got it. I'm hoping Resident Evil Code Veronica remake gets an announcement during the show. There's people that are expecting like a Resident Evil 9 DLC or Resident Evil Code Veronica remake. Yep. This guy says, James Gunn, put me in your movie. I think you're in the wrong chat. I think you're lost. Paramount has a gaming studio now. If Uncharted was coming, Sony would have had it in the state of play. Yeah. Lono, what is this noise about Xbox and exclusives? Asha Sharma sat down with, I think it was Bloomberg, and did like an interview and basically said they're talking about exclusives, but she says almost nothing. It's such vague circular speech. I wouldn't take it to the bank. Erica says getting members is hard. Reforge, someone I look up to for inspiration on that. It's tough. I get a few here and there. I am telling you, as soon as your video started yesterday, I'm telling you have a future in ASMR content. You do. I don't know how to say it other than that. You need a channel where I don't know if there might be a place for it. ASMR gaming news. Your voice is so naturally built for that. I don't know what it is. I can't be the only one that thinks that. I can't be. I got 30 seconds in and I was like, I get all relaxed and like calm. You know what I mean? ASMR channel incoming. Do a little research. I'm not kidding around. Do a little research. Those channels kill it because the content's evergreen. People love to put on content to fall asleep to relax to. It's very calming. It's very meditative when they do it. And they get really into it. There are some insanely successful ASMR channels out there, and the videos are evergreen. They're always getting watched and listened to, and consumed. And you have an advantage, I think. I think women do better in ASMR. I think your voices are more naturally built for it. I also think there's something like, I don't know. There's probably something instinctive in us that are like we're comforted by the voice of a woman. Like there's probably something like maternal there, like just innate in us, right? So you have an advantage. And I don't know. I think there is a huge opportunity there when you naturally make those sounds with your voice with little to no effort. A lot of these people have to like work at it, and they do particular things with their voice to make it sound good. Like you just talk and I'm like, good golly. You just naturally have one of those voices. That's why I typed. I was like, I left that comment. It was like accidental ASMR. That's like totally a thing. That's like accidental ASMR content because it's so relaxing. Most of the games I'm looking forward to are already slated for this year or have been given a 2027 stamp. Anything that happens during the next few days is just bonus. Can you ASMR the Supergirl script? What are you talking about? Where are you guys coming from? Some of you guys are talking about like Superman and Supergirl and stuff. I don't get it. Did somebody send you here to is that like an attempt to troll? Guardians of the Galactic. Stupid idiot Mothman. Yeah, I'm not sure where y'all are from. Some of you are in here being really weird. Yeah, another person here making jokes about James Gunn? I don't know where y'all came from. I am so confused. It's an effective troll. I'll give him credit. It's an effective troll because I'm confused. I'm like, what's going on? Like, I don't feel insulted at all. Too stoned to talk retracted theirs. I don't think they want to get bopped. Maybe. Nope, just kidding. They're fine. You're fine. They think that you look like James Gunn? Oh, I wouldn't take... Do they think that's an insult? They can't think that's an insult, right? Like, looking like James Gunn? That's not bad, is it? I am so confused. Like, imagine somebody coming in here and being like, listen, Brad Pitt, you know, you really are handsome. Frickin' handsome son of a gun. Like, what? Like, okay. Like, yeah, James Gunn's kind of a good-looking dude. He got that white beard and hair. I guess we do have a similar hairstyle and glasses, I guess. I guess I kind of see it. Do you have any old tweets? I've certainly been canceled. I mean, we have that in common, I guess. Yeah, I like his gray hair. I want it. I'm getting streaks. Look. I'm getting streaks. You can see it in there. It's coming in. You know. A lot of younger devs, they're like Final Fantasy 13. Do you think FF13 remake next? I couldn't tell you. That's not gray, that's full on white. Well, I mean, I'm using those interchangeably. Yes, white, gray, whatever. Like, yeah, I love the salt and pepper. Like, I'm getting my daughter took a picture of me from the side the other night, and I was like, whoa, I'm getting some streaks in there. I love it. I think it looks so good. Yeah, Pierce Brosnan is an absolute dish. Like, that dude is wearing the gray well. Like, he is handsome. I love it. I'm like, dude, give me that gray, dude. I'll take it. And facial hair, you dang time traveler. I don't understand that. Gunn's better than Neutron. Yeah, being told I look like James Gunn is a whole lot better than being called Jimmy Neutron. Totally a compliment. All I get is, are you Queso's brother? The Queso... The Queso chat insult montages are really funny, though. Like, when someone said he was built like a 1x1 Lego, and he looks it up, and he's like, all right, that's a ban. I don't like big dudes being made fun of for being big, but the frickin' Queso clips, they are too much. Oh my gosh, they're too much. I cry every time I see him, and I'll watch him, and I've seen him before. He's like, dude's built like a 1x1 Lego? What's a 1x1 Lego? And he Googles it. He's like, all right, that's a ban. It is a legendary clip. It is so good. Oh gosh. I think he even says that they're banned in like a polite way. It's almost like, yeah, sorry buddy, you're banned. Oh gosh. It's so good. Oh man. God bless that dude. You know what I mean? If that homie lost all that weight, none of those clips would work anymore, you know? Oh, holy mackerel. I absolutely love Queso. Yeah, those clips are good. He leans into the bit. Oh, you can tell he leans into the bit. He reads the insults. He totally leans into it. Yeah. He's very funny. They're great. He's like one of the biggest streamers, isn't he? I mean, I think he pulls pretty big viewership, I feel like. At least that's what I feel like I read that somewhere. Oh, man. Lona, are you a day one buy for an OLED portal? Probably. I like my portal. I get a pretty good amount of use out of it. Yeah. I get a pretty good amount of use out of it. The way Tim reacts is hilarious. Yeah, Tim's got some funny clips, obviously. That's the first time I saw the 1x1 Lego bit. I just watched it for the first time. I'm crying in my office right now. It's so good, Sean. It's so good. Like, he is, he's a funny guy. My friends say I look like Jesus, it's the hair. Yeah, I had the long hair beard thing, and I got that a lot. You know? Troy Baker, one of the hosts of Future Game Show that we will be co-streaming tomorrow. When do you find time to use a handheld? When you have a PC in the office and the PS5 Pro in the living room, I struggle to make use of my Legion Go. I use my Portal. There were some games that I was like trying to grind and finish. One of them was what's it called? Grind Survivors. I was using it upstairs. I'd be sitting in bed instead of reading. I would just, I'd play on the Portal. I use it a lot. I pretty much rolled credits on Mouse PI. I pretty much rolled credits on Mouse PI when I was in Florida. That was nice. You went from a Foo Fighters member to James Gunn. Yeah, I mean, I'm good with it. So so those are instances where it gets used, the Portal. So like I said, like upstairs in bed, like if we go to bed a little bit early or something. I don't like to play games like right before bed, but there were a couple times we went up to bed kind of early, like Madam was tired and we were like done watching a show or something. And I was like, yeah, I'll play a little bit Grind Survivors on it, play for 20 minutes or what have you. So that, and then when I was in Florida, because the cloud play is really nice. It's really nice. Once they made it to where you could like cloud play games that you owned, it really changed the device, because then you didn't have to like leave your PlayStation on for remote play. Pan Gamer says, I hope Xbox will still bring games to PlayStation. I don't think they're going to back off from that. So this guy here, Dom's Playing, says, I see Xbox has entered the tell don't show era. At a certain point, the work needs to speak for itself, and work takes time. We'll see. Asha Sharma says she wants Xbox to be the #1 gaming and entertainment company by 2030. Our console players aren't excited about that. Xbox CEO Asha Sharma says it ditched Copilot because it didn't solve a problem. Steam Machine and Steam Frame confirmed by summer. Xbox CEO says platforms must have exclusive content. Yeah, she says as a platform you need exclusive content and features. Like I don't know. It's just a lot of talk. Were you shocked when mouse turned color out of nowhere? I thought that was a really good reference. I really liked that section. I took a screenshot and posted that one on Twitter. I thought that was awesome. The Wizard of Oz reference was dope. Yeah. I have my PC next to my bed and a PS5 in the living room, and I never leave the house. I rarely use my Legion Go because of that. Been trying to justify the purchase by only installing. Yeah, if you're not traveling, sitting on a plane, if you're not in a lot of those encounters and a lot of those spaces, yeah, it's like, why wouldn't you just play on the PC or the console, the TV, or your whatever, you know what I mean? Whatever your setup is. I get it. I do. If they want to be the biggest game company by 2030, they need to ship to all platforms. Well, yeah, because I don't think you're going to see them. I don't think you're going to see them saturate the market with a lot of Helixes. I just don't think so. I don't think the goal is to saturate the market with a lot of Helixes. I just don't think so. They sell 10 million of them, they'll probably be pretty happy. That would be my guess. Do you think they announced new Gears Day one on PlayStation? No, I think Gears of War E-Day is going to be 6 months probably before it comes to PlayStation. It'll release on PC and Xbox first. You caught the FOMO. I love my Legion Go, though. I mean, if I were traveling a lot, I would just be probably bringing my Switch 2 for the airplane. Like, if I really, really wanted to, play games, I'd be working my way through, like, Zelda or something. I don't travel like I used to. It's just really not something that I'm desiring. I mean, I got invited to the COD LA event, and I had to turn it down because we were already going to Florida. There was a part of me that was kind of glad to have, like, a genuine excuse why I couldn't go. Like, that's just not something I like doing as much, especially going out to LA. Like, it takes a whole day to get out there because you never can get a direct flight. So you spend a whole day on planes and in airports and Uber, and then a whole day to get back. And so if you're there for a day or two, like, the whole week is gone for, like, one thing in LA. It was just like, I was excited to be getting invites like that again. That's pretty cool. But at the same time, it was just like, I'm not at that stage of life anymore where I want to be traveling and all of that. It's just, I'll make exceptions, obviously, but that would be an instance if I was still living that life, like when I did, E3 and other conferences and stuff. I would have, had maybe a reason to constantly have a handheld. But I think even at this stage, I would just take my Switch 2 and work through something like, Tears of the Kingdom, because I got the upgraded version. She won't last till 2030. I mean, I don't know. I think she'll make it to 2030 easy. Where in Florida did you go? Tampa. I think she'll make it to 2030. I think she's there to do what Satya wants, and so for that reason, I don't think she's going anywhere. You know what I mean? What game is Paramount going to make? They could make a killer Star Trek game, right? Don't they own the rights to Star Trek? I'm trying to think of other things they own the rights to. But that's the first one I could think of. At least that's the thing I think of that's like on their their TV service. That's where you're from? You're from Tampa? Yeah, my wife's originally from Ohio, and then ended up in Tampa when she was like 9 or 10 or something like that. So that's where her family is. Well, that's where her her parents and her sister is. Check out some of our beach bars here in Tampa. Nah, homie, it was a family trip. It was a family trip. I was there with my wife and kids. We weren't going to bars or anything like that. We were pretty much just, hanging out at the house, and the kids swam pretty much every day. They have a pool, so that's a great way to spend your time on a family trip. I'll be real with you. You know what I mean? Get the kids to swim like fish and sleep like rocks. That's a good family trip right there. No invitation to Florida. I don't think I would want an invitation to Florida. I don't like going to Florida. We only go there for family. Like, if we didn't have family there, we would not go out of our way to go to Florida. The average gamer only buys like 2 to 4 games a year. Yeah, it's somewhere between 2 and... There was a time where it was like 3 to 7, and I think now it's lower. I think now it's like 2 to 5 or something like that. Busch Gardens is in Tampa. I can't see us justifying that as a good reason to go down there. It's just a muggy basement of a place. Like, sorry. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. You know what I mean? It's a muggy basement, and there's dinosaurs in the water. I'm gonna need Laura Fryer to do a video on the Forrest Perry thing. I don't know if there's any evidence. It's just something that we believe. I haven't been able to catch any of your shows, says Jordan, for the last few days. I'm curious, what is your position on Asha Sharma talking about exclusives for Xbox again? Listen, I've watched a lot of the clips. I don't feel like she's saying anything. I've continued to say that talk is cheap, right? I think talk is cheap. I think she's saying a lot of nothing. Like, here's the thing. This could be cynicism. This could be just me being jaded. But all the years I've been doing this, I feel like I see through the corporate veil. And I'm like, yeah, I know why she's saying this stuff. I know why she's using these buzzwords. I know why she's phrasing things the way that she's phrasing them. She is attempting to basically, like, she's blowing like very, very low-level dog whistles because she knows the gaming press will dance to her tune. If she says the right things in the right way, she is basically controlling that narrative, like the headlines, the videos, the tweets. But she's also committing to literally nothing. And I also think she's being very careful in how she talks about it. Like, if you feel like, you know, these interviews are an indication that she's going to reverse course and they're going to go back to being console-centric and exclusive-centric, I do not think that is at all what she's trying to signal. I think she's just, they're very, very, they're at the lowest frequency of dog whistles. She's just doing it so that people, you know, write the headlines and make the videos. But if you really look at what she's saying, she's not saying anything. Let's get to the good stuff. What did you think about the Bricks and Minifigs drama? I didn't get to look into it. What I gathered was they took advantage of a family and basically stole their Lego collection that was worth like $200,000 or $300,000 or something. Performative is the word. Putting the kids to bed. What are we talking about? Asha Sharma just did an interview like yesterday. And as far as I can tell, again, I think she's just using buzzwords. I don't think she's committing to anything. She said we need to reach more players. Right, complicated. You see what I'm saying, Sam? Like, every time she talks, she's always saying two things at once. She'll talk about exclusives and she'll pay lip service to exclusives, but then she'll talk about, like, the real goal they have is, that's not it. That's not the goal. The goal is to reach as many players as possible, to ship games in as many places as possible. Like, that's what I'm saying. She says a lot of words and ultimately says nothing. It's like, you're not saying anything. You're using buzzwords because you know it'll drive headlines. You know videos will get made. Everybody's talking about Xbox. Are they talking about what she's committing to? No. Did she give, like, timelines or specifics? No. She just uses the right words because she knows they'll grab this one sentence and it'll be a headline driver. Like, watch, I'll show you. If I go to Google and I type Asha Sharma exclusives, right? And I just go to the news cycle. Asha Sharma dances around Xbox exclusivity in new interview. Now that's a gaming blog, Wolf's Gaming Blog. Tweak down. Xbox must have exclusive content. CEO Asha Sharma says exclusives to be selected on thoughtful case-by-case basis. Xbox returning to exclusives? CEO Asha Sharma says platform, quote, must have exclusive content. Xbox boss Asha Sharma still can't seem to decide on a stance regarding console exclusivity. Quote, you must have exclusive content, Windows Central, as Xbox chief doubles down on exclusives for the platform. Do you see? She is driving the narrative and she's saying nothing, boys. She's not saying anything. This is masterful. Masterful. She is smart, she is pretty, and she is skilled. She's a freaking killer. She's an absolute killer, boys. She's a killer. I mean, look at the dadgum headlines. Every single gaming outlet, every single Gaming Bolt, Twisted Voxel, Shack News, Game Reactor, IGN, Windows Central, Eurogamer, Tweaktown, like every single gaming outlet, she's got them all talking about Xbox exclusives. And guess what? If you go watch the interview, she says nothing and she commits to nothing. It's generic. It's flimsy. And look what she did with it. It's like she's taken fortune cookies and like turning them into like headlines out, so that everybody in the week of like Summer Game Fest week and like Showcase week, in the lead up to the Xbox Showcase, look what she just did. Look what she just did. We're in the runway to the Xbox Showcase. What she got everybody doing? Xbox and exclusives are getting paired together in everybody's minds. I got news for you. It's tactical, because I think Gears of War E-Day is a timed exclusive. Not something that they planned, not because they're going back to exclusives, but because of production. And I think they're going to leverage that to make it seem like, I'm telling you right now, it is a tactical form of like, this is a bit of subterfuge here. She gets everybody talking about Xbox exclusives. What do you think's going to happen at the end of the Gears of War E-Day Direct if there's no PlayStation logo? You bet your butt every video, every blog, every tweet about Gears of War E-Day is going to be Xbox is returning to exclusives with Gears of War E-Day. Timed exclusivity, not coming to play, no date for PlayStation given. That's going to be a driver. I'm telling you, it's masterful. Like, I've gotten to the point where I actually have a certain level of respect for the way that Xbox plays the public like a fiddle. They're so good at it. They're better at that than shipping and making games. Like, think about it. They're better at fostering loyalty and getting the gaming press to capitulate to their narratives. They're better at that than shipping games. Like, they do that more effectively for the last 6 years than they've shipped games. They're so good at it. Why would that be a bad thing? Where did I say it was a bad thing? I didn't say it was a bad thing. I didn't. Now, if it convinces consumers that they're going back to exclusives, I would say to be careful, because I don't think they're doing that. Don't start thinking that the brand is on its comeback and that they're going to go back to exclusives and they're going to start giving you games and not giving them to other platforms. If that's what you think and that's what you conclude, I would say you're coming to a false conclusion. I would feel like you're being misled. That's not what's going on. That's not what's going on. I think they're playing a game like they've always played. Like they've always played. Are you going to GCX this year? No, I would never go to anything or do anything or support anything those guys do. Are you freaking kidding me? Even if I was allowed to go, I don't want anything to do with those guys. Xbox will likely not say it's not coming to PS5. They won't say that it's not coming. They just won't have a PS5 date, and PS5 won't be on the end card. That's going to be the driver. People are going to run with that. They're going to be like, yes, Gears of War E-Day. Xbox exclusives are back. I'm telling you, write this one down. Put it on a Post-it note and go stick it on your fridge. And when it happens, you can pull it off and be like, yep, Lono called it. Next week, that is going to be a headline and a video everywhere. Xbox exclusives are back. Exclusives are back on the menu. I'm telling you right now, this entire thing has been planned. She knows that's important. They bring back FanFest. They start dropping little buzzwords about exclusivity, and they know that Gears isn't ready for PlayStation yet. They know it's going to have to come to Xbox and PC first. So they get to create this mirage of exclusivity, like, oh yeah, exclusivity's back. And it's like, that's how that was going to ship no matter what. It was going to ship that way no matter what. Just like Indiana Jones came to PlayStation late, and Matt Booty was like, that was a production reason, if anything. Like, it was more of a production reason than anything. It was like, it wasn't ready. What that says is that they're not prioritizing exclusivity. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't care if Gears of War E-Day is a timed exclusive. That doesn't bother me. That doesn't matter to me. That doesn't do anything to me. But them using it as like a mirage, as like a way of making people think, oh yeah, exclusives are back. If they're not actually changing course and internally changing strategy to prioritize exclusives again, they are once again playing a shell game with you. They're manipulating you to make you think, oh yeah, here we go, we're back. And in 2 or 3 years, you're going to turn around and be like, they really didn't reverse course on exclusives. They just didn't do it. 100 bits from Wired Rope. Can't wait for all the exclusives or bad people to make hit pieces on her for taking games away from people. Yeah, all the people that said exclusives were bad and anti-consumer, and that like this is where the industry's going and we're going away from exclusivity. I can't wait for all of them to be really angry about the fact that Gears of War E-Day is exclusive instead of celebrating it. EGRM says, did they ever apologize? No, Corey didn't apologize. He also never owned up to any of the things he said that weren't true. I never said why this had to happen. Yeah, been with you since Taken King times. Yeah, that time that he and I had that conversation, he was just trying to get things to calm down. And I think he was worried that I was going to go forward with the things that I know. And then the very next day, they removed him from every website that he was associated with, because I think that's what they were worried about. And I never went forward with what I know, and I plan to never go forward with what I know. There was no apology stated, and nobody has ever corrected the public record. That was the time where they all scrubbed their timelines. Everything any of those gentlemen said about me disappeared. Chris Barrett and all the GCX guys, they just scrubbed their timelines. All the false claims they said about me, all the false things they said just disappeared. So much for supporting the people that they said they were supporting, I guess. If Xbox wants to go back to exclusives, they would have made it a big deal with an official announcement because they know fans would worship them for it. Yeah, and that's the thing. That can't be an official announcement. There's not a universe where Xbox is going to walk out and say that in reverse course. They've made too many moves. They've made too many publishing agreements. They've made too many budgetary decisions, and that's what Satya wants. That's what I kept trying to tell people. I'm like, Microsoft is in charge now, more than they've ever been, and this is what Satya wants. Satya does not like the idea of exclusives. It's not in his purview. His vision is games and software in as many places as you can get it, and agentic AI at every level of the company. That's his vision for Microsoft and Xbox. And Asha Sharma is there to put those things in motion. So the reason she's saying the things, this is something I've really started to realize about Xbox. When they don't want you focusing on what's happening, they distract you. It's a sleight of hand move. It's a form of sleight of hand. So I think one of the reasons she's doing what she's doing and saying what she's saying is because she doesn't want you to actually focus on what she's really there to do. It's a form of sleight of hand. It's like, oh, look over here. I said exclusives. Oh, look over here. Gears of War is a timed exclusive. So everyone's going to fixate on that, and they're going to it's a sleight of hand thing. It's like, oh, wow, nobody caught that. Nobody caught what we're really doing. What we're really doing to the brand and what we're really taking the brand. Phil Spencer did it all the time. The sleight of hand he pulled when the CFO said that you're going to see a change of strategy and you're going to see games on PlayStation and Nintendo, those are formally considered competitors. So the CFO doesn't just say the strategy is changing. He doesn't just say first-party games are going to PlayStation and Nintendo. He literally says the quiet part out loud. He's like, they're not competitors anymore. PlayStation and Nintendo are no longer our competitors. And what does Phil do? He plays a sleight of hand game. He comes out and says, oh, we have no plans to put Game Pass on PlayStation and Nintendo. And everybody calmed down. And we're like, yeah, see, Phil Spencer's saying that CFO doesn't know what he's talking about. And I told people at the time, I was like, that's sleight of hand. He's not answering the real question. So right now, what Asha's doing is she's throwing out the word exclusive, and she's including the word exclusive in these interviews and these public appearances because she knows that the fans are going to latch on to that. and they're going to fixate on it. It's a form of distraction. She has not been brought in to return the brand to the roots of like console first exclusives and first party games just for the consoles. That's not what she's there to do. That is not what she's been tasked with. But something I've learned with Microsoft and Xbox is they use sleight of hand and looky-loo strategies to get you to look away from the real thing that they're doing. They've been doing it this entire time. They've been doing it this entire gen. So I've gotten to the point now where I'm not jaded and cynical about it. I'm just like, I feel like I have the decoder ring. I know what you're doing. I know why you're navigating these conversations this way. I'm not falling for it. You're talking about a seismic shift, a tectonic shift, if they reversed course on everything they put into place for the last 10 years. It would be insane. That's why scapegoating Sarah Bond was so shameful. Like, shame on Tom Warren and The Verge for that hit piece. That was garbage. That was absolute garbage. That should have never been written. That scapegoat of Sarah Bond was such a form of revisionist history. The Xbox Everywhere strategy was not her baby. It was not her strategy. Linking that strategy to her is so dishonest. The Xbox Everywhere strategy was put into place by Phil Spencer and the team and the executives, and it was in place well before Sarah Bond was ever even in her position. And they tried to link it to her, and guess what? They have not reversed course. They're just changing the way they talk about it. They're changing the way they talk about it. They're not going to say this is an Xbox, because that was a PR nightmare. It basically meant nothing is an Xbox. They basically diluted their entire brand with one marketing push. But they're still saying the same things. They're still talking about how the gaming world is bigger than one platform. The gaming world is bigger than putting games in one place. You know, games in more places, more people playing. They're still saying the same things. They have not changed course on that. They haven't. And she is masterfully using buzzwords to get headlines and YouTube videos made in the runway to a showcase where the capstone of the event is Gears of War E-Day, and Gears of War E-Day is going to be a timed exclusive. Forza Horizon 5 alone has amassed over $323 million on Sony's console, while Sea of Thieves brought in over $100 million. There is too much money to leave on the table. That's exactly right. There's too many consumers on PlayStation. There's too many potential consumers. There's too many people over there, and they spend money. At a time where people are like, oh, but first-party PlayStation games are selling less than they used to. Yes, all games are selling less than they used to. It's a problem. All games are selling less than they used to. Given that reality, you're not going to limit the reach of your game if you can. Now, that doesn't mean you can't have exclusive like with Nintendo and PlayStation do, and then those games hit their budgets and hit what they're supposed to earn. Microsoft is not in that position. They're not. They don't have a platform reach like Nintendo and PlayStation has. They simply don't. Their platform reach is very, very poor at this point, so they have to take their games to other places. They have to. You think we will see anything from Palworld for the 1.0 launch? I don't know. Love your content. Thank you. That's why we want D3. Yeah, I have asked across his emotes. I subbed to him when he was offline because I didn't want to disrupt his stream by subbing to him. But I got him because I wanted to support him and support what's going on. Davis says, if they did do it, they have to take games off everywhere for it to have any chance to work, and even then it's a huge risk and probably a disaster. Well, yeah, like, okay, so Play Anywhere. This is another way that they've painted themselves into a corner where they can't do... How do you do exclusivity with Play Anywhere, right? The notion of Play Anywhere defeats the entire purpose of like what she's talking about. Like, exclusivity is needed if you're going to have a platform. Now, she might be saying platform in the realm of like Windows, which then Play Anywhere kind of serves that aim. Oh, well, you can play it on this Windows device and this Windows device and this Windows device. Okay, yeah. Then you have to ask the question, well, how do you get companies to take part in Play Anywhere? Well, they have to be compensated because you're now giving people a reason to buy the game less times. Right? When, Colin Moriarty's making a game, and I talked to him about this, and he said we would never do Play Anywhere. He's like, that doesn't make any sense for what we're trying to do. We're trying to sell as many copies of the game as possible. Play Anywhere is antithetical to that. So if Xbox is going to get people to agree to Play Anywhere, that has to be subsidized the same way they subsidize Game Pass involvement. They have to pay those studios somehow. They might pay them with, maybe Xbox takes a lower royalty share on the sale. Or maybe they literally write a check for their involvement. Or literally they spend, their own marketing spend and their own marketing dollars on it. Right? These are things that must be paid for, and that's why Play Anywhere is a dangerous gamut for them to run, because you could end up with a bunch of games and a bunch of companies that are like, yeah, we don't want to be involved with that, because even if you write us a check, it's just not worth it. It's not worth being on a service that allows people to buy the game only one time. Like, that's not something that we're looking to do. So they're once again making something central to the brand that runs against the desires and what game companies, what developers and publishers want, which is to sell as many copies as possible. Do you think they will remove Day One on Game Pass if they brought back exclusives? I don't see how those things are related, Cole. And I think Day One Game Pass is going away for their big titles. I think Call of Duty was them cracking the seal on that. They got their loyalists to celebrate a price increase on Game Pass and removing Call of Duty from Game Pass. They literally got people to celebrate that. Like, that's kind of insane if you think about it. Like, they intentionally raised the price by 50% and then brought it back down to 23. 23 is a normal inflationary raise of the subservice. I think they always intended to raise it to 23, but they price anchored by going higher than that. And then, in the process, they removed Call of Duty, so they got people to celebrate literally a price increase to Game Pass while losing one of the biggest titles. I think that's them cracking the seal on day and date. I think bigger titles will just stop showing up day and date, like Elder Scrolls 6 and other games like that. I think production timelines are too long and too costly for them to want to do that anymore. Exclusives would cost Xbox more in the long run. Yes, because again, related to production costs, their footprint's not big enough. And they also have titles that would sell incredibly well on PlayStation. For example, there's a huge Bethesda audience on PlayStation. So to spend all these years and time and bandwidth and marketing and everything on like the Elder Scrolls 6 and to not sell that game on PlayStation, it would be foolish because they have such a huge audience over there. I approve that action. I wouldn't say I celebrate it. I mean, I think people were like, listen, if prices are going to go up, they're going to go up. At the very least, get Call of Duty off there because I don't care about Call of Duty. You know what I mean? Like, but there were plenty of people that celebrated it. Play Anywhere is good for consumers, especially if you own both Windows and Xbox. Right, but a company making a game and trying to maximize their sales, they don't care what's good for you. They're trying to make money. They're trying to make profit. They're trying to make ends meet. If you made a game and you're shipping it on all these places, you want as many people as possible buying your game. You don't want a percentage of the user base out there being able to buy your game once. You want people to be in a position to be like, well, I liked it, so I bought it twice. Or I was going to play it in 2 places. Or I was going to play it and my friend was going to play it. Or me and my wife were going to play it, so I'm going to buy it twice. Well, with Play Anywhere, there are people that will be like, well, I guess I only had to buy it once now. And you might think, well, that's not that many people. But when you're marketing a game to a global audience, that feature runs against your aims. It just runs against what you're trying to do. You're trying to get as many people as possible to buy your game. I wouldn't actually mind day and date first party dropping from Game Pass and treat new releases like theatrical releases for movies. It's really hard to justify, though, paying that premium price that you're paying for Ultimate if they start not giving you day and date on games. If you guys are just tuning in, we're waiting for Summer Game Fest. It starts in 3 hours. I got a timer right next to me. This is a waiting room. We're just making the time pass with conversation about the industry, about Xbox and Game Pass. We've talked about PlayStation. We've talked about the state of play. So hit subscribe, hang out, talk. Do me a quick favor if you haven't hit the like button. Hit that like button. Give it a smack so we can get to the next milestone of 700 likes. If Day One Game Pass exists, the fan base won't buy exclusive games, so it's slightly connected. That's just another really good point, Daniel. If you go back and you're like, yeah, we're going to do exclusives, okay, and you start doing exclusives, but you still do Day One on Game Pass, you're once again creating an environment where you're going to lose money. They lost so much money putting Call of Duty on Game Pass. Like, it's a lose-lose. It's just such a lose-lose. Like, yeah, let's go back to exclusives, and you have an entire user base that's been conditioned to expect the big games to land on Game Pass Day One so that they don't have to buy it. You know, it's like they're stuck. They can't walk any of this. They just can't walk any of this stuff back. I just don't feel like they can. These games will never hit sales targets being exclusive and on Game Pass. That's exactly right. That's the gauntlet that she's facing. That's why she's like, we got to handle these on a case-by-case basis. And the reason that she's saying that is, if you decide to make something perpetually exclusive, it's going to have to be something small that you take that as a loss for the PR. Like, so some small title like Kiln or something, like where like the budget for it's not very large, and you're like, yeah, that's okay if that doesn't ever go to the other platforms. People hearing about the ABK deal, the first thing that people were touting was Call of Duty on Game Pass. I remember when Post Up was tickled pink of the thought. Now people want to say it's a mistake. Or that they're glad to see it gone because, you know, the last Call of Duty and the one before it didn't do very well. And they're like, yeah, well, screw Call of Duty. And it's like, Call of Duty was literally the champion of that deal. It literally was. Call of Duty was like at the center stage of the debate. And they were all like, yeah, dude, Call of Duty, yeah. Call of Duty on Game Pass. Yeah, PlayStation's going to have to buy it. And then when they removed Call of Duty from Game Pass, people were like, yeah, good riddance. And it was like, Jiminy Christmas. When does the show start? EST at 5 o'clock. I've got a countdown right next to me. Also, game dev's too expensive for devaluation of games from Game Pass. Yeah. To constantly talk about how expensive it is to make games. Like, I'm telling you, that's why so many of the people that defended Xbox every step of the way, I don't think they really grappled with how self-contradicting their statements were. Oh, well, games are getting so much more expensive, you're just going to have to put games everywhere. Meanwhile, they were also ardently defending the idea that Game Pass was sustainable and profitable, as they would take these extremely expensive games and put them on Game Pass day one, day and date. It's like, you don't see the contradiction there. Like, the position was so dissonant and so weird. It was like, wait, I don't understand. You guys are saying things that don't go together. You're saying that games are getting too expensive. They're going to have to go anywhere because these companies need sales. But then you tout a service that lets people not buy it. Like, I'm telling you, it was such a weird time to see just mountains of contradictions and cognitively dissonant positions. And it was like, I don't know what you guys are even saying. I don't even know what you truly think. Business is making a $300 million game exclusive. That's a big risk. This is a random thing I've noticed, but has anyone ever complimented you on how consistent your form of speech is? It makes it easy to listen to and talk to for hours. It makes it easy to listen to you talk for hours. My form of speech? I'm not sure what you mean. Like, are you just talking about like how I talk, like how I put my words together? I have noticed if you go back and listen to my streams, you can increase the speed to like 1.5 or even 2, and it's still easy to understand what I'm saying. I think that does maybe play a role into what you're saying. Asha said the next 100 days are going to be rough. That's what we should worry about as game fans. That sounds like heads are getting chopped. If she's talking about like rough or tough decisions, that's CEO speak. That's executive speak for layoffs. Yes. When they talk about like tough days ahead and tough decisions, or this is going to be really hard on it, yeah, they're going to be laying people off. That's what that means. They want their cake and eat it too. Big budget exclusives and day one Game Pass. It doesn't hold up to financial realities. The way you express yourself is easy to understand when you break conversations down. I appreciate that. I would hope after 10 years I'm pretty good at this. I'm pretty good at communicating. It'd be bad if I wasn't. You know, I was like, like, if people were constantly like, I don't understand what you're saying, Lono. It's like, this homie's been doing this for 10 years and he's still not a good communicator. There's no hope for him. Going to be rough for Xbox and Microsoft. Firings aren't affecting us, the consumers, nor do I even remotely care when I hear about layoffs in any of any sort in the industry. I don't know why you wouldn't care. That just means you're going to get less games and less stuff to play. That would be like saying, I don't care that they're laying people off and firing people at my favorite restaurant. And then you go and the wait takes longer and the food takes longer to come to you because they don't have enough people. Like that 100% affects you. Like I'm not asking for performative empathy where you go out into the streets and like metaphorically like open up your veins and heart to be like, oh, like I'm not asking for like performative empathy, but like it 100% has an effect on you as a consumer when these levels of layoffs happen. It does. Like Blue Point getting shut down is a bummer as somebody who owns a PlayStation, because it's like, man, they could have done some good things with remakes. You know, you couldn't find anything for them to work on. Like, yeah, that's a bummer. I'm concerned for Bungie. If Marathon doesn't improve, they may get more layoffs. Bungie's going to get chopped about in half, I think. I think they're going to be reduced down to about 500 people. The way you speak is clear, concise, and you rarely stumble over words. As someone with a stutter, I've been trying to improve my speech to reduce stuttering. I have some friends that are in like speech pathology and speech therapy, so I can't give you any advice, but I definitely know that you can improve if you do the work. Just remember, Lona, if this doesn't work out, you can always go bag groceries. That's correct. Yes. The reason I don't care is because I know all these companies have many unnecessary employees, and if they're getting laid off, we notice little to no effect unless it's a full studio closure, which is a different subject. Again, I don't agree. I think that's incredibly reductionistic to act like, yeah, if a studio lays people off, there was bloat and extra employees and they'll be fine. Sometimes these create cascades of problems where, you know, especially like medium-sized studios. When medium-sized studios go through those types of layoffs, it affects team composition. It affects, you know, their ability and their bandwidth to create things. So it's never as simple as like, oh, they'll be fine. No, it 100% will affect their efficiency in bringing games to market, which means we wait or maybe get lower quality products or no products at all. Not all layoffs lead to studio closure, but a lot of layoffs tend to cascade in that direction. I was at work. What did I miss? I mean, I've been streaming for 4 hours and 38 minutes. I'm not quite sure how I could give you a recap on that. Wicked says, I also have a stutter, but I stream trophy hunting on my channel. It's all about doing your best to focus on your speech. You're going to do well if you don't give up. They're going to be replaced with 18-month contractors and terrible games. Yeah, that's the other thing with Microsoft that you can't gloss over, is that the minute they lay off people in these studios, if the studio has to start relying on contract workers, we know how Microsoft handles contract workers, and that's not a good thing. You know, that would be my biggest charge to Asha Sharma would be to get an exception made, like that game devs that have employees on contracts don't have to abide by the 18-month clause. Like, that would be my biggest charge to her, because I think it's so destructive to what they do. If a 100-employee studio lays off 40 people, sure, but when we're talking about a 1,000-man AAA studio or people from Microsoft or Sony or parent companies, I'm not going to shed a tear for that, because I doubt most, if not all those people were likely even necessary to begin with. Bloated staff. Well, you're talking about the smallest percentage of studios then. There's almost no studios that are that size. That's why I said your position's kind of reductionist. You're acting like, oh, it's not a big deal because it's just a bunch of extra employees. And it's like, well, but that's only true of like the mega corps, the mega studios. There's not that many of them. The average studio isn't larger than 500 employees. They're not. The average studio is somewhere probably between 300 and 600, I would think. Like, most studios aren't mega studios. So layoffs hurt. They do. I don't expect performative empathy and tears and virtue signaling every time there's layoffs. I think a lot of that is just performative and it does nothing. But to be callous and be like, it doesn't affect me at all. Oh, it 100% does. I don't like the 18-month thing, but I get why they do it. They have a cutthroat $1 trillion company with no human sympathy. Right. My problem with the 18-month contract policy is it has nothing to do with efficiency. It has nothing to do with the product. It's because they don't want to pay for people's health benefits. And in the creative space, I actually think that ends up costing them money. Excited launches coming soon. I mean, in 2 hours and 45 minutes, we'll be watching the Summer Game Fest show. Is Game Fest streamed on Twitch or their website? It's streamed in both places, yes. You can watch it right here with us. You don't have to go anywhere. I'm one of the co-streamers of the event. I got my little press kit this morning. Yeah, I saw that, Daniel. It certainly hurts the product. Yeah, I think it costs them more money. I think they lose money on the 18-month contract policy in gaming, especially. I think they do. I think they lose money. I think in the Microsoft like software corporate edifice, they're fine. It doesn't affect them at all. I think they're fine because it's tool based. It's not creative. But I think in the gaming sphere, I think in that sphere, the 18-month contract policy, it 100% costs them money. I think they lose money on it. I think they would make more money. I think their games would be more profitable if they were just willing to pay those people's benefits and let them work on the project to completion. Those games would end up being better, score better, sell better. You'd make more money. You have to think about what they would spend in benefits. They lose through onboarding. They lose through loss of productivity. They spend more money by just not paying for their benefits. The math on it is terrible. It's absolutely terrible. Onboarding employees is so dadgum expensive, and not only is it expensive because you're doing background checks and interviews and all of that, then they have to be onboarded into the teams, and then that team has its productivity affected. You lose whatever momentum you had with the previous person or the previous people. Like, the money they lose doing this is absurd. It's so short-sighted and stupid. It really is. It's like cliche executive short-sighted stupidity. It's like, you're not seeing the forest for the trees here. You're like, but you see, but right here, this line item, we spend less money. Yes, you doofus, you spend less money, but you're losing so much in the process. You lose so much. And then you fundamentally lose on the game itself. The game itself comes out and it's clearly not ready and clearly has problems. And then it affects your sales, your Metacritic score, and your consumer reception. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Do 18-month contracts explain all the problems with Windows? 50 different people can build the same Excel feature and it's fine. 20 different people build the same feature of a game over 5 years and you get Halo. Right. Yes. That's the issue. Is like when you're building a tool, sliding people in and out of the team, it's a lot more doable. It's a lot more difficult to do that in a creative process. Because when you have good vision transfer and you have people working on a team and they understand what's the artistic vision and mission for this weapon or this world or this biome or this race of enemies that we're designing, right? When you have that vision transfer and then you lose pieces of that team, you lose the synergy. You know, teams start to gel and teams start to, you know, they're able to do things without really saying anything, right? Like Bob and Tim and Dave are all like, yeah, we don't really have to say anything. We know that he's going to do this and he's going to do that and I'm going to do this part. And then we're kind of humming, like we're just making stuff and making decisions and making moves without constantly really having to even talk about, what it is we need to do next. You lose all that when you lose people. You do. And it has, I'm telling you, it has a ripple effect through the entire project. Every team that goes through that has their productivity affected. So the team working on the weapons, they have their productivity, slowed down. And then, the team that was working on the boss fights is now waiting on the weapons team, so now they're slowed down. And then there's the team that's working on, the reward structure for the bosses, and they're like, oh hey, yeah, we're now slowed down too because we were waiting on you guys. Like it's like a ripple effect throughout the entire company. There's going to be Wolfenstein remasters. Is that another leak? I understand leaks and rumors are fun in general, but leaking games on the day of the event is straight up evil. Legit, just keep it a secret at this point. This is bad human behavior in my opinion. I mean, I kind of agree. I think that I do appreciate that guys like Shinobi and Jeff Grubb and Jason Schreier and Tom Henderson, they do seem to button up when we're in showcase season. They do. Wait, just for you, I get 35% off all gifted subs. Are you guys getting that right now when you gift subs on Twitch? Or is that just for me? Is that anybody that gifts subs right now on my channel? No, that's just for me. There's no fluidity and momentum is lost. Murder says that's not how that works. That's not how what works. Teams cannot be teams when everyone is replaced constantly. You have the discount as well. If you guys like gifting and like helping us hit the goal, spread the word. You might want to check and gift on Twitch instead if you guys are going to go crazy for the big goal. The big goal of 750 is for Creature to join us tomorrow night. If you guys can get it to 1,000 before the end of today, I will stream all day tomorrow. And there's a 5 bomb from Twilight and gets us to 560. Thank you for gifting over there on Twitch. What time is the showcase? I've got a countdown right next to me, 2.5 hours. We'll go over in about 2 hours. We'll start a new stream. It's the same as people who look up guides. Wired Rope says, I have had 30% off for all of today. Okay. Yeah, if you guys like to do big gifting and big support over here on YouTube, check to see if you're getting a discount over there on Twitch. And thank you so much, Narwaffle, for gifting a sub as well to Lord Poplar. Yeah, there's a whole day left on it. With if some of the big guys show up on Twitch today, you guys could hit the crazy goal. I was not planning on streaming all day tomorrow. I was just going to stream the future game show. So yeah, but in general, I like that a lot of these leakers and guys, they tend to button up a little bit, and they don't leak a bunch of stuff. Like once we're in the showcase runway, they kind of stop, and I actually really appreciate that. I want more than anything to see Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3. I want to finally finish that game. Yeah, I could see that being something that shows up today. A lot of people are saying that they think it's going to show up today. FF7 Part 3. People are trying to guess what it's going to be called, Requiem, Resurrection, or whatever. What time is the showcase? I mean, 5 p.m. Eastern, but again, that doesn't mean anything to you if you're not in my time zone. If you're not in my time zone, that's why we put the countdown next to me. That's right. Resident Evil Code Veronica. Can't wait. That's another one rumored. Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be Final Fantasy VII. That's all it's gonna be. All the way across. For DoorDash delivery, use code Veronica. I'm telling you, that was a good tweet. That was legendary. Wilbur, what you got here from Okami? What's he tweeting? Wolverine gameplay details more linear than Spider-Man, although some levels are more open. New Game Plus confirmed for the game at launch. Oh. You can see Wolverine regenerate in real time during combat. He can be damaged to a very extreme degree, but will then heal that damage before your very eyes. There's a last stand mechanic if your rage meter is high enough. New suits can be crafted with materials. Logan's enhanced senses allow him to pick up scents and track things. Focus on level variety. Missions have a comic book pacing with constant forward momentum. Logan feels heavy with a focus on brute strength versus being nimble. You can knock enemies into walls or into other enemies. Once they're staggered, that's your opportunity to do maximum damage. Some attacks can restore health or boost your rage. New Game Plus playthroughs will be higher paced, higher danger, and more intensity. There are a few more things to unlock in New Game Plus that can change the gameplay dynamic. You can replay missions basically from the beginning of the game. Levels have optional hidden challenges. These can be score-based or replayable for collectibles and materials. M rating allowed Insomniac to explore deeper, more mature storyline. The story delves deeper into emotional darkness and ambiguity and conflict. X-Men are confirmed to not be a thing in the game. Blood and gore can be turned off. Physics-based blood system that can dilute in water and more. It's releasing on September the 15th on PS5 and PS5 Pro. What's this guy saying? King Richard. Marathon Season 2 is good so far. Super easy to get into and progression is fast. Most players will be geared and ready for cryo when it drops. I hate to say it, but games can no longer reward players for putting a ton of time into the game. Devs have to focus on rewarding the players who have 30 minutes to 2 hours tops per day. Life is rough, and people are over grinding in the real world and grinding games. I think this respects everyone's time. I'll be doing personally, since I'm not required to know life, is playing and mixing other games. Well done, Bungie. Marathon is free to play to give a try. So King Richard saying it's worth it. It's worth trying out, and it's yeah. He also said that God of War Lao Fei looks like hot trash 3 days ago, and the tweet has 617 views. Oof. Jiminy Christmas. That's wild. That is so wild to see an account with 236,000 followers. And you have 236,000 followers. You have that many followers, and you have tweets that don't even crack 1,000 views. Like, what the frick? How does that even happen? Because it looks awesome. I think some of these bigger guys took huge breaks from content creation and tweeting. I think when they come back, I just think the platform punishes you. I think you get no exposure. To have that many followers, that's insane to have tweets with 1,000 to 2,000 views when you have hundreds of thousands of followers. That doesn't make any sense. They're not even seeing you in their feed. That's insane to me. Bot or bot? No, King Richard's a big creator, though. He's been around for a long time. I think he took a big break, didn't he? Didn't he step away from creating for a long time? The homie's got 1 million followers on Twitch. He's a big creator. Yeah. He was big time back in the day, in Fortnite and stuff. His Twitter account has 236,000 followers. And then he's got tweets with 1,000 views. You know what I mean? I think Twitter really changed the algo. I think if you take a break and you come back, I think it absolutely kills your reach. You can buy followers, though? I don't think that's what he did. That dude was... I remember him being very popular back in the day and having lots of views and lots of activity on Twitter. I remember it. Astrocross is pushing hard on X. Yeah, he was replying to a lot of tweets with D3. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Algorithm is public for X. Is it, though? Excuse me. He's replying to every PlayStation account in every region. Yeah, I saw. He's a nut. The Among Us TV series has been quietly released on Paramount Plus. No announcement, no countdown, just dropped. That's weird. I feel like we saw a trailer for that. Jeff Keighley says, Final rehearsals are underway. See you in a few hours. All right. Does this show have a pre-show? Yes. I think they do like a 30-minute pre-show. I think. Yes. What's he saying about a subclass there? Soul subclass, but in D3. He's just in there, dude. He is in there. Wolverine looks brutally awesome. Yeah, I think it looks good. I was a little worried about the combat. I was a little worried that it would get like really repetitive. I think they did good work. This man is at a wedding and tweeting this. How is he at a wedding? He's streaming right now, or is somebody else streaming for him? He went live. Is he streaming a rerun or something? Oh no, it says the real Astacross. And he's got like a fake picture. Luke is streaming for him? Who is Luke? He's got somebody else streaming for him? Oh, his mod is streaming for him. Yeah, he's got like it says the real Astacross, and he's got the stupid picture from Twitter that he is. I mean, this has been really good for him. The last time I watched him like a week or two ago, his sub count was at 9,000. If that's a live sub count, he's gained a lot of subs with his push for D3. Jiminy Christmas. He's doubled his sub count. Big Evil with a gifted member. Thank you so much. I'm pretty sure a week or two ago I popped in his stream. That homie had like 9,000 subs. He's at 17. He's practically doubled his dadgum sub count. That's freaking insane. I got soft banned on Twitter with my D3 brigade. Now I'm back fighting the good fight. What do you mean? What do I mean? I'm not feeling Wolverine. I'm not saying you shouldn't like it. I'm confused. Are you talking to me, Mantis, or did somebody else say something to you? Oh, Wicked said, I'm allowed to ask questions saying, what are you talking about leads to conversation. Explain why you feel Wolverine is so mid. I'm allowed to have an opinion. That's how subjectivity works. Yeah, see, Mantis, we're interested in reasoned positions. Like, I want to know how did you arrive to the conclusion that Wolverine's mid? Like, what are your observations that led you to that? I don't care if you think it's mid. That doesn't hurt my feelings. I'm going to play it and probably have a blast either way. But, like, what did you see that made you think that? I think those are fair questions. I mean, somebody asking you to elaborate on your position is not saying that you can't have a position. Quite the opposite. They're taking an interest to be like, well, what in the world? Why do you think that? When I look at that level of production from Insomniac and someone says it looks mid, yeah, I'm kind of curious as to why they think that too. How do you think Wolverine will score? 87. Metacritic of 87. I think it looks like an 85. Yeah, it'll struggle to hold on to anything. It won't hold a 90. No way. It'll struggle to hold like an 88 or an 89, like an 87. There'll be just enough people that are tepid that give it, 75s and 8s that it'll probably land at like an 87. Looks boring. In my opinion, the gameplay is repetitive. It's not my bag, that's all. No, that's fine. I watch plenty of trailers and feel nothing for them. Trust me, man. I've watched plenty of trailers over the years, and I'm like, I feel nothing for that game. That game looks like a dadgum snooze fest, and people are losing their minds in chat. Losing their minds. You know, like, people were going nuts over Ace Combat. People were going nuts over the Ace Combat game in chat, and I was just like, I feel nothing for Ace Combat. Whoever said it looks mid is on fence. I mean, people can have the opinion that something looks either boring or uninteresting. That's fine. Dispatch. Yeah, that's a great example. Dispatch. I played Dispatch and I was bored out of my mind. And there are people that think Dispatch is like one of the greatest games ever. Colin Moriarty says, I'm intrigued by Xbox's showcase this weekend. While it's obvious that most, if not all, of their games will continue to come to PlayStation 5, I've always felt like their multi-platform messaging and even execution was bizarre and overly aggressive. Should be interesting. Yeah, he shared that opinion on my show when I interviewed him. Colin said that he felt like they were too aggressive with it. Like wearing a PlayStation shirt to the Halo event and saying like all future Halos are going to be on PlayStation. He feels like they're too aggressive with it. Are you just reading your members' comments? Seems like you completely ignore what I just said. No. What did you say? You said, if me, or is the second game, who is it? Wolverine was good as far as graphics go. Ruben, the problem is, I did read what you wrote, and you had so many grammatical problems in the first part of your sentence, my brain skips over it. I'm not going to read that out loud. I don't know what you're saying. You said, if me, or is the second game, who is it? What? I don't know what that means. I've been reading Wicked's comments. I've been reading Wolf Saint's comments. I read Mantis's comments, and he didn't even have a membership until 2 minutes ago when someone gifted him one. I don't not read people's comments because they have a membership or not. You wrote something that was grammatically broken, so I skipped over it. Ace Combat was a CGI trailer. Right, but Snake Eyes people were excited because of the game. He fluctuates between 9 and 20,000 subs. Definitely eating well, for sure. That's hard to read. Yeah, I've been doing this for a really long time, and when I start reading a sentence and it falls apart grammatically, I just skip right over it. I'm like, I'm not freaking reading that. I don't know what you're saying. Like, I just keep going. Like, that's sorry. See, he'll read this comment. Yeah, I read WGC's comments. You're here regularly. It's okay, Lono ignores me too. I do not. Every time I hear a sentence like that, the rumor come out. Does Bruno Mars is gay? Next to it says, oh well, more jets for me. Yeah, dude, go in and blow them up. Lono never reads my comments. This guy here, 42 seconds and crying about it. I'm here 5 years. Lono might read my comment once every couple of weeks. I feel like I read a lot of your comments, Liquid. What is this text about? Thank you, Calvin. Hoping to see Jedi 3 later. Thank you for the renewal and getting us to 563. I think we see Intergalactic, the Heretic Prophet, and Venom at the Game Awards. I think that's a pretty good prediction, honestly, Byron. That's not bad. I definitely think Intergalactic is at the Game Awards. I actually agree with that one. I've said that one for a while, yeah. Is the countdown for the pre-show or the show? It's for the show. I believe the show starts with the pre-show, though. Lono might read some of my comments, but he never reads my feelings behind them. It's stupid. Lono ignores Twitch 90% of the day. Hey, it's because you guys go too dormant. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. They have the rehearsal dinner tonight, wedding tomorrow. His buddy Luke is streaming. Okay. So true, Chrono. So true. Yeah, this guy reads everything I say, but he never reads my feelings. Doesn't ask me how I'm feeling or doing. Guys, if you haven't hit the like button yet, do me a favor. Hit that like button. Let's get 700 likes. This has been a really, really good waiting room. This has been one of the better waiting rooms we've had. You guys really turned out today, man. I appreciate it. Clip. Lono called me stupid. All the proof I need. Joker Quinn says, ignore me, Daddy Lono. What's good, Mama Noir? Do you have a combined chat reader or separate? I have them separate. I have a combined app, and it doesn't work very well. It breaks all of the time, and it's so frustrating. I won't know that it's broken. So I'll just be sitting there ignoring you guys, and I'm not seeing your messages at all. At least now, you guys can get my attention by, like, adding me, spamming some emotes, you know, making the chat move. You know, YouTube's is, like, physically moving all the time. You know, you guys go a little dormant over there. And the stupid app would break, and I'm like, and all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute, Twitch hasn't said anything in a while, and I would go and look, and sure enough, the app wasn't working. So, I've been following Lono since Hags in D1. I win. Since your Bungie situation shows, did Bungie contact you regarding the unfair ban? They won't reverse it. They won't reverse it, and they referred to their code of conduct, and that's a self-report because they never told me what I did, and I continue to be able to use Bungie's website and their forums. And if I broke their code of conduct, I wouldn't be allowed to do that. It's an illegitimate ban. If I actually broke their code of conduct, I would be restricted on their website and their forums, and I'm not. Kiddo's recovering from having his tonsils and adenoids removed. It's been a rough few days. Oh, I bet. I don't like when my kids aren't feeling well or have something like that done. I hate it. I spam emotes. Witness me. How long have I been watching Lono since Starfield? I don't know. Lushy. No, you guys have come in and done this before. I don't like it. Surely the staff from back then is not there anymore. Could you appeal? That's what I'm telling you. I appealed it and they denied it. Now I'm being encouraged by somebody to go public and like demand that they answer. And I just don't know if I feel like doing that. I don't. It just invites a bunch of hate and a bunch of toxicity. But there is a part of me that would be like, man, it would be good if a bunch of big creators caught wind and started covering, you know, what that company did to me, what all those creators did to me, how many lies were told. You know, it'd be great to get a lot of people watching the upper echelon video, or, you know, I could release my document to the public if people wanted to actually look into it and read my side of things. Like, but I just am like, I always balk at that. I'm like, I just don't know if that's what we need to be doing right now. You know what I mean? It's super distracting to have to delve into all of that. It's super distracting. All for a game that, like, fundamentally, like, would be good for me to be back into and making content with and streaming and getting back my kind of like notoriety in that community. But at the same time, it's like, that's not what we've been working on for the last 5 years. So it's like, I balk. I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that. Where can I read your side? That's my point. I've always thought about just like making that document public. I read through like a 40-page document, you know, back in July of 2020 that proved virtually all of the claims to be completely exaggerated or completely fabricated. I basically proved that they all lied, and it was like, and nobody cared. Nobody covered my side, and then that's when I got banned on Twitch. Well, I've been unbanned on Twitch. You know, Dan Clancy went and looked at the account and undid the ban because, and his security team, like, I'm fairly certain his security team fought him on it and didn't want to unban me. So the Destiny community is very different now. I got news for you that the significant portion of that community that is still around would be absolutely furious if I was like, you know, back in the game, or, you know, if I did a stream with a really big Destiny creator right now, people would unsub from that person. They'd stop supporting them because they think I'm the devil. There are people that have called, they think I'm guilty of, like, they think I should be in jail. There are people that think I deserve to be in jail. They don't even know what the claims were, but they think I should be in jail. What did you do? Nothing. I made pretty benign remarks that they weaponized years later to claim that I was like a creep or something, and they painted me as this horrible person, and they claimed that, like, I snuck into areas and followed people and stole a badge, and it was all fake and made up. There was a guy that claimed I was at a TwitchCon party. I've never gone to TwitchCon. It was just a bunch of made up stories, and I quickly apologized because I knew there was a time in my life where I went to events and didn't act appropriately. And I had been in therapy and had changed my life. So my initial reaction was to apologize. But then 2 weeks later, I saw all the claims and I was like, this is almost all entirely fabricated and made up. Like the lead girl, like the ringleader of the whole group, she had completely fake timestamps claiming like I changed my meetup to be near her. So she had these fake timestamps that I proved false with emails. Like, I falsified almost all of their claims and nobody freaking cared. And the day that I falsified all their claims is the day that Twitch banned me. It was a retaliatory ban. And then Chris Barrett, who was at Bungie at the time, took credit for the Twitch ban on Twitter. And like, nobody cares. Like, nobody cares. It's been 6 years and nobody gives a frick. But if I was suddenly back in the game, or some big Destiny creator was doing stuff with me, people would lose their dadgum minds because they hate me. They think I'm some predator, and it's like, they were the most benign interactions. They basically took like moments where I was probably being inappropriate or like saying inappropriate things, and they were moments where nobody really ever said anything, and they all laughed. And then they acted like years later it was a problem because I had gotten to a very prominent and successful position on the platform. Shoo says, Mantis, find me in Discord. I'll shoot you screenshots from just this past week calling Lono a creep. These people are irredeemable. One of the reasons I don't much care for Destiny, I don't care if Destiny crashes and burns, is a believe all women situation. It was literally that. There were people in the initial moments asking for evidence, and people were berating them. They were like, testimony is evidence. You don't need evidence. And then the evidence they provided was fake. It was fake. They had fake timestamps. The one girl had whispers on Twitch, and she only showed half the conversation. She didn't show the other side where it was mutual. And we were like making innuendos and joking back and forth. There was nothing in it that was like, they kept claiming it was harassment. And it was like, but you were joking back and forth. You were joking back and forth. And she intentionally cut that out and hid her side of the conversation to make me look weird. If I wouldn't have been able to go and find those screenshots, I would have never been able to falsify her claims. But when I showed her side of the messages, she went private on Twitter and just went into hiding. It was like, comes out, makes up a story, fabricates it, makes it look like I'm some weirdo creep, and it's like, wait a minute, we were both joking back and forth, and you just didn't show that part of the conversation. So the minute I showed actual evidence falsifying her claims, she just disappeared. And lots of tweets disappeared too. There were very, very prominent creators who made all sorts of claims about me, and they disappeared. Like, you have to think about how ridiculous that is. Like, to come out and be like, oh yeah, he stole a badge and snuck into VIP areas and wouldn't leave people alone. And it's like, I didn't do any of those things. And when those claims were falsified with eyewitness testimony, I had somebody with me at the time when I was given the badge, all those tweets disappeared. These were prominent creators. They still are. At least one of them is still a prominent creator. And they run a huge conference. And they don't give a frick. They don't care. They lit my whole life on fire. And I lost, at this point, it's millions of dollars in damages because of how successful I was being. That's how much I lost. And I'll never get it all back. And they don't care. They just scrubbed their timelines and moved on with their lives. And their audiences are convinced I'm some horrible, reprehensible creep because they've never corrected the public record. The number of claims that are even true are like 3 different things. Made a joke or said something inappropriate. That's it. It's like 2 or 3 instances where like I was being inappropriate or said something and that as a married man I shouldn't have been saying, and that's it. And they spun it up into this, he's a predator, he's a harasser, he's an assaulter, and it's like, nope, not even remotely true. Bunch of fake victims, bunch of false victims. None of it even had a shred of truth to it. It was like the small things that were true were so grossly exaggerated. It was like basically somebody saying, yeah, he yelled at me, punched me, and threw me down the stairs. And you're like, no, I just yelled. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's really hard for you to apologize to somebody when, like, maybe you lose your temper and you yell at them. And they come back later and they're like, you yelled at me and punched me in the face and threw me down the stairs. And you'd be like, yeah, but I didn't do any of those things. How do you apologize when you're like, well, let me just slice out the thing I actually did. I'm sorry I yelled. The person's lying. Like, it's like impossible. It's like, how do you make amends with somebody who's being willfully dishonest about you and trying to destroy you? How do you apologize to that person? It's impossible. You're basically held hostage by their lies. And it was all handled privately too. This is another thing that people don't realize and that people forget. And I have the recorded conversation with the St. Jude legal team. The other thing that people don't realize is that in 2018, when the one instance happened, she confronted me in email, said I wasn't allowed to apologize, which is insane, for saying something weird and like I leaned on her. I wasn't allowed to apologize, which is weird, to like disallow somebody to make it right. Then she goes into the public and lies and said, he's always refused to make it right. That's not true. You wouldn't let me. You literally wouldn't let me apologize. When I tried months later to reach back out again and make amends with her, she lost her dadgum mind and started tweeting in all caps and saying, when somebody says to leave them alone, leave them alone. So you basically hold me captive as a permanent, like, perpetrator. Like, oh, he's not allowed to apologize. So she just resurfaces the story 2 years later and is like, he's never tried to make it right. And it's like, yes I did. What are you talking about? Not only that, she lied. She completely embellished the entire story, and she left out the part where she gave me high concentrate THC and didn't tell me what it was, and I was having a bad trip, so I acted weird. She leaves that out, and it's like, well, you can't handle getting high, you shouldn't have got high. It's like, I didn't know that's what you were giving me. So, like, you should inform people what you're giving them. Like, I thought it was like low-level weed vape pen or something. And it was high concentrate THC. I took one hit and I felt nauseous. The back of my neck broke out in sweats. I thought I was going to pass out. I thought I was going to vomit. And I asked her to keep an eye on me. And then I acted weird. And she weaponized that to paint me as something that I'm not. And she told the story for years and got people to like not like me or follow me or work with me. And then other people were like, well, he said something weird to me a couple of years ago. And they all get convinced that like that was some sort of a problem, that like, yeah, he made a weird joke a couple of years ago to me as well. And it's like, yeah, that's a one-time joke thing that you don't get to classify that as harassment. They hijacked words that actual victims should be able to use. That was what was so insulting about the entire thing. I didn't harass or assault anybody. They were not victims. And there are people who really are victims of those things. And it's an insult to people who are actual victims of those things to take those words and to hijack them and to ruin my career. And to this day, there are people that believe I belong in jail. They think I'm some horrible person that preyed on these poor people, and they thought I was some big creator. And in like 2017 and 2018, I was a nobody. I went to these events, I had no pull, I had no power. Most of them were bigger streamers than me at the time. Drugging someone with THC without their consent is a serious felony. I would have pressed charges. I had people that encouraged me to press charges, yes. Because they insisted that I hit the vape pen. I was like, I didn't even know what was in it. And I did it wrong. And they're like, no, you're using it wrong. This is how you do it. And that's when I had a big old hit off of it. And then I immediately felt like I was struggling to walk almost instantly. Also, you were friends and you were joking. That's the other part of the context that's always missing. Is we were in situations with a bunch of adults drinking and doing drugs, and like everybody's making jokes and everybody's making remarks, you know. And I get singled out years later. Why? Well, they publicly admitted why. I was always at the top of the directory, and I had all these contracts and got verified on Twitter, and you know. Yeah, it was high concentrate THC. She had actually posted on her Instagram that she had to travel with high concentrate THC because of her nerves. It was like a 75 or 85% concentrate, which if you're not used to that, it absolutely destroyed me. I'd never have ever felt like that in my entire life. So this experience caused you to reaffirm your faith or push hard into it? Well, in 2018, when that happened and I got the email, I was obviously terrified, but I was obviously having to admit that I was living my life in a terrible way. I was living in an uncontrolled way. So in 2018, I went into therapy. So from 2018 to 2020, I was in therapy, and through that, I processed a lot of terrible things that happened to me when I was a teenager, and a lot of those terrible things led me to live really, really recklessly. And it made me act inappropriate. I would say weird things, and I would make weird jokes. And early 2020, I came back to my faith and was living a completely different life. And that's when it took me down. And that's when I was having a rise. My career was taken off. We bought a house. We were doing so well, I bought a house. And that's when they took me down. None of them ever reached out. I was constantly saying in the public that I had been in therapy and that I was trying to live a better life, and none of them ever reached out to be like, and I tried to reach out to like make things right, and they wouldn't let me. Like, you have to see how insidious that is. Like, they won't let you apologize. They won't let you improve. They won't let you, get on a better path. It's like for 2 years I'd been in therapy. I'm like bettering my life. I'm doing the thing that they all claim to be, that they celebrate, but that they don't celebrate those things. That's all performative. It's all fake. And they planned it for 2 weeks. We have all this documented. This is all documented in videos. They planned it for 2 weeks. I hit a huge record on Twitch. I had more viewers and subs than I'd ever have historically, and I celebrated that on Twitter. And 2 weeks later, they all come out with these stories, and nobody understands. Very few people could understand in the fog of war. There are even people that have gone and commented on her Medium post. They're like, this doesn't make any sense. They're like, your reaction to him doesn't make any sense. You reacted so strongly to such a small instance. This doesn't make an ounce of sense why you're castigating this man as a villain over such minor things. Well, I know the truth, and it's called transference. It's called transference. When a real person of power does something bad to you and you can't do anything about it, you're going to take it out on somebody else. And that's what happened. That's what happened. It was transference. And until that story finally comes out one day, nobody's ever going to understand what the frick I'm talking about. It'll never make sense until that final key fits into the lock. And people will be like, oh, that makes perfectly good sense. Would you say it made you a born-again Christian? I mean, I would say being put on a path of self-awareness to see how I was living put me on a path of psychological healing that led to my faith, yes. So I'm curious why you didn't sue for damages and defamation. When they took the Twitch channel, because at the time my Twitch channel was bringing in anywhere from 20 to 30,000 a month, which is absurd. Like we were set up. We were going to set up generational wealth for my children. Like we were going to, I was going to pay off our house, in like very short order. That's the instantaneous, just insane loss. That's insane to lose that much money, like instantly. That my income disappeared. That was my income. That was how we were able to buy the house. So when they took the Twitch channel, my lawyer was like, well, you have a case. He's like, the problem is it would be a federal case. He's like, and you would run out of money. He's like, you would run out of money. He's like, just the discovery process alone, he's like, would bankrupt you. He's like, it would bankrupt you. And he's like, the best thing you can do sometimes in these situations, he's like, even the people you would sue, he's like, if you won, you might not even get back what you need, right? And he was like, sometimes the best thing to do is to try to kind of dust yourself off and rebuild, which is what we did. We basically moved to YouTube, and that's what we've been doing for 6 years. So, through that process and through that time, I've, grown in my faith. I've continued. We don't go to see the therapist anymore. We stopped a little bit sometime last year because we were having schedule conflicts. And, but still from 2018 to 2025, for 7 years, we continued to go, and it was really helpful. And so, I've grown a lot in my faith. I've grown a lot in my, my own, mental journey about it. I've had to make a lot of peace about it because it's just, the loss is incalculable. Like losing that kind of money and that kind of future for your children it'll make your blood boil. It'll just make you so angry, and you can just become an incredibly captive to that anger and that vengeance. So when I sit here and say that the Destiny Gaming Community is bigger than the small little rabble that went after me and ruined my career and put me in where we are now, which we're still trying to rebuild. We're still nowhere near what I was. It's significant for me to support that game and that studio, and to be like, listen, I'm willing to put it all behind me. Because I had to forgive people that'll probably never admit what they did. Like, it's hard to actually have genuine forgiveness when people won't admit they did wrong or that they lied. But I had to make peace with it. I had to forgive people and, make peace with it. And just say, hey, if they never want to admit what they did was wrong, if they never want to admit that they lied, that they willfully did this was all intended to destroy me. This was not intended to oh, this guy's dangerous, we need to expose a dangerous person. It was never about that, and they'll never admit that. I think that they should, but if the real story ever comes out as to why there was a person of power and influence that did bad things and then got people to be quiet with business favors, if that ever comes out, I think people will be like, holy crap, this all makes perfectly good sense now. But it can't come from me, because they'll just claim I'm making it up, or they'll claim that I'm just I'm trying to save, my fledgling career or something. They would just twist it and use it against me. Try reaching out to the greatest community manager. I mean, I'm blocked by pretty much everybody involved. They're never going to give me a hearing because they're convinced that they were right and that I was a bad guy. They've never been able to see the forest for the trees, that the whole thing didn't just get blown out of proportion. They got misled by people. They believed a bunch of lies, and destroyed a man's life and almost destroyed his ability to provide for his family over very, very vague claims that when pressed upon, those claims were seen to be either completely fabricated or so exaggerated that they were false. You can exaggerate to an extent where you're basically lying. It's not even remotely true. And that's fundamentally what happened. And when I came out and defended myself, that's why I've always wanted to make that document public. when I came out and defended myself, they all went quiet and wouldn't talk about it anymore. And a couple of them started talking about it again, like in early 2021, because there were people that were taking an interest into what happened with me. They were like, why did this guy's life get destroyed? He's been for months crying for an investigation. A guilty person wouldn't do that. Why is this guy in the public saying, I would submit to an investigation? I would like the claims against me to be investigated. Why would somebody say that if they were guilty? Guilty people don't do that. They tend to disappear from these spaces. And so these people started looking into it. And a couple of them started tweeting and popping off and getting angry, and they messed up timelines, they messed up stories, and they had to delete tweets, they had to delete streams because they were messing things up. They couldn't keep it all straight, which is why to this day now none of them will ever talk about it. They won't. They'll be like, they'll be generic. Well, I just shared stories, or I just believe my friends, what happened to him, it's not my fault. They'll never go into great detail about the instances and about the things that happened because they lied and embellished to such a degree they can't keep it all straight. I can talk about every instance, every interaction, every event I went to because I'm just recalling what happened. So, the fact that you're able to rebrand to this level of success is freaking awesome. It wouldn't have worked without an audience that got behind me. Enough people saw the video. It got over like 120,000 views, I think, on YouTube before we finally took it down. We just wanted to put all that behind us. We didn't like it sitting out there in the ether. We privated 13 million views worth of Destiny content. We took that video down as well. And it, I'm always torn because like you feel Reforge takes on a whole new meaning. I picked the name intentionally. The name Reforge has deep meaning for me because I was forged into something new. I believe that. I believe I was carried through this by a higher power. I believe I got through this because of my faith, my support system, my wife, and the people around me. And so I was, reforged, not just psychologically, but spiritually as well as professionally. So like I chose that name, and people will mock the name and they're like, oh, he had to reforge because of what he did. And I just don't think they realize how awful it is to have somebody permanently labeled as something that they're not. So, the level of psychological destruction and damage you do to somebody, calling them something and labeling something they're not, like coming forward with false claims like that, it's reprehensible. And I'm more willing to talk about it now because not only have I made peace with it, but I think culturally people are a lot more, hesitant to believe this kind of thing when it's done in that way. And they're a lot more likely now to side with someone like me to be like, this guy stood resolute, defended himself, and went with facts and receipts, and you burned him to the ground. Like, it wasn't like I came out and like threw myself at the public and like, because they always say, oh, you apologized for everything. That's also false. If you go and watch the apologies, they're still available. They've been re-uploaded everywhere, and I always encourage people to watch them. I'm always like, go watch the apologies. The only thing I apologize for is inappropriate remarks. I contest from moment one, and I'm in duress, I'm freaked out, and from moment one, I have the clarity and the presence of mind to contest and be like, I didn't harass or assault anybody. I made inappropriate remarks, and I apologized for that. But once I realized the stories had been so embellished and so made up and so fabricated, that's when I put together an hour-long video being like, you guys have got this all wrong. You don't know what's really happening here. They're trying to get rid of me because of my success, and it's so much of this has been so fabricated. And I methodically go through every claim, and I show just how much they're not telling the truth. And they never responded. It was never reported on, and my Twitch channel was gone 5 hours later. And then Christopher Barrett goes into the public and, basically takes credit for it. And then in February of 2021, there were people looking into what happened to me. RN Jesus, you guys know him on Twitter. he was looking into it, and he got current and former Bungie employees to talk to him. He's pretty convinced he knew who pulled the trigger on my ban because of this. And as they're kind of shaking the trees, they're finding out like Bungie was involved in taking me down. And all of a sudden I'm banned from the game. So seven months later, like I just continued streaming on YouTube. We were just rebuilding on YouTube. We were just covering Destiny and doing our thing. And when RN Jesus and this other person named Vicky, they started getting close to the truth about like, wait a minute, this was far more severe than just like a couple of angry streamers. When he got close to that reality, I was just randomly banned from the game. I never cheated. I would never cheat in Destiny. I never did anything to break their terms of service or anything. So here we sit 5 years later. I still, to this day, I'm just like, I still don't know why that happened. Other than I think, again, I think RN Jesus was getting close to something. And it was like a warning call because there were creators that would have sided with me at the time. It was still early enough in the story developing that people would have sided with me. They'd have been like, wait a minute, but I think they wanted people to be, like, oh, well, I don't want to get banned from Destiny, Didn't Gothics do a video? Yeah, she interviewed me. Yeah. Summit did. Summit tried to. Summit tried to say something like, what happened to, innocent until proven guilty, and everybody went after him. So, I've had people encourage me, to put the pressure on them publicly, to make the document available, to make a whole video about it, and to go back through it all and just to show, like, it's incredible that to this day you guys have me, permanently hugging a cactus and labeled as a predator, and again, and one of the ringleaders and one of the people who really pushed this notion forward was Christopher Barrett, which is insane in light of what happened to him. So, have any streamers sided with you as of recent, even in private? I've had people reach out privately, sadly, nobody is in a position to do much more than like, hey man, that was some BS. Sorry you went through that. It's like it would be a pretty significant deal for somebody to come forward and be like, hey, I looked into all of this, and and again, I make it hard for them to do that. Some of this is on me, with the video being gone and the document not being available. Like if the video was available right now, it would be easier for somebody to say, hey, listen, it's been long enough. Go watch his video. The guy got a raw deal. You know what I mean? I'm not going to keep him at arm's length anymore. This is ridiculous. But there's no video. There's no paper trail. There's nothing now. It's just everybody's memory. Do you understand? Like everybody has a headcanon about what happened back then. They think they know what I did, or they think they know what I'm guilty of. They don't actually know. Like, hindsight's 2020. We were trying to move on with my career, and we thought the best course of action was just get rid of all that content. We thought it was counterproductive to have my face and voice out there with that name and that moniker and all that stuff. We just thought it was counterproductive. Hindsight's 2020, right? Like I look back on it now and I'm like, I feel like we should have left all that content up. It would be there as a, as a testimonial to my coverage of the game. It would be there as a backlog of all my coverage to be like, oh man, you were covering the game for so long. There's so many memories that are now gone. And we would have the video that's like an hour long that makes it clear they lied. Like and I was not guilty of the things they claimed. I don't know. It might not have made any difference at all though, because people have really big channels and really big careers, and they make good money, and they don't want to risk that for a stranger. And I get it. I don't expect them to, I don't expect them to. It would be asking quite a bit for somebody to like fall on that sword or to take that step. Upper Echelon made a video about it, me getting banned and everything, and he kind of covered it all. And then, they tried to copyright claim his video. They tried to take the video down. So then he made multiple follow-up videos about it. It was some guy that had done legal work for Bungie before that was trying to take the video down. I think you should be more vocal about your faith. It's so apparent from watching your stream that you're a man of high character and intellect. Christianity is often so absent or rejected in the gaming space. It could be really encouraging for viewers. You're the man. Well, I appreciate that. We don't like the idea of making that like a prominent part of the content just because, it's hard to do that and to not have it end up being divisive. Like I get where you're coming from, but it's incredible what happened. I wonder what Barrett's wife thinks. Yeah, I don't care. The faithful sheriff has that covered. Not gonna lie, it's been a long stream. Salute, bro. Thank you. Would it matter now to make videos about it? I don't know. I don't know. I waffle. I waffle because, it's like I don't know. I stall out when I think about it. I'm like, well, yeah, it'd be pretty vindicating, to really put public pressure on people to say, yeah, you know what? It's really hard. It's really hard to argue with all that evidence. That guy got done dirty, especially with how the public is so against that type of thing now. Like false victims and false claims against a man are very hated now. There's a part of me that's like, but then I'm like, man, it's just not very compassionate. Like that's just going to pull up a bunch of, wounds and a bunch of people and, that have also probably tried to move on from what they did. But then then I argue with myself. I'm like, yeah, but they willingly did this. And there's never been accountability. There's never been any recompense. There's never been any correction of the public record. I go back and forth on it a lot. It's tough. And it's because then you're like, well, just keep going, just keep rebuilding. But then this situation happens, and frickin' Seeds. Thank you, Seeds, for the 20 bomb. Holy crap, that's a big one. That's a big one. Jeepers. I assume most have it, but I'll get myself timed out. Oh, if people want the upper echelon video, you can do ! UE. I think we have the video. We have it. The command is UE. It comes down to, what do you want to be known for? The guy fighting the raw deal from years ago, or the guy that makes great content and bounced back from the raw deal years ago? With how much we could do with Destiny and how much we could do with that game and franchise, especially looking back, reflecting, new content. Thank you, Broken Earth, for the gifted as well, and gets us to 585. We're 15 away from 600. It's not that dichotomist for me, though. I'm both of those things. I'm both the guy that got a raw deal and the guy that's rebuilding and making great content. And it's like, and you guys have got me in this holding pattern, and I don't. It's not just. And I think that the culture would be more receptive of being like, holy crap, this is what this guy went through, and he's still out here trying to rebuild. Like, I don't know. Like I said, I waffle between both things because I feel like I'm in a healthier place about it. So I don't get super angry and spiteful when I talk about it. I get passionate because it's meaningful to me. Like, it's emotional. It was a hurtful thing and it was a damaging thing. So I do feel like I'm in a better place to be like, I don't know. I think the culture would be very receptive to like, man, this homie's been out here just trying to make this thing work, and this was wrong. There's an element of public pressure where people would feel like they have to speak to it. And I don't think people would accept, oh yeah, he's just a liar and he's just brainwashing people. When you stack it all up, you stack up the mountain of evidence, it's like, this all should be reversed. Like, this man should be compensated. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think the public would be on my side, and the public is bigger than the people who, have still latched on to those narratives within the Destiny community. So, and I'm not even saying this in the realm of like, oh, I want so badly to get back into Destiny, but it's like, I again feel like the culture and the public would get behind us in a way that they wouldn't have back then. They would be far more receptive. There'd be videos made, there'd be reactions, people would be like, Jiminy Christmas, But then I'm also like, let's just keep pressing on, let's just keep doing the thing. But then it feels like this unresolved cloud that's like just still there in the frame. Sorry it happened, you said scot-free, but also glad you didn't give up. You're like Andy in Shawshank Redemption. You had to crawl through a river of crap, but you came out on the other side. I appreciate that. Yeah. You just want the record to be set straight? Yeah. Well, and I don't have delusions here. I don't have delusions of grandeur. I don't think there's going to be a moment where people are like, oh, everybody's going to have their mind changed. I think a good number of them would have their mind changed. And I know that that's true because a lot of you here had your minds changed. I believe that. I believe handled properly, documented properly, talked about properly, a lot of people would be like, holy crap, I didn't know any of this. You know what I mean? Not to be that guy, but if you're going to drop it, now's the time. You deserve your name being respected. It certainly is a hot topic because of the situation with Bungie and then the thing happening on the 9th in Destiny 3. It certainly is, a hot topic. But then again, I waffle. I come back to we're getting included in stuff. We're getting momentum. We're getting movement. We're getting people to come on the show, right? But then there's the other part of me that's like, yeah, but that can all go away. All somebody has to do is send an email and you won't get included in stuff. All they have to do is pull up articles and email and say, hey, you shouldn't work with that guy. That's part of why it always just feels like it feels like almost like a permanent hugging of the cactus, because it's like, oh yeah, he's getting included and he's getting companies to work for him. Anything significant that happens, I'm one email away from that company being like, oh yeah, we don't want to work with you. It happened with Ubisoft. I was in their partner program and somebody sent him an email and it was like, man, that was 4 or 5 years ago. And that's all it took though, is one email with a link to an article. Do you realize this is who you're working with? And then they'll break ties. So again, I go back and forth on it, and I hadn't thought about it a lot. I'd really put this out of the frame. I'd really put it, behind me in many respects. But the situation with, Destiny 2 and Bungie and Destiny 3, it just brings it all to the surface. And it's like, man, this is really unresolved still, both internally for me, but also it's just unresolved in the public, because I think there are people that support me that were around back then that are still like, this is freaking ridiculous that this has never ever been corrected publicly. There's never been accountability. Nobody's ever done the right thing here. I think it's got this big unresolved feeling to it. And maybe it'll just go away. Maybe in a month we won't care anymore because we'll be just back to covering games and, the Destiny thing will die down and, I think you should do it, but I deeply respect saying I don't want to rerun the BS publicly. It's impossible. I think momentum would be on our side. I think the public would be on our side. I think the people that would want to continue to scream and yell and say nasty stuff on Twitter, I think they would be powerless, because I think the public would be like, no. There's too much evidence. There's too many receipts. This guy has been too consistent in his recollection of everything and how he talks about everything. Absolutely not. I feel like the public would be on our side. And we would win that fight in the right way. We would win it with facts and evidence. We wouldn't win it with manipulation or emotion. We would win it with facts. and the momentum would swing in our favor, and it would put pressure on people to at least finally admit, yeah, you know what? Yeah, we deleted everything. Yeah, we got caught up in the moment. We thought we were doing a good thing. We thought what we were saying was true, and it turned out to not be true, and we're sorry. I don't, Or they would just act like it's not happening and hope that it blows over. Which is also possible. I don't want anything from anybody. I'm not expecting people to throw themselves, down in front of me and beg for forgiveness, but admit, correct the public record. Don't just delete everything. I'm more than happy to share out whatever you decide to post. I know you want more and deserve more, but at least get Destiny 2 unbanned would be a big step. I think one of the reasons, especially prior to last year, I was always just kind of yeah, let's just move on and let this go, is the Twitch channel was just that permanent blemish. Getting the Twitch channel back, I think, is a big piece in our favor to say, hey, when people actually look at this thing straight face, this guy's getting his stuff back. What the frick are you talking about? You know what I mean? Well, I want to work on something that can get word out on a different level, and we can share it with the community and get this out at a big level. Time to fight back. I don't know what you're talking about, D the Great. I honestly think it would get co-opted by grifters, and they'd muddy the whole point of just setting the record straight. But in these spaces, Nexuish, you can't control that or legislate to that. You got to take the good with the bad. I'm already in 1,000 grifting videos anyway, calling me an e-begging pony. You know what I mean? You can't legislate to that. You can't legislate to that. You got to be a man of action, and you take decisive choices, and you make them through discernment, wisdom, and counsel. And if I fundamentally decide that this is the time to do that, then I'll do it. But there's a lot of trauma there. There's a lot of instinctive recoiling. It really, really hurt. Every time I defended myself, every time I tried to set the public record straight, I lost big. If I wouldn't have defended myself, the Twitch channel probably wouldn't have gotten banned. If I wouldn't have been, publicly pushing for that, investigation, and RNGesus and Vicky did all that, I probably wouldn't have gotten banned from Destiny. So there's that part of your brain that's just yeah, it hurts to touch that stove, man. It hurts to touch that stove. You want to go through that again? You want all those people coming after you? But then I'm I don't know. Culture's changed. There's a lot of prominent creators that would be on my side and would cover it and support it, if we did it in the right way. There's nobody to talk to. No, I can't get a word in edgewise with anybody over there. Now that all could change in the coming months, because they could get severely restructured and everything could get funneled through PlayStation. And when that happens, that could severely change things. Because that could just really change what we're able to do. And PlayStation's very different than Bungie. We'll just say that. Think of people who get locked up for 15 years for something they didn't do. Oh, gosh. Yeah, when I see those stories, Paul, I have, the smallest understanding of, what that is like. Yo, and a 5-bomb from Vegas band gets us 10 away from 600. Amazing run today. Thank you very, very much. Your kind of coverage is missing in the Destiny community. Even with the creators we have, a return to D2 would be amazing. Even with its end of service. However, a D3 with you there from the start, huge. That's just so long from now, That's just so long from now. Thank you, Vegas, also for resubscribing over there, getting us to 591. Again, as a reminder, we have some crazy stretch goals. And I know some of you guys like to go crazy and gift like crazy. I think currently you can head over to Twitch and get like a 35% discount on gifting. If you guys get this to $750, Creature has to join us tomorrow. My wife has been playing for the first time Destiny 1, and I've been playing with her. If you get it to 1,000, which is insane, but you guys have gone crazy before and gotten to 1,000, I will basically stream all day tomorrow up until the point where her and I, play. As someone who deals with severe past trauma, I totally get not wanting to try and reappeal. Yeah, it got to the point where I just didn't want to fight anymore. Like, they took the fight out of me. Like, I applied all my grit and determination and fight into, like, rebuilding the brand and, like, getting my career, quote unquote, back. And a 10 bomb from Vegas gets us to 601. And I owe Twitch a member. You just secured that milestone. Thank you so much. Somebody's going to be the lucky one. And there's a big discount over there right now on gifteds. I'm able to gift one, and it's lower than it typically is. When your thing went down, it became clear that they were hiding things and lying, and it made me change my approach to these types of things. Now I always say, I got to see a lot more information. Yeah, hot take, you fought for the casual, and they hated it. Well, I don't necessarily think it's that simple. You're never going to get a simple explanation, Neo. I made myself very unlikable, and they weaponized instances against me that were pretty benign and pretty tame. And the main person who pushed for it, it was transference. If you read, she has a Medium post, you can still read it to this day, about our interaction at this event in 2018. And her emotional response to what happens doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. It's so extreme. It's so exaggerated. But it makes sense if you understand that there was somebody in an influential position of power that had done things that made this person feel powerless and angry, and they lashed out at me, So, he said at the time the Destiny pie is only so big, and it was around the time that all this stuff hit the fan. Well, there's also, I've saved the screenshots, there's also comments from him about not liking the way the directory looked and wanting to bring the old uniforms back. So there is evidence, there is clear evidence. There was a movement and decisions being made to get rid of people so that they could get to the top. They wanted to bring back the old uniforms in the Destiny directory. I have that screenshot saved. That was said in a Mixer chat. It was either a Mixer or a Facebook chat. It was one of them. I have the screenshot saved. It was, I don't really like the look of the Destiny directory anymore. We should bring back the old uniforms. And it was an effort to change the guard. So there is ample evidence that it was done with complete, intent to not just harm, but to change the directory. Colin can't put in a good word on your behalf. Yes, Buddha Man. Yes. No, I wouldn't ask that of him. No. Yeah. Wasn't there a stream where Sarah was publicly saying it was all planned? Yes, all those clips are saved. All of that is saved. It's been publicly documented that they had been planning it for 2 weeks. Yep. That is a matter of public record that they had been planning it for 2 weeks. And if you go the date that they did it and you go back 2 weeks, it was the date that I hit all the records on my channel. So they started a little group planning session. When I hit all those records, they were like, somebody's got to do something about this guy. And they all were like, if you do it, I'll do it. Oh, let's do it right now. And then they all like waited and they all did it at the exact same time. Yeah, but I'm not trying to ask favors of people that I know or like, anything like that. I'm not trying to be like, hey, can you make a phone call to get me unbanned or whatever. Like, I'm not trying to do that. I should get the account back because it's what's right, and people should correct the public record because it's what's right. You publicly labeled a man as a predator, as a harasser and an assaulter of women, and he didn't do any of those things. And instead of correcting the public record, you just deleted all of your tweets and moved on with your lives, Yeah, Collide, I'm answering you. You're saying Colin can't put a good word in on your behalf. Again, I'm not going to ask a very new acquaintance to do something like that for me. I'm not going to do that. I think your timer off says on page 415. Am I missing something? Oh, they probably go live at 415. They're probably going to go live at 415 with like a pre-show or like a pre-recorded thing. If only you were filthy rich, you could sue. Well, even the problem there is, homie, even if I had like a ton of money to like take them to court, it wouldn't be worth it, because that kind of litigation, it goes on and on for years and years and years. And it goes on for years. And then I probably wouldn't even make back what I would spend. Most of the people involved, they wouldn't have anything to give me. I mean, the guys running the conference would, but like, none of those people, none of those streamers would have had a dime to give me, because they'd have been paying their own legal costs. So, it's one of those things where that's why people have decided, and I think they've rightly decided, that kind of like public accusation thing that people did to me, it should be taken very seriously. Like, if you're going to go out and you're going to publicly destroy somebody, you should have to go through the proper channels. You should have to provide significant evidence. I think if you're going to use a platform like Twitch or Twitter to publicly accuse somebody of something, it should be a matter of policy that you have to undergo an investigation, because you're using the platform to make these claims. Well, okay, well then you should have to go through an investigation, because discovery process would have exposed all of them. It was all colluded about, and there was plenty of bad things going on, in between people with DMs, and there was plenty of things happening that would have gotten exposed. Like, you shouldn't just be able to walk out on the Twitter and be like, hey, here's a claim about this person, and it'll utterly destroy them, and then there's absolutely no recourse. There's no recourse if they're lying. Like, unless you have to spend an exorbitant amount of money. I have concrete, verifiable evidence that they lied, that they put fabricated evidence out into the public. I have all of that. The money it would cost me to go to court to go after them for that, I'd never get it back. I wouldn't get it back from them. That's why public accusations like that are so unjust, because you put the person that you're making the claims against into an impossible situation. It's impossible. It's like that's why now people treat public accusations like this very differently, because people weaponize it, because they know, like, what's he going to do? What's he going to do? Spend hundreds of thousands of dollars suing me? He's never going to get that money from me. There are people that they don't have that kind of money. You see, like, the entire culture looks at it differently now. The Johnny Depp case, I think, really changed people's minds, because like he had to spend exorbitant amounts of celebrity level money to fix things, and it's like the rest of us don't have that luxury. Do you guys have just hundreds of thousands of dollars sitting around in case something like this happens to you? I didn't. I paid thousands in a retainer fee just to consult with a lawyer and just to send some C&Ds. You know what I'm saying? Like, I actually had to spend a significant amount of money just to do a little bit of work with a lawyer. Lawyers will tell you, man, their favorite 2 words are billable hours. That's their favorite 2 words. So, He ended cancel culture. Well, I think people just finally saw, like, wait a minute, these kind of shenanigans have happened multiple times, and the dude's just sitting there with his life destroyed, and then the women just move on. Just tell a bunch of lies and fabricate a bunch of stuff, and everybody burns the guy to the ground, and then when he's laying there in an ash heap, and they're like, oh, wait, we were wrong, or they weren't telling the truth, and it's like, well, yeah, you shouldn't do that. Like, the magnitude of the destruction necessitates significant due process. Like, the magnitude of destruction that you can do to a person and their career, like millions of dollars in losses for me. What I was earning monthly on Twitch and all the contracts I lost. I had an agent, I had future engagements and things that I was going to make money from, right? All of that money, all that loss. The magnitude of that loss necessitates due process and like a very rigid investigation. And nobody wanted that. Anytime I asked for that, I was told that was a ridiculous thing. I wanted to be investigated. I wanted Twitch to investigate it. Anybody who doesn't want an investigation is probably not wanting things to be discovered. Thank you for 57 months tenor, dude. Appreciate it. So, yeah, I don't know, D. I mean, I got your DM. I'd have to think about it. You know, it's like I said, it's all kind of coming back to the surface because, like, you know, we've been back on Twitch for a year, and now Bungie's kind of facing a pretty significant reckoning. And, you know, a game that I think is important and a community that I think it deserves to have their game continue, you know, I want to throw my support behind, and I kind of can't do it. You know, I'm this permanent pariah, you know, and there's an element of me that feels like it could be addressed and fixed. But it would, you know, we would have to do some significant work in that department. We have the truth and the evidence on our side. Like, we're in the position of power. It's just a matter of what do we want to do with that power, I think. Yeah, most of them aren't even around anymore, Polarin. Most of them aren't even around. Like, most of the people, most of the ladies and stuff that said stuff, they just all kind of disappeared. They're not really in these spaces anymore. Because slowly but surely people realized they weren't honest and they weren't trustworthy. You know, and when that became clear, their support started to dry up because people were like, I had lots of people coming to me over the years when I was streaming on YouTube. I had lots of people coming to me. And they're like, it was always the same thing. They were like, I threw my support behind so-and-so, but as time went on, I could tell something was off, and I could tell that they were not honest. And it was the same pattern. Multiple people came to me over the years and did that. They're like, yeah, I threw my support behind her and was in her streams and blah, blah, blah. And then slowly but surely I realized, yeah, they weren't that I got it wrong. Like, I had that happen a lot over the years. You know, I've had at least 2 or 3 people say, yeah, when you did the show where you and Goth spoke, they're like, I could tell that you were the one being truthful. Like, you could just tell by the demeanor, you could tell by the back and forth. So, any big games expected today? Yes, there's usually some pretty big stuff that Keighley gets. Yes. I believe the more you do guests, the better it becomes for you. It's a catch-22 having on guests. It is. It's a catch-22 because they could come on and have no idea any of this backstory, and they could get blindsided by a DM from somebody. So again, that's another piece about this where I feel torn. It's like, I'm inviting people into this space to do a show with me, and then they may get a DM a week later saying, do you have any idea who that guy is? And then I'm expecting them to what? Take my word for it? Or What? They can't go investigate my side because my side's gone. All they're going to get is an article dropped in their DMs. Do you see the problem? It's just, like I said, it's this unresolved thing where it's like, yeah, we've made progress, and yeah, we're having people come on the show and people that are aware of it and are like, yeah, I don't care about that, but you just never know. It's like, I don't know. Did people DM Colin? Did people DM Rahul Kohli? I don't know. They could have and been like, do you know who that is? I wouldn't do anything with that guy, you know? There's no way for me to know, and there's also, again, the person that gets that DM, they have no way of finding out, like, well, what's his side? What happened? Like, all my stuff's gone. My side's completely erased. So, real excited to say Guild Wars 3 Soul Frame and maybe something from FromSoft. Yeah, maybe. Any new entries into the Concord verse? No. He'll never backtrack, which is a shame. I'm never going to try to browbeat anybody. They have to live with it. I mean, they have to live with their willingness to lie and hurt somebody and to never correct the public record. And, you know, there's other things. There's a graveyard of skeletons, you know, in closets I think will be discovered one day, you know. And that's on them. That's not something that I have to concern myself with. So I have scheduled the news stream, which we'll go to in about 30-ish minutes. We'll go to the news stream in about 30-ish minutes. I need a quick break, and then we'll kind of come back and get like on a different topic. We've kind of, I hope you guys can see, I have a willingness to answer questions and explain things to people because I believe that's fair and that's right. I don't expect people just to come back and support me and not ask questions about that kind of stuff. And again, that's another problem is it just hangs in the air, and I kind of have to do like a Cliff's Notes version for people instead of pointing them to a resource, you know, a document or a video or something where they could figure out, you know, without me having to retread it. But yeah, we should probably get on something else. Apparently, there's stuff leaking about Minecraft Dungeons 2. J Hart says, "What is your side? I don't know much about it. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Are you? Can't tell if you're kidding around, Jay. I feel like you're kidding around. Yeah, I saw that. The guy that played in Buffy. Yeah, he died at 72. I feels young. Streamer needs a break. What is this? Yeah, I mean, I just kind of walked through the whole story. You can go back and rewatch this section if you want. If you really are like, oh, I just got here, I kind of missed. You can go back. I in this stream, I think gave a pretty decent, you know, retelling of everything that kind of happened. I don't go through every single, you know, piece of it. But yeah, you could rewind, I don't know, 45 minutes and probably get an entire retelling of what happened and you know. That's the other thing is a lot of you guys have been here a long time and have had memberships for a long time, and you guys don't know the full story. You just don't. You get bits and pieces. It's almost impossible to know the full story unless you were around back then. You know, knowing the deep lore and the deep magic is difficult at this point. So I went to Aldi. You come back at 602 members. Yes, we have 2 stretch goals. 750, if we hit 750, which we might be able to hit today, that means Creature has to stream with us tomorrow. If we get to 1,000 members, I'm going to stream all day tomorrow. I know that's a big goal, but I'm only going to do the Future Game Show tomorrow and then the Saturday night stream with Madam. That's it. So I was like, yeah, we'll stream all day and watch all the conferences if you guys want, but you're going to have to hit a huge, huge goal. So rally the troops if you want that, and there is a 35% discount on all gifted members on Twitch right now. So I'll be right back. Banshee says Lono's evidence video was fierce. No wonder they want to shut him up after that. He apparently blocked doors. Too short to block anything. This is true. If there was somebody at Bungie that could advocate for Lono, I would gladly do it. Okay. Rip the red chair. It's here. The red chair shows up when I do streams with Madam. Yeah, Ecstasis is saying that Minecraft Dungeons is going to launch on September the 29th. Minecraft Dungeons 2. The different walks of life are always so odd to me. Mm-hmm. When I tell a woman I get a kind of way when I drink, they bring me alcohol. LOL, they blow up your life. Yeah, that's why the one story made no sense to me. Like, claiming that I said something like, yeah, when I drink I can get inappropriate. And she claimed that was harassment. I'm like, isn't that actually like a good thing to do? Like, I don't know. Like, hey, I'm drinking. If you're around me, you know, I might get inappropriate. Like, that actually feels like a good thing to do. That's not a bad thing to do. Like, trying to paint that as a bad thing has always blown my mind. It's like everybody was saying stuff and making jokes. And I was like, and I literally warned and said, yeah, I can get a little inappropriate when I drink. I'm like, claiming that is harassment is just like, it's just such an insult to real victims. It's like, there are people that have had to put up with just absolutely abhorrent behavior from people. And like, you're trying to claim that? Like, okay. Can I talk religion here? No, we don't talk about religion here, bud. Sorry for calling you bud. I don't like saying bud to people, but yeah, we don't talk religion here. Your account is 2 weeks old, so you're not here in good faith. Come on. I say put all the chips on the table. I could be compelled in either direction. Don't do it. Just move on. Or, no, there's a lot of good reasons to do it right now. Yeah, there's a lot of good reasons. And you would also give anybody who wants to work with you or anybody who comes on the show a resource to be fully educated on everything, right? I could be compelled in either direction. Sheepdog, thanks so much for using your Prime on me. I appreciate it. You know, because anybody who associates with me, you know, I mean, Chrono's on a podcast with me, and he today was like, oh my gosh, I didn't know any of this happened, you know. And to me, it's like, I feel a certain kind of way about that. I want to be a man of integrity. I want to be on the up and up. And I don't like the idea of somebody comes and does a show with me, and then a week later they're like, man, I just got a DM. What the frick? I didn't know that this was part of your story. You know? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm tripping up on that. Convictionally, I'm tripping up on that. I don't like that idea. Like, we've done these shows and these episodes, and King David is aware, because I did an episode with him and Cog that it may never see the light of day, unfortunately, but he's well aware. You know, I interviewed Colin in a way that, you know, he could say, hey, I just went and did an interview, but he also kind of went through his own cancel thing, and Mag and Erica. And I felt like Mag and Erica were both in enough circumference of me. They're aware of it. You know, they're aware of what happened. But I'm also kind of like, I don't know. Like, I was looking back and I was like, you know, to find out suddenly, like, wait, you used to go by a different brand name and all this stuff happened. Like, that can be a bit of a sucker punch to somebody. Chrono says, don't worry, no one DMs me except Ginger to summon me to the pod. Still, there's just a part of me that feels a certain way about that. Like, I don't like somebody being like, I don't want somebody feeling like I was pulling the wool over their eyes or something. I don't like that. Like, even if it's done through omission, even if it's done passively, I don't like it. I don't like the way that feels. I had a guy reach out about working with some company, working with some sponsor. And I told him, I said, I feel like you're probably new to this position. And he said, yeah, I actually am. I said, okay, you need to be aware of who I am. And I just leveled with him. I just leveled with him. I was like, this is who I am. I said, you need to know that, and you need to discuss this with your higher ups, because they know who I am too. And he was very appreciative that I did that, because they opted to not work with me. And I said, I respect that. That's totally fine. I have no problem with that. If they feel like if they feel like it's still not a match, I said, but it would have been so scummy of me to agree to work with him and go through the whole contract and the announcement, and then they would have been like, wait, that's Lono. Like, you know what I mean? That would have been so scummy. So I just leveled with him. I was like, you need to know who I am. So that's not on you. It's public info. It's on them to do their due diligence, but it's not public info. Yeah. It's not public info. There's no story anywhere, brother, other than headlines from 2020. There's 6-year-old headlines that don't have my side. Just claims. That's my point. You cannot get a full explanation anywhere about what happened. You can't. I mean, Upper Echelon's video is helpful, but even his video is very much focused on the fact that I got banned from Destiny. We saw that was the best decision. We got rid of all the Destiny content. It was like 13 million views worth of content. We were trying to resuscitate that channel, and we thought that was the best way to do it. We were trying to resuscitate my career. We were in a not a panic, but we were like, we got to burn the ships, The unfortunate thing is now we didn't have the gift of elvish foresight. Now it's like, but now what? Now we're working with people and making alignments with people, and I can't give anybody a resource to be like, if you want the full story, if you want my side of things, if you would like to be educated on what happened, here you go. Right? Here you go. We don't have that for anybody. So unless they want to take the diligence and time of what Cognito did and just talk to me for 3 hours, which is what we did. We sat on a podcast for somewhere between 2 and 3 hours. Sorry, what's the goal? The goal is to continue to grow and make good content and have people on the show. And I feel like now that that's actually happening, I'm feeling a sense of stall. I'm like, wait a minute. I don't like the idea of somebody coming on the show and doing an interview and then getting a DM a week later being like, do you know who that guy is? And then feeling like they get blindsided, and me not having any resource to be like, hey, I just want to let you know before you do the show, I went through a bit of a thing with cancel culture 6 years ago. If you're interested in my side, I have a page or a document or a video. The claims are pretty significant, but I argue, I think pretty definitively that the claims were very exaggerated and false, and some of them were completely fabricated. And if you want to do the due diligence, it's right here. If you don't want to do the show now, understandable. If just hearing this is immediately like, yeah, I don't know. It was 6 years ago, but it still is a very real thing that can get brought to your doorstep. Like that's where I'm stalling out on that now. I'm like, well, wait, I feel like that's the right thing to do. This legal would not say that. Having integrity makes your life so much easier. It makes your wallet thinner, but it makes your life easier. That's what I'm saying, Zoob. Like, I guarantee you there'd be people that like, yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to hold off on doing the show. I think I'm going to hold off on doing the show. Do you think you can put something like that together? We have the original video and I have the original document, but again, I'm asking somebody to read a 40-page document. It would probably turn into a 50-page document because we'd have to update it. But it's like, again, it's like, that's a big ask. Like, hey, you want to read this 50-page document? You want to read this? St. Jude Legal cleared you. Is this the reason I'm struggling to hit my streamer goals? You did what you went through was not cancel culture. You were maliciously attacked and defamed. I mean, there's synonyms at some level, aren't they, Jack? I get what you're saying, but come on. That's a little pedantic, isn't it? Yeah, it wasn't cancel culture. You were maliciously attacked and defamed. That's kind of how cancel culture worked back then. You know what I'm saying, Jack? In my opinion, cancel culture involves a bunch of casual people jumping on a bandwagon of F that guy. But they got a bunch of people to do that. The entire Destiny community. They did. Why not make a manifesto then? Yeah. Like I said, I had largely put all this behind me and thought we don't need to ever do that, but we've made movement, we've made progress, we're getting included in stuff, and and the situation with Bungie and Destiny's kind of brought it all to the surface for me, both, mentally as well as just thinking professionally. Like, it's pretty significant that, I've got like a dev ban on my Steam account that's not just, and that all this stuff's going on with Destiny. I can't be a part of it. And you've got people right now that can't publicly engage with me because there's no way for them. They can't point anybody to a resource. Like, imagine if you were a big creator or a Destiny guy and you're like, yeah, I'd love to do something with him, but there's just, my audience would be livid. There's no way. I can't point them to anything. There's nothing. It just all disappeared. And that's not what I'm pining after, but it certainly means all those doors are closed, and it also means anybody who comes on the show could potentially get, blindsided, and then I'm going to feel kind of bad being like, well, I don't want to go through this awkward conversation every time I'm going to have a guest on the show, but I also think it's fair to be like, we should have something for people to be like, you might get people in your DMs. And if you would like to look into it, here's this. If you don't give a frick about this, that's fine too. It was a long time ago, and, it was a strange time in 2020. Can you put together a 5-minute video explaining it in brief? Sorry, I missed the beginning of that convo. That's the other dilemma, Zoob, is in order for somebody to actually get completely, like to be made, like, completely abreast of the situation, it's just so much. It's just an insurmountable task. It's so much information. It's so much evidence. And it's like, trying to do it in 5 minutes would be, you'd almost have to make the video 5 minutes and have it set up in such a way where if you want to know more about this, document below. If you want to know more about this, document below. This is all documented. All receipts are provided. This is a flyover. But it's also like, then yeah, it's hard. There's so much information. There's so much stuff, and then you just start to think, is this even worth doing? Because, you're going to go back and retread all of this, and, make it as long as it has to be. Create one of those Vox explainer vids with little cartoon characters. Quick vid with point to in-depth resources. Not hiding it, but not forcing people to commit more time than they have. Yes. Yeah. I think bare minimum it would have to be about 10 minutes to be like, this has been hanging in the air for 6 years. Like, we've we've got to be able to move on. Like the public, should be given the ability to be informed if they would like. And I think people should have a reasonable amount of pressure put on them to be held accountable and to correct the public record. I think both of those things are fair. It's fair to say, hey, you've never corrected the public record. What you did to me is incalculable, and you just kind of moved on and deleted everything. I don't think that is fair. And there's a lot of people in the public that are probably wanting to know, like, what the frick happened back then, and there's no resource anywhere for that. It would kind of serve those two purposes. I think both of those things are fair. The new gen, it's got to be a 30-second short. What's up, guys? You won't believe what happened to me in 2020, and it's going to blow your mind. And it's just like a stupid, overacted short. Just make an unlisted video explaining, let your partners have the link if they want to know what happened. That's the thing. It's always a catch-22. It's like, well, we're kind of past this, right? We're getting sponsors. We're getting people to work with this, right? Yeah, but ... That all could disappear really quickly, because all it takes is the right person sending the right email or DM, and then they won't work with me anymore. They'll be like, yeah, we were made aware of some things. So, do you see? But then if we resurface it and retell it, it might just churn up the waters and make everybody say, that guy's not brand safe. What the frick? What in the world happened with that guy? It's that it could be a significant setback. Right? It's like there's no clean win here. There isn't. There's no clean win. Because anybody working with me right now, any opportunities I'm being given right now, they can vanish with the simple press of an email or a DM. That's all it takes. And you better believe there are people that will do that. The minute I'm involved in anything, they will try to take it away. They will. And then if we churn it up and we stir up the waters again and say, listen, we got to talk about this. You know what I mean? I'm not going anywhere. I'm still in these spaces. And yeah, I'm going to stand here resolute on the truth and say, y'all did me wrong. And no one's ever made it right. No one's ever corrected the public record, And they have a lot of vested interest in never talking about it and shutting the whole thing up. But then you're making every brand, every company, every person aware of the fact that I've got a complex past. Then face it with integrity, not with fear. That's where I've been kind of landing on it, Zubair. I've been, reading through things about wisdom and being prudent and being a man of integrity and, wealth earned quickly fades fast, but slow growth is a way to life. And it's just like I'm thinking about how I'm living and how I want to be, and I want to be in these spaces as me. I don't want to be in these spaces as some other version of me. And I look at that and I think about it and I'm like, frick, that's a lot to ask of people. That's a lot to ask. Yeah, just ignore all that crap from back then. Yeah, I don't really have any resources for you. I have a mountain of evidence, proving that they didn't tell the truth about me. But you don't have access to it. It's nowhere. It's gone. I'm telling you to be you. You have toxic integrity. Don't fight it. You have toxic integrity. I don't think I've ever been told that before. Today's final announcement at Summer Game Fest will be a single-player narrative game. Are you guessing, or did you hear something? You're looking at it negatively. If you tell your story in this climate, people will champion you and want to work with you more. It's possible. Yes. It's possible that people would say, holy mackerel. You know, I have a little inside baseball in this that's motivating me to think this way as well. You know, Cog, when he did that interview, and it might not ever get published, because there's just hesitation, from some folks, that don't necessarily know if they want to publish it or not. But he told me, he's like, there's a stigma surrounding you, and he's like, and it's because nobody knows what happened back then. Nobody gets it. Nobody has the big picture. He told me that, and that's why I was really hoping that episode would go forward. But he said, yeah, a lot of people just don't know. All they know is that, he said, she said kind of a situation, like dude was accused of a bunch of stuff, and he says none of it's true. And it's like, okay, well, so for him, it's like there's a stigma there about, like, there's a stigma surrounding you. And I think he's had really good advice and really good insight into how to kind of fix that and address that. But I'm like, yeah, we definitely don't have any, like, and he had to ask me questions for 3 hours about everything that happened. And it's like, I've reflected on that a lot. And I'm like, most people are number one, they're not going to give me that amount of time. And he's a super stand-up guy to do that. Even if they decide to never publish it, it was incredibly great of him and David to sit there and talk with me like that. But then I'm thinking about the general public, members of the Destiny community, that are like, I don't know what happened back then. Screw that guy, right? There's people here right now that are here because you had the opportunity to see the video, and dust is settled. Emotions aren't as high. People would be more willing to look into it now to be like, all right, well, let me hear this guy's side. Like, maybe there is something to this. Like, I think the culture's changed. There's more of a willingness to be like, yeah, maybe we did, treat that dude unfairly. If there's hesitation for the podcast, don't even talk about it. Well, I mean, but what I'm saying is it made me realize that the level of investigative work he had to do to even fully understand what happened back then made me realize, like, there isn't anything out there for anybody that would like to know what happened. There's nothing. It's like this big mysterious thing. You've got a handful of articles. You certainly have some of the YouTube videos, and that's it. And then you have the upper echelon video. And the upper echelon video is helpful, but it's just very incomplete. So, yeah. I don't know. Like I said, there's a part of me that's like, just keep doing what you're doing. Just keep growing. Just keep doing your thing. But then I'm also like, anybody that works with me is potentially going to get blindsided by this and want to know what the heck happened back then. And I don't have any way of letting them know unless they want to sit and have a 2-hour conversation with me. And some people are going to brush it off and be like, yeah, I don't care about any of that crap. There's a lot of people that'll have that attitude. So I fear it just takes one crybaby to call someone and get slapped down again. No, that would be a grave error. It's a different time. It is a different time. And if there was any form of retaliation like that, you talk about a Barbra Streisand effect. You talk about pouring gas on a fire, brother. No. Yeah, the command is UE, Nitro. ! UE. It wouldn't do that. You get everybody and their brother to talk about it if that's what happened. Like, if they hit the Twitch channel or something again, that's pouring gas on a fire. You're just going to get more people to pay attention. What's the worst that could happen? Could you survive that? Yeah, we could survive it because it would just be, it would be at some level a momentary setback. Yeah. At some level, it would be a momentary setback. It would make people back off from maybe wanting to do the show. Not everybody. There would still be people willing to come on the show. There'd be still friends and allies that'd be like, no, dude, I'm coming on your show. Frick all that. Like, it would potentially make some brands distance themselves. or potential deals distance themselves, which we're not super dependent on that anyway. So yes, that potential pain would not be that big of a deal. Oh, you mean try to take the video down? Yeah, that again would not go well for them. That would just be a Barbra Streisand effect, and the video would get reinstated. You can't copyright, you can't copy strike a video that's just, explaining my story. What's the most you could gain? I mean, the significant things that could happen, even though I feel like they're likely not to happen, could be pretty big. It could open a lot of doors for people to be like, you know what? This guy's not hugging a cactus anymore. I'm gonna, stream with him, do a show with him, be his friend, or, not that I'm trying to make friends or whatever, but it could open a lot of doors. It's weird to hear you be conflicted. You're pretty clear on values and priorities. Well, it's because the few times we've done this, right, it's brought great harm. The first time I did it, I lost the Twitch channel. The second time we started to get movement in this regard, I got banned from Destiny. Those are pretty big scars. It'll make you, that trauma will make you question, do we really want to do this? Why don't we just keep doing, why don't we just keep going? But then there's this nagging sense of there are people supporting me right now that watch and listen regularly. There are people coming on the show that have no idea what happened back then, and we don't have a resource for them to hear my side. There's nothing. There's nothing there. It's just this big vacant space of what happened? Oh yeah, dude. The show with excessive profanity was really fun. And the world is different now. The culture in the world is different now. My story would get would potentially get a lot more traction and a lot more support. Your trauma is arguing with your integrity. That's fair. You got to work through that. Right. Because there's a fear of we're going to set ourselves back and hurt our own progress. Just let it go, bro. Just move on, right? Okay. Wait. Whoops. Speak only facts and don't mention lawyers. I mean, I wish there was a way to literally say, and for it to be binding, that I would never go after any of them. I wouldn't go after any of them legally. Nope. You come out right now and say, admit the whole story, admit it all, confess it all. And I'd be like, thank you. I will never come after you legally. That does more for me than any legal process could. I would be glad to commit to that. I have no desire to go after anybody legally. If they came out and were like, yep, you know what, I want to be free of this, I want to tell the truth, I want to tell the whole story, I would want them to know I'm not going to come after you legally. Are you kidding me? I have zero desire for that. I'm never going to do that. Process takes too long, it's too expensive, and I'd almost never get. Now, I'm not talking about organizations. I would never say anything about not going after Bungie, because if I was ever given enough grounds, I would, or if I was ever given, enough evidence to pursue, even payment from Twitch, I would, if I was given a proper amount. I'm talking about individuals. I wouldn't go after individuals. What's the statute of limitations? I don't know. If we're beyond that, then they're free and clear and can just, finally come out and say what should be said. Okay. I'm going to send a tweet, and then in about 5 minutes, we're going to be switching to the new stream. It starts real soon. We're going to be switching to a new stream. 34 minutes. It matters if one day they get a judgment against them legally. Are they your old glasses? I bought a pair of them back in the day. Yeah, Gamer Advantage re-engaged with me. Yeah, they still work with me. Well, not still. They came back and worked with me again. So you can use the glasses command. Oh, Geoff Keighley said, today's final announcement at Summer Game Fest will be a single-player narrative game. Thank you for the feedback. He said it. He's like, it's not going to be a live service game, boys. Yeah, they're prescription lenses. That man said, listen, y'all, you don't have anything to worry about this time. I freaking love Keighley, dude. I freaking love Geoff Keighley. He's the dadgum man, dude. That's the best. That man's like, no, don't y'all worry, dude. Don't you have Twitch drops for the show? Yeah, how do I turn them on? Do I have to go to an events directory or something? Yeah, Summer Game Fest. Okay, so I'm going to need y'all's help. We're going to need to go to a new stream, and when we do, we're going to need to get a ton of likes. You got to help us shoot out of a cannon. You got to help us shoot out of a cannon. It's the final countdown, that's right. Okay. Yeah, if I'm in the directory, I think the drops will be on automatically, Paul. I think so. Okay. Okay, so you guys that are in YouTube, do me a quick favor. And if you go crazy on the like button right now, and then just get ready to do it again, because we're going to go to a new stream, okay? There you go. And then I'm going to ping everyone in the Discord with the new stream. Yeah, I liked RE9 a lot. It's one of my favorite games this year. I'm going to turn the timer off. We don't need that. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for checking out this video. This is going to be my co-stream of Summer Game Fest. We are one of the official co-streamers of the event. So thank you, Geoff Keighley, for including us. I got my little press packet and kit this morning from him in an email, and I appreciate him doing that and allowing us to be involved. If you're watching this later, skip ahead by 30 minutes because we always go like 30 minutes live before it starts. We did a big, huge waiting room stream. Great reason to be subscribed to my channel is you got a place to hang out waiting for events like this. We're going to do the same thing for the Xbox Showcase. Also, if you're watching this later and portions of the broadcast are muted, that's not my fault. That means they played copyrighted music. I apologize. Try to be here live so you don't miss it. I'm going to end the previous stream and redirect folks over from the waiting room. And as soon as we get in here, a 10 bomb comes in from Jadix.